Mm-mm, mm-mm. Well, all that hard work went to the ground. But it is what it is. And get them lights back up, man. I'm on here. I'm on here.
But so them boys ain't come back.
Say it again.
I said, damn, them boys ain't come back.
Yeah, you probably is. It just said just sent the notification out. We will see. Oh, did you say you wanted to say something before they come back, or you just wondering what they came back?
Nah, nah. I mean, I got something to say on the topic. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
okay.
Cause what Buddy was saying was, I don't think I think he be trying to sound smart, man. No, no shade. But he was like, human beings are naturally lazy. That's cap. Human beings naturally like to be stimulated.
Mm,
We ain't naturally lazy. We naturally like to be stimulated. We do crazy stuff. What make us lazy is the food. The food that we eat is making us lazy.
mm.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to jump in too, man. Yeah, I think it's silly. He's saying that man is a title, and and I forget
Oh,
what
I
he.
must have missed that part.
Yeah, no, he said man is a title. And then he said something was a gender. I forget what word he used after that, but then he said something was a gender. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Man and woman are genders, bro. They're not titles. Those are genders. But
Yeah,
whatever.
Nah, nah. In school, no, not in school. You taught that a man and a woman are is your gender and your sex is
I
male
was
and
saying
female.
to too many people. Some people gotta get their spots back.
Wait, Tone,
Gene,
what'd you say?
In school, you taught in the medical term, you're taught that a male and a female is your gender and your sex is female. No, female and male is your sex. Man and woman is your gender. That because a man and a woman is supposedly a concept, and female and male is how you describe the biological organism that we
Yeah,
are.
yeah, no, I'm not talking about that, bro. I'm talking about what he said.
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
He
okay.
said man was a title, not a gender. That's what he
Oh,
said.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
was
what I
like,
was
what
just
are you
saying.
talking about? That's not what that makes absolutely no sense. And yeah, obviously male and female are sex. That's why the dude that got kicked, I was like, what are you talking about? Like like I don't know, man. It's
But
like
I never liked that concept, though. I'm not gonna lie. I never liked that concept.
well, I mean, it's not nothing for you to like. It's just what it is. When we see a male dog and a male cat, we know that they're male dog and male cats, and that's their sex. It's that simple. Humans are just animals, just like dogs and cats. There's no difference. We're just smarter. That's it.
No, I'm talking about with the difference being man and female. That, like you can be a man, but you're not a. But
You're
you
not
know
a
you can be
male.
a female. Yeah, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying. You
yeah,
can
I
be a
got you.
female.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think I think a lot of people get caught up on a lot of these things that don't really affect their day-to-day life. Like, okay, so you grew up thinking one thing was one thing because they told you so, and now because they are saying that it's not, you're like, oh man, I just doesn't sound right. Like, yeah, that's you probably felt that way when Pluto wasn't a planet, and then it became a planet, and then it wasn't a planet again. But like, bro, it is what it is. Like we have terms, we have words, we have we change our understanding of things, change our classification of things. Like things change. Like I don't know, 100 years ago, I don't remember when exactly when, but boy wasn't even a word. Girl used to mean boy and girl. Like that's how it was. And then they
Hmm.
invented the word boy for male uh, kids, right? Or that was the classification. So it's like imagine the people back then like, oh, I'm in an uproar. I want to still call little boys girls. Like, okay, bro. Like, it's just a
Nah, but
weird thing to
that
be mad
made
about,
sense. But it
huh?
don't make sense. I said that makes sense though. But it doesn't make sense to say that the characteristics you can have two because in biologically in nursing school we're taught that you develop secondary sex characteristics, right? Because the male and female thing is literally just mental. It's literally a concept. That's why now you can be anything you want. They saying that a man and a woman is a mental concept. So that's why when people say I want to be an alien, they're technically not wrong because it's a concept. So you can, and that's what I mean. They introduce that into society. So now any concept that you want to agree with, or you want to be, or you want to change, you want to go to surgery for, and the only reason they allow that is because the medical field makes tons of money off of people getting surgeries for BS, and then they fund it. So they fund it, then you go get it, and they make tons of money, and that's
Yeah, but
ruining society.
but Tone, the problem is though is that these terms didn't come about because of the medical field. It came about because of science and how we understand things. Like
No,
gender is about sociology. It's not about it's not about medicine.
no. What I'm saying is, yeah, you're right. You're right. It is, but it all ties in. Like I said, I'm in nursing school.
No, of course
That's the
they
med.
tie together
And,
traditionally,
exactly. So
but
things have to back up things. Like you have to be backed up. Like just like
what?
white
Not
people,
really.
they're
Tone, no, things don't have to be. Things don't back up things though. Like we come up with things on the fly all the time. Like before a word becomes a word, people were just using this word, and then it became a word. But
It's
nothing happened
vernacular,
before.
right?
What?
Vernacular. It just becomes so well used. It just becomes. It is what it is. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right.
exact.
So,
No, that's
but
because people backed it up. If somebody does not back up a concept or anything, that you would not, it would not become
okay.
mainstream. If
No,
if I
Tone.
don't like something, it does not become mainstream. You have to
That's
back
true.
it up.
That's true, Tone. But here's the thing, though, right? It doesn't take it doesn't take everyone to back something up, right? You only need a certain amount of people and the right people to back something up for it to be a thing. But
Yes,
it
that's
has
facts.
to start, but it has to start unbacked up before it becomes backed up. So the thing is, right now we're in the point where something where let's say the gender and sex being linked, um, the idea is unbacked up right now, but 10
Right.
years from now, it will be backed up. So the people who are like fighting it, you're not going to have enough people fighting it because it just doesn't make sense. And we understand that from a sociology perspective and a biological perspective. We understand that on both fronts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, I mean, when you try to fight these kind of topics, it's like, bro, I mean, black people are still getting murdered in the street. So like there are bigger things to fight about. You know what I'm saying? Like we got like plenty of fish to fry. Like this ain't really one that you need to really worry about. You know what I'm saying? Like
It is. It definitely is because it dictates. Again, it's one of the topics that dictates where the world will go, how your child will think, who your child will be, what our species will look like in 50 years. You sound crazy to say that.
okay, and
We
that's
do
fair.
have plenty of things to talk about, but this is definitely one of the things important when we're
So
cutting into ourselves self harm, what it is. And then when people transform and they do things to your body was never meant to be tempered with. It's so complex that the little things you do to it can cause you to be insane, can pass on bad things to your children. You were never meant to be tempered with. Your body is perfect unless you were born imperfect.
what? No, Tone.
Like
First
low
off,
key.
that art. What'd you say? Laugh? I didn't hear.
No, I was about to add too. Yeah, she right about that because we ain't supposed to have ear piercings, none of this stuff. Like,
But
really, you're not supposed to cut. We ain't supposed to have haircuts, low key either.
Indeed,
We're just supposed to
well,
ibuprofen.
wash our hair for the most part.
that's
It's
but
so much stuff that we're not supposed to do. Because
Like,
our
why do you
body's
have
just
Indeed,
naturally supposed to be a
circumcision
certain.
if people are born perfect? Why is there circumcision, you know?
yeah.
well,
I don't even think we're supposed to
that's
have that
completely
either.
different.
Well, circumcision, they haven't proven that there's any major reasons to do it.
Yeah,
There
that's just
is
Yeah,
straight up ethnical.
yeah.
but
It
here's
was
the,
to make sure that the baby survived. If the baby died, then you know what I'm saying.
There are
but
Yeah, I
no
don't think we're supposed to do none
modern
of
reasons
that.
to do that.
Yeah, no, that was just a covenant between Abraham and God.
I think when they use the word circumcised, and if we talking about the Bible, I don't think it's the same one.
Oh
That's the
yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
only
don't
We
know
talking
different
either.
thing.
about
I don't know
something
about the
different.
Bible.
Yeah, yeah. My
I
bad,
couldn't
my
tell you.
bad.
Wait, no, are we thinking of the same circumcision, like with the
Yeah,
genital?
yeah.
Yeah, I think
My
it's two
bad. Yeah, we talking about
different.
the
That's two
genital.
different
My bad.
definitions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think we supposed to cut anything on our body. We're not supposed to have tattoos. We're not supposed to anything that's
Yep.
So
altering the
then why
body. You're
did
not supposed
wait,
to have
wait,
that.
wait, 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 wait.
Why are you
Then
All right,
cutting
why
here
them
we
did
off like
go.
why
that?
did God create doctors? Come on, guys. Let no.
God didn't create doctors. He
Oh
Yeah, I
created
my
think you're
herbal
missing the
Lord.
medicine. He
point.
Oh
created
I
my
think you're
herbal
Lord.
missing the
medicine,
point.
and we
Oh
stopped
my.
messing with
So
herbal
you
medicine.
saying that doctors aren't needed? Is that what you're saying?
No, a doctor can prescribe you proper medicine to help your body fight off diseases. Say if you
Medicine
It,
is the biggest business right now that is keeping people sick. So that's not
exactly,
correct.
yeah,
exactly,
that's not the way God
exactly.
So,
made it.
So what are you
God
talking about?
made fruit. God
no,
made
what I'm
powerful
talking about is
seeds
y'all
and
saying that
herbs.
doctors aren't necessary and they're not needed, and we shouldn't be
No,
having
that's
I
not
didn't
what we're
say that
saying.
though.
you
I
shouldn't
did. I
put
said
on your
altering your
body.
body, not.
Let's
So
not veer off
so
to
altering
into
your
Hold on real quick.
body
Liquid.
K1.
Let me see what J Lil
hold on,
saying.
hold on. So in terms of altering your body, Kev, you're talking about tattoos, earrings, piercings, things like that. Okay,
Yeah,
you can
BS.
argue that point, and that's fine. But to
Or
say that a
introducing new hormones to your nervous system.
woo,
Exactly.
Lord have
Big one.
mercy.
Big one.
I'm
I'm
gonna give
so
y'all one more
glad.
chance, man. I'm trying to get let hear J Lil talk. Y'all keep
So
interrupting.
I'm guessing that going to the doctor and getting well and getting the things that you need, because sometimes doctors introduce hormones into your body so you can function properly. Sometimes you need a little bit more estrogen somewhere. Sometimes you need a little bit more testosterone. So we're saying that, oh, we ain't gonna do that because doctors aren't meant to be.
Yeah, no, there's natural ways to boost testosterone and boost estrogen.
No, actually, we're not even supposed to eat a certain way too. This stuff that we
Yeah,
eating is not
exactly.
natural. You know what I'm saying? We
Exactly.
wouldn't need a doctor if it was if we actually was eating what we supposed to eat, not eating foods that's damaging like pork and all this other stuff that we keep eating. So I can understand why life is advanced and all that stuff. So we have to basically I guess adapt to life. To counter our own mess up doings and stuff.
Yep.
So I get that
But
part.
So
we don't need
okay, so let me
synthetic
ask you this,
hormones.
Kev. So let me ask you this, Kev. So are we saying that there aren't people out here in the world that do exactly what you're saying? They eat properly, they don't eat, they exercise, they do everything properly. Are we saying that those people live longer lives?
Yes.
No,
They
Yes.
do.
They
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 do.
don't.
do.
they
It's a
I
fact.
can, they can, but
they
that's I don't
can
guess
live
it's a
longer
proven
lives,
fact because
but
you can
there is
get hit
not a
by a car
proven
tomorrow.
fact that they do, because there are many people that are athletes that work out, eat properly, do the right things, do everything that y'all are talking about, and they unaliving just like everybody
Let me
else.
speak
Well,
on
there's
this,
a
So
man.
that's
difference between an
so what you're
enlarged
Let me
heart
speak
saying,
and
on
a
this.
healthy heart.
Let
it
me
is
speak on
wild
this.
to me.
First of all,
And what hold on, let me just finish my statement. It is wild to me that I hear people saying these things, but yet people are losing their lives every day,
I think
whether
you're
they doing it,
convoluted. You don't know
whether
everything about what's going on with that
hold on.
person's mental
oh
health
my
or
lord,
regular
oh
health.
my lord,
Let
oh
me
my
speak on
lord,
this, man. You don't
Jesus.
have enough information. That's the problem. The problem is athletes normally take some type of enhancement. So
Babe,
if
I'm
you're an
not talking
athlete,
about athletes. I'm talking about everyday folks. I'm
Well,
not
you said
talking about
athlete.
yeah.
athletes.
Let me
I'm
speak.
talking
Let me
about
finish
people
because
who
You said
it's two
athlete.
reasons, man. It's
no.
two reasons. First of all, if you're an everyday folk and an everyday person and you're eating right and eating healthy, 9 times out of 10, you're living longer. That is false. Nobody's eating right and doing right and dying. The people who are athletes, and some athletes, they take things you're not supposed to take. You're not supposed to take anything that enhances you because it makes your body go overdrive. Once your organs go down, the rest of your body go down. And when the organs go down, some people don't notice it. They just drop dead. They drop dead from
Exactly.
heart. They drop dead from liver. They just drop dead, or they have an STD. Some people have diseases that are asymptomatic, and they look healthy on the outside, but they're not. And all it does is when it wakes up and it attacks an organ, your brain, your heart, whatever, and you die. And sometimes you cannot pick that up on an autopsy, so they don't know why they died. They say they
Well,
didn't. But nobody's
okay.
eating
You know what,
healthy and
Tone? You
doing
know
things
what?
right
We're
and
gonna
still
go
living.
what you say, and I'm gonna say okay, right? Because this is
That's
what
a
I want.
fact
I
though.
want for everybody up here who feels this way. Don't go to the doctor. Don't
I
take your
don't.
kids to.
I
Yeah.
don't.
Listen.
I don't.
So
Don't take your children to the doctor. Just let them. If they're sick, let them pass on naturally. Let
Yeah,
let
Take
them
them
that's
to a
not
let them
true.
have
herbal.
Their immune
Take them to somebody
system.
with
let them
herbs.
leave this
how
earth
to we
natural.
about to
If
I'm
your
just
children if your children have some disease that you can't cure with your herbs, just let them go. Let them go on to be in glory.
What do
That's
you
what
think
you
doctors
do.
do?
Don't take them to
Those are
the
herbs
doctor.
Well,
that your
Don't
doctors
don't
give
take
so
you.
them to the
look,
doctor.
that wasn't the whole point of what I said,
all you
right?
need
We're
is
not talking about
vitamin
I
no
ain't talking
C.
about
doctors.
Kev. I ain't
Hold
talking
on real
about you.
quick. Can y'all give me a chance real quick? I'm trying to talk to Jay Love. Y'all keep man, y'all messing it up. She trying to wonder why we said what we said or why I said what I said too, right? Like I said, I think original, right? We're not supposed to tamper with anything with our body. That's why we're supposed to eat the things that, especially if you read the same Bible I read, right? So it's like we supposed to eat natural things and all that stuff that we don't have to go to the doctor for. So I mean, as life progresses, of course we start needing because food is not natural no more. That's what I explained that earlier. All I'm getting to about that. Never said that nobody shouldn't go to the doctor or not. I'm just saying like things like putting cuts to our body and even circumcision. I don't think that we supposed to be doing that too, because everything we made perfectly. You know what I'm saying? I don't think like we supposed to cut our hair. We're not supposed to do none of that stuff, because why would God make us get some stuff to alter it? And then if that's the case, then we can't say that the people that, and I'm not trying to talk to them though, but they altering their bodies. They're cutting parts off and putting stuff in their body and all this stuff that's not natural. If we talking about natural. So it's not to say we don't need doctors or nothing like that. My point was just that we're not supposed to, of course we got surgeries and all this other stuff, but what is the surgeries for? Why are we having those? Because a lot of people is growing unhealthy as a genetic thing, because everybody's been, we're not even pure anymore, like how we first came out. You know,
Okay,
ain't
Kev,
I'm
nobody
not.
Adam and Eve.
Kev,
yeah,
you know what,
yeah, let
Kev?
me
Let
ask
me say
him.
this to you, Kev. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying in the parts of doing things naturally, because that is a better way. What I disagree with is saying that we don't need doctors, because
Oh,
this
who
is
said
what I.
that?
That's not what we
Oh,
said. We didn't say
so
anything like that.
Dog, can I say
I
something to
am
her? Why you keep
talking to
jumping in?
Kev.
I'm serious this time, dog. If somebody jump in again, I swear I'm dropping them, bro. I'm trying my
So
best. I'm just trying to get a little understanding between me and J Love real quick.
So Kev, my thing is this: when I'm sitting here listening and I'm saying that doctors were created and that God put doctors here for a reason, and
Hmm.
hearing, oh no, He didn't make doctors, and we don't need doctors, and you can just do herbs and things like that. Kev, I'm not saying that what you're saying biblically is not correct. I'm not even saying that being natural, but what I am saying is we can't just say do things naturally and it's all going to work itself out, because the fact of the matter is that there are people in this world who don't have underlying health conditions, who do things the correct way, and they still leave this earth at an early age. Now, we can argue that point all day long. At the end of the day, I agree with you. We cannot cut on our bodies, but there are some people who need to do some things, and going to the doctor is a requirement. Now, if we're altering to have bigger breasts, smaller butts, whatever, that alteration, we can argue that point. But to say that we don't need doctors because, oh, just do it naturally and healthy and you'll be fine, is simply not a true statement. It is false. And the circumcision part, Kev, the reason why circumcision came about is because men were getting diseases on top of diseases, but it was because they didn't realize it was from uncleanliness. They
Right.
didn't. You see what I'm saying? So because men folk wasn't pulling that skin back and getting clean and all up in there, that's the reason why circumcision started. Now,
Right.
in today's time, the debate is, do you do it or do you not do it? But I think that if you choose not to do it and you're going to take care of your body properly, then cool, don't do it. But I
Hmm.
also don't think that a person is wrong for doing it. I think
No,
everybody needs to do what fits their life.
adapt.
None of us have a heaven or hell to put anybody in. So when I hear these conversations and we go, oh, well, you shouldn't do this because everybody wants to be woke all of a sudden. At the end of the day, people need to do what suits their life and fits them, and stop looking down on people who choose to do something opposite. Because at the end of the day, none of us have none of us can sit high and look low at anybody, because that's just not, because if we're basing it on what God does, God doesn't sit high and look low at anybody, and He doesn't give anybody
True.
the right to do so. That's
True.
it. That's
True.
all.
You
Yeah.
done?
True.
I just want to
Go
say
ahead,
that
Liquid.
She absolutely derailed the conversation. I mean, we went into big pharma, judgmentalism. I mean, come on. Does anybody remember what we were even talking about? For real.
All right. Well, let's talk about the topic then, since you're up here. What you got on the first question then, real quick? What you got? What's a real man and a real woman? And we talking about, when I mention that, like people in relationships or out of relationships always can determine what a real man and a real woman is. So is that a objective, subjective thing, and who determines it?
I think a real man is identified by his heart, the
Hmm.
values he holds, the character he builds, and the poise he can maintain as a man.
Hmm.
A
A real
woman.
woman.
Anything, anything that falls under the guidelines of a provider of wisdom, um, nurturing, any maternal qualities that will naturally come to them. You know what I mean? Submissive.
So Liquid, if it's a man, if a man is submissive, is he a woman now?
Not necessarily, because there are times in life where you have to submit to better
True.
leadership.
So what about if you're submissive and nurturing? Does that make you a woman now?
Nope.
Okay, so how many things for a woman's trait would make you a woman?
Well, there's a very easy way to tell, but it's not necessarily socially acceptable.
What?
You drop them drawers.
Oh, so you want to see the person's male or female, not man or woman?
Same thing.
No, they're not.
Oh, I disagree on that.
When you first described man and woman, you did not say anything about genitals. Now you're saying something about genitals.
I am, because the characteristics that I described would naturally,
That's not true. That's not
9
true.
times out of 10, come to that person with that
That's not true.
genitalia.
That's not true. That's not
It
how that
may not
works.
be for
Liquid.
you, but I'm saying for
No,
9
it's
times out
not.
of
It's
10,
not
it
true
is.
scientifically, Liquid. I'm not saying it about
Listen,
me.
I don't need any
This is subjective.
scientific backed researchers. All right, I live life. I'm in the real world. Okay.
Okay, Chicken, let
I
me ask.
could even say 99 out of 100 if I wanted to.
Sure. Let me ask you a question, Liquid. If you raised a bunch of chickens, right, to be ducks.
We're not doing this, bro. That's so
No,
out of the park.
it's not out of the park.
I'm
If
not
you
talking
raised
about
a bunch of
chickens and ducks.
chickens to be ducks, matter of fact, we all saw Tarzan. That dude was raised in the jungle with gorillas. So you know what he thought? He was
What?
a gorilla. Until he got to the city is when he realized, or when people interacted with him, was when he realized that he wasn't a gorilla. It's not hard to coach people into being a certain way if you tell them you're a certain way. And you know how you do that? By letting your parents do that, and their grandparents do that, and by their parents do that. And then you know what you do also? You put it on TV, and then you put it in the Bible, and then you put it every single place that
So
people
what's
look.
the point, though? What is it? What's the point?
You got to listen, Liquid.
I see
The
what you're
point-
saying,
The
but
point
don't
is
ramble.
that if you tell someone anything long enough, they will believe it. That's the thing. That's the point. So
Okay.
it's not. We don't know what makes a man and a woman. These are the terms that we just described. This man and a woman are social things. When you're talking about genitals, those are all biological, and those are the same for cats and dogs. Okay, we have male cats and male dogs. We don't call a male cat a man. I mean, you could, but it's not a man. Man are for human beings.
Okay.
These are terms that we made up for humans.
I see what you're saying. So what I'm taking from this is that you believe in an
No,
agenda where
It's
we
not.
have
It's not
to.
what I believe, Liquid. Don't say like it's as if like
Okay,
this
well, feel
isn't
free to
backed up.
correct me
All
when I'm
right,
done.
so
Feel free
yeah,
to
we
correct me
about
when
to. I
I'm
see we
done.
about to shift back to that way again.
Feel free to correct
So
me when I'm done speaking. All right, because I didn't
Yeah,
interrupt you.
sure. My bad. You're right.
yeah,
Look,
so
look. I just want to say this. Your thought process is based in science. A lot of people just don't know that it is based in science, bro. Women and men are geared towards biologically to certain standpoints. Estrogen makes men more aggressive. Uh, Not estrogen, but testosterone makes men more aggressive.
Well,
Estrogen
I
makes
hear you.
men
I hear
more
you.
emotional.
I just
So
want to get
he
this
was
out.
right.
I just want to get this out. I appreciate you backing me up on that. But just Moses, I'm gonna assume a couple things when I say this.
You don't have to. You can just ask questions, bro. You don't have to assume
Yeah,
anything.
I just want, don't be offended. Feel free to fire back at me for saying
No, just
this.
ask a question. Don't assume anything, Liquid. Is what I'm saying. You
What
could just
I'm
say,
what
"Hey,
I'm
Moses,
saying,
is this what you believe in?" You could just ask me.
do you believe in an agenda where the evolution of humanity?
hey man, we can get back on topic. They can talk about that in the comments or something. So
I'm over here hollering. Kev, I'm hollering at you right now.
what? What?
Boy, you did that so smooth. You was just like click, click. They can talk about that in the
I'm trying to
comments
get back
too.
on topic. I guess they got something they got to handle down there, so I'm gonna let them talk down there. Though,
I
so
was just
I mean,
waiting
I
on
was
getting
like,
to
my
number
that was so
two.
smooth.
I was just
that's
waiting
where
to
they got
get
to
to
get it
comment
out. It's
number
like they
two.
ain't care about what I was saying. I'm like, bro, we gonna talk about it. I got to get it out.
Man, Kevin
Hey,
said click,
y'all
click.
can
I
fact it
said,
down there in the
damn.
chats, man. Go
Boy,
ahead. You got it,
you
my
was
brother. You
smooth
got
with
it.
it though, Kev. You was smooth with it, boy. I like your style because you was smooth with that thing. Click, click. You never shifted. You didn't sit up. You just said boop, boop. and they was gone. I was like, oh damn.
Oh,
Okay then. Yeah.
I'm trying to
You
get
could
everybody on the
DM each
same
other.
thing. I know they trying to hear the topic, and I'm like, dog, what the heck is up?
Liquid
Not
Chris
y'all
said that's
argue.
why your live is dead. Cause he listen, cause you know, Kev, he was
Uh,
about to get it from me. You do know this, right? Okay, all right. Now
Mhm.
I'm gonna go back on mute. Hey Fuller, how you doing? Let me go back on
How
mute.
you doing, Mama? Nice to meet you.
You too, sweetie.
And them boys, they could DM each other. Have a private
Right, they can
conversation
get it
with each
all
other
out
like
right. They
that.
got plenty of spots. I don't know. They trying to take over the whole line with that. Man. But I, let's see. So I guess I think everybody caught up on that first one though. So any new people want to come up in the box? Don't be scared, man. We just on the topic. We can get it going, man. So with the second one, then, what's the difference between holding accountable and making accountable? And give an example.
Man, I feel like I can answer that one. I feel like when you hold somebody accountable, you just bring it to their attention. When you make somebody accountable, that's when you feel like you're gonna put in some type of punishment. Like if your girl did something and she started a situation, or your man did, because I don't want to go to one way or another, and and normally you won't say nothing, you just let it go. But obviously the problem persists, and then you like, man, I gotta hold her accountable. Look, man, you keep doing that, and that's why everybody at my job don't like me. See, now you holding her accountable for her actions. But when you make her accountable, that's when you be like, man, everybody at my job don't like me because you keep doing that. Now you can't come back up here. Don't come back up here no more. So now I'm making you accountable for your actions because I said you can't come up back up here no more. I held you accountable by bringing it to your. I mean, I yeah, I held you accountable by telling you about it. I made you accountable by putting an action to it towards what happened. That's what I feel though.
Okay.
I think they're one and the same personally. That's just my thought. I think if you hold somebody accountable or make them accountable is literally bring it to their attention, and then either you're gonna do something to have them fix it, or or you're not. But to me, I think they're one and the same. That's just my opinion.
Okay. What you got, bro?
Um, I feel like holding someone accountable is when you pull them aside and have a conversation with them and explain to them how you feel and what happened and
Mm-hmm.
you know made you uncomfortable and you want to find a way to resolve it. Making someone accountable is I'm just going to tell you how it is wherever it is, and you're going to understand how I'm telling you, and you're going to fix it, and I'm telling you right here in front of everybody. See, that's the difference between holding and making. My thoughts.
Okay. There really is well, I guess my thoughts then. I made that second one. It's a trick question. So my definition, I would say holding accountable, just like you said, for the most part, y'all said that it's basically bring awareness to a certain situation, or even when you shame certain things or whatever. Hey, this ain't right or whatever, or make an example out of somebody. I think that's a way to hold them accountable. Making accountable, nobody can do that. You can only make yourself accountable. I don't think nobody can make you accountable. On anything, even like I go as far as like taking somebody to jail. Just because you take them to jail, that don't make them accountable. You just holding them. You're holding them accountable, but they can go out there and do the same exact crime again. I think it's an internal thing to prevent from. Basically, it's an acceptance within yourself that okay, what I did was most definitely wrong or something like that. To be accountable. And then from that point, you be responsible. You know what I'm saying? Responsible is actually the act of not act, whatever you got the problem with, or say, okay, now that I know that I have an attitude problem, you admit it, basically admitting to it or whatever. Now from that point, I gotta be responsible from being in having an attitude problem again, or whatever the thing. I love going to the attitude problem because so many people got that. But the reason why I said this is because every time I say that, because I'm a believer that we should all hold each other accountable. Um, some lives, some peoples they say only men can hold men accountable, women hold women accountable. I say humans can hold humans accountable, so that's why I talk to everybody the exact same way. Uh, but because I just look at behaviors, everybody got behaviors. As human, we all have behaviors, and I don't care what sex or whatever you are. You, if you If you're going left, you're going left. You're going right, you're going right. So I mean, all of us dang near the same. We just got function different. But the reason why I say that because, like I said, as soon as I say, if I'm gonna hold you accountable or something like that, well, you can't make me be accountable. I never said that. Holding you accountable, I look at holding accountable as like holding somebody to their word. That's how I had to kind of build understand. Because at first I was the exact same way. I was like, you can't make nobody be accountable. I wasn't thinking about the words I'm saying and saying make accountable. Because like I had to look it up and said because I didn't believe you could hold somebody accountable. I'm like, you can't hold nobody accountable and stuff. I looked it up. Then I started understanding. I started using another word like holding somebody to their word. You can't make somebody be their word. You just hold them to their word. That's another form of like I would say like holding somebody accountable. So that's how I looked at it. But I'm looking. Oh, it's just weird though. It's just funny to be though. But that's my perception on it. But I
Okay,
guess
I understand that. That definitely, I see it differently the way you see it now. But when I heard it, well, when I read it, excuse me, it was
mhm.
more like from my personal stance on how
Okay.
I would try. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's why I got everybody to say that because I know everybody got their own perception and stuff. Who's to say who was right? You know what I'm saying? it's,
Mm-hmm.
it's subjective.
Dale, dale. Let me sip my coffee. Hold on.
Let me see. So we on. Oh, I can't wait till we get to that bonus.
Mm.
This is gonna be a long one. So, Tone, I guess you starting this one off for us. Uh, what is building character versus building image? What does the majority of people do?
Man, people don't know the difference. Building character is just your integrity, standing on your word, stuff like that. Being a good man or woman, whatever you is, being a good husband, sister, uncle, and all that. And then obviously building your image is how people perceive you, which we all know people images don't match their character. So, but that's it.
I don't disagree with him at all. I think that your image is something that you build for the outside world. I think your integrity is something that you always like. I think your image can be altered and changed. I think your
Hmm.
integrity is something you stand on.
Hmm.
And it's always. It's not a every blue moon. It's not a every now and again. It's just who you are. If you have integrity, you have integrity, and nothing can alter your integrity. Um, like as a as a barber, I have people come in my shop all the time and want a haircut. I don't cut everybody. And I tell people all the time, all money ain't good money. And so, that's a part of who I am as a person. If I get a bad vibe from you, for whatever reason, if you go against what my integrity is, not yours and what you think it is, mine personally, I'm not dealing with you because all money ain't good money to me. But for some people, they like just get that money and keep it moving. No, I don't operate like that. But to each his own. But I don't knock people. But that's to me what the difference in integrity is. Having integrity is standing on it no matter what the situation.
Okay. Uh,
So I
did
totally
everybody
agree
go?
with both. Oh, I'm sorry. Where you going?
I ain't know. It was you. It might be on you then. My bad. I tried to see who was next.
Um, La cosa es que for the character part, I feel like it depends on how you were raised. And
Mm-hmm.
I was raised kind of off. Like my upbringing was definitely off. Like it was meant to be strong, but it really meant for me to be weak. And so I had to learn to be my own character and to be a good character. Like, wow, it's deep. I won't go too deep. Versus building your image is just, the way my mom did it, where she always wanted me to, fit the part in around the family, around strangers, around everybody. I had to fit the part. And
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know if that answers any questions, but
Do
Uh,
you think fitting the part was your image, or do you think fitting the part was a part of your integrity?
I didn't have integrity. I felt like I was just too weak. I wasn't very strong. I wasn't a very strong young lady. I'm probably definitely not as smart as most of the people you had in here. Um, I'm just a person. I'm just me. And integrity was something that I had to learn and figure out. And I think I got that more from school and relationships and knowing people.
So you felt like the only thing that was being developed when you were younger was your image and not your character.
I was learned that abuse was love.
Mary, I think you need 250. I think 250 to get in the box. I got somebody for you if you want to get. Oops, but I got somebody for you if you want to get that backup going. Hopefully, he ain't mad at me. I just thought about it. The person, I'll just say this person just got into it with somebody in a box recently. He the one he know how to get them. He know how to get them pages up and put it that way. So he like one of my connects. That's so funny. That's funny how I thought about that. But yeah, I can get somebody to I can inbox them real quick and see. But you got to pay though. You got to pay about $15. But yeah, just gotta watch that. Watch your mouth, my brother, man. I'm over there knocking you. I'm my mind all down and stuff. That's why I be trying to watch what I say or here, especially. That's why I don't play with that topic for real. Some people do play with that topic. I just can't do it because once you already say a couple things, then you gotta watch what you say because they try. I think the way the system work, they just want to connect words behind it, see if it's
But you know what?
bashing or
But
something like that. I
you
don't know.
know what's so bad about that not having the conversation, and I don't disagree with you not wanting to have it because of the shutting your platform down and all of that. I think that's crazy. But what's bad about not having a conversation is that the communities will never merge together and be able to get along and coexist with each other because you can't have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? As adults, no matter if we agree or we don't agree, we have to be able to let people be who they are. And I think
Hmm.
that's where we go wrong as a people. We don't allow people to be who they are.
But what
And
True.
that
conversation are you talking about though?
the one that
What?
Kevin said shall remain nameless, and that you won't get me to say because Kevin said it shall remain nameless. You trying to get me in trouble?
Nah, I mean, is it like the dudes and the girls and the girls?
Yeah, that conversation.
Something like
Oh,
that, yeah.
Something like
The
that
one that got
conversation.
the one that got Barry in trouble.
Yeah,
okay. Because I
yeah,
don't
but
understand why they
I mean,
use
every
yours.
now and
I
then,
just
the
say
crazy
cousin
part is,
now.
I think, and I think also what Mirror said, I think he kind of already was on a hot list because of the night before. Ain't no telling how many people probably
oh
reported
yeah,
his page and stuff.
I'm pretty sure they follow a mirror all around this joint right now, trying
Yeah,
to see. Let me see what he gonna say. Ooh, listen, click, click, and
exactly.
they lighting his
Yeah, I
soul
think
on
he was already
fire.
flagged already. That's probably what it was. And then they was
Yep.
waiting for him to say something because I'm like, every now and then I might talk about it too. I talk about that every now and then, just depending on how it comes up. They don't
Oh
get me
yeah.
like that, you know what I'm saying? So I think he was on tip.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that's what. But I agree with you, Kev, because I've heard you have the conversation. Not
Right.
but it's because people get so in their feelings because I think everybody wants to be right. And
Mm,
they want everything that they feel about the opposite to be true and just let folks live. We don't once we realize, I think even just in general, once people realize they don't have a heaven or hell to put anybody in, leave
mm,
it alone. I can't tell you what to do behind the doors of your house. I that's not my business. It's not my business what you do. It's not my business to correct your lifestyle, right? It's
mm,
my business. I am called to do one thing, and I think a lot of people, especially people who live biblically, they forget this part. God told us to go in love. He ain't
mm,
told nobody to go in chastisement. He ain't told nobody to go into judgment. Nothing. He said go in love. And at the end of the day, if you're talking to somebody and you're not speaking in love, then what are you really doing? And let me just say, before y'all come for me, I know that there are times that I don't talk in love. But when I ain't talking in love, it ain't because I'm trying to get something across to you that I'm trying to teach you. I don't care at that point. See, Kev, I don't care at that point.
Ah, here we go.
But Miss, didn't he lay down rules and regulations that we supposed to follow as a people? Now you
Huh?
can't leave that part out now.
Well, he did lay down rules and regulations that we're supposed to live as a people. But
A
who
man
gives
shouldn't
you?
dress as a
But
man. A
who
woman
gives?
shouldn't dress
But
as a woman.
hold on. But who gives you the right to judge that person? Who gives you
Nobody's
a
a
right?
judge.
Exactly, and that's my point. I'm not saying that because I believe that iron sharpens iron, but just because you believe that something is a certain way doesn't give you the right to judge that person and or tell that person unequivocally that something bad is going to happen to them if they don't conform to the way you want them to be because of the way that you live.
But
That's all
that's
I'm
not
saying.
the conversation. The conversation
Yeah, I
is
think
it right or
with
wrong? And you can say, well, my God said it's wrong because that's the truth.
So that is the truth, but does that mean that you mistreat people because you believe that your God says it's wrong? Because your
No, of
God
course not.
also
We're
said,
not talking about
because
that.
your
We're talking
God
about right
also
and
says
wrong.
go in love. The only thing that your God tells you to do is reach and teach these people. And you can teach
Exactly.
somebody something all day long, but if they don't follow your teaching, does it make you right? Does
No,
it
then you
mean that
excommunicate them. He also said that. You excommunicate them. You don't
no
deal
you
with them.
don't. No you
Yeah, you
don't.
do. You
No you
don't
don't.
deal with them.
And see, and you're just proving my point. We're having a conversation, and your way has to be your way. And for me, if I'm sitting here listening to the conversation, I may feel that you're trying to inflict your way onto me, which is going to turn me off from your way even faster.
No,
But
I'm
that's
talking
what
about
you
the book. That's it.
no.
I'm not talking about my way. I'm talking about God's way.
I understand what
That's
you're
it.
saying. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is that the way you're displaying the book, you will turn people away from you faster. That's it. So if we're trying
so
to reach, hold on. So if we're trying to reach and teach, but we're turning away, then are we really doing what the word says do? Oh, okay, that part right there.
That's not what I said. I said that after you talk to them and they don't change, then you like, look, I gave you the seed, I gave you the information, because I don't agree with this lifestyle. I don't agree with
So
this.
where does it say that in
I
the word? What
I
verse?
am going. I,
Tell me where it says that in the word so I can go look that up.
I'm going to walk away. I'm gonna look it up. I'm building a cabinet right now, but I'll look it up. I know
how
my
about
word.
I'm about to say I got something on that too though.
What you got, Kev? Talk to me.
So with that one, with the judgment thing, I think we're not supposed to. I think we judge behaviors, not the person. Uh,
Exactly.
so that's one thing. And then also, if we was talking about, I'm trying to take it away, but because I'm scared at the mirror. But when it come to that situation, I would say it's a reason why, with the Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm just say that. I'm just leave it like
Okay,
that.
I get what you're saying. I
But I'm
get what
not.
you're
But
saying.
what the thing is, I think I get. Like I said, I get what you saying. But like, cause we still can't say if they're going to heaven or hell, and it never said that
Exactly.
in there that we going. You know what I'm saying? So we can't do that and tell somebody that you're a horrible person and all that stuff. We can just only address the behaviors for real. That's all we can really do.
And that's my point. My point
Yeah.
is that we will sit here and we will excommunicate people, but this is
Right.
the thing. We turn people away. The people who read the word and believe in God and believe in the word and all of those good things, we don't even realize we are the worst people when it comes to reaching people. We are horrible at reaching somebody because we will
Mm.
quickly turn our backs on somebody if they don't believe the way that we do instead of trying
Facts.
to
And that
help
ain't
them
right.
get to where we are. We will turn our backs on them and tell them, oh, well, you don't believe the way, well, nope, and at
Hmm.
the end of the day, that ain't what God said do. I don't care what
Nope.
nobody said. You can't convince me that that's what he said to do.
Can I give you an
But
example, Miss?
We're supposed
Can
to
I give
love
you an
our
example?
neighbors. That's one of the main things he told us. Love. We gotta love everybody. Low key. That's what it says. Love your neighbor. And love
Can
God.
I
Can I
don't
give
have
you
a
an
right.
example
I
real
don't have a
quick,
right.
Miss?
I don't have a heaven or hell to put anybody in. Period. And
Can I give
I'm
you
Nope.
standing firm on that one.
Facts.
can I give you an
Facts.
example real quick, Miss? Because I'm a sinner, right? I used to sin, and I can say that loud and clear. I was a bad person at one
Used
point.
to.
Yeah, I used to. I still do, but I'm
I
saying I
still
used to
say it every day
intentionally
I
sin.
wake up.
I used to intentionally sin. Now I don't intentionally sin. I repent. I think about the things I do, right? I think about what I say, because some people just sin because they think it's normal. And then there's some people, once you get into the book, you start actually thinking about what you say and do, right? You don't want to hurt others. You don't want to take from others. You don't want to do that, and some people don't even acknowledge it. They don't care, right? But I used to be a bad person. I used to do bad things, right? So my parents were like, "Look, I can't deal with you. We done fed you, we done bathed you, we done did everything we could for you. Now you're destroying us." And my parents were Jehovah's Witnesses. So they send me away. Are they wrong
Are they wrong for what?
for sending me away? Are they wrong?
It depends on what they sent you away for.
For being wrong, for not living the way that they were taught to live, for going against their beliefs, for going against their religions, for constantly trying to help me. Are they wrong for sending me away?
They are not wrong for putting you out their house. No,
All right.
absolutely not. So what are we talking about?
Because
Because
if you
that's
try to help them,
self-preservation. That's
look, hold on, let
self-preservation.
me
That
finish.
wait,
If you
wait,
try to
that's
help somebody,
self-preservation. That's
if you try to help
self-preservation.
somebody regardless of what it is, and you giving enough, you can send them away. What you're trying to
If
say,
you
you're trying
try,
to make it seem like it's just because you don't believe what somebody say, I'm gonna send you away automatically. No, that's not what happened. You try to talk to somebody, you say, look, this is
they didn't send you
wrong.
Good looks on
away.
the
You
I,
subscription,
just
I
brother.
don't I don't believe that they sent you away because you didn't believe the way that they believed. I think they sent you away because they
of
got
course
tired
you're
of
not. If
talking
you
to
don't
you.
follow
Exactly. My point
exactly,
is
you don't
this.
believe the way you believe.
No,
If
it's
my parents
not.
telling me don't
So,
lie, don't sin, don't
so
do
they
wrong,
so they
and I'm
sent you
continually
away
doing
because
wrong,
you
I
didn't
don't
believe the
believe
way
what
they
they
believed. So are you Jehovah
exactly.
Witness
If
now?
you're doing wrong, you don't
Are
believe
you
the
a
right.
Jehovah
You cannot.
Witness now? Are you a
You
Jehovah
cannot. Be,
Witness?
hold on,
Are
let me
you a
finish.
G? No, no, no.
You
The question is, are you a Jehovah Witness at this very moment?
no, no. At this very moment,
Are
no, I'm
you a
not.
Christian?
Nope.
So you don't. So let me ask you this: do your parents deal with you?
No.
So you don't talk to your parents, and they don't deal with you at all.
I don't deal with my parents. No,
No,
I
that's
don't
not
deal
what
with
I.
my parents.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, do you talk to your parents, or do they not deal with you at all?
One of my parents is dead, and the other one I don't deal with.
Okay, so you don't deal with them, but if you dealt with them, would they deal with you?
Maybe it'll be a weird
So then,
relationship.
therefore, they didn't send you away because of their beliefs. They sent you away because they got tired of your foolishness. It is a difference. It is a
No,
fundamental difference.
they
And
sent me
hey,
away.
stand on it, bruh. Stand on
They
it.
sent me no, no,
Can
no,
I
no,
say
no, no.
something,
They
please?
sent me away because they didn't. I didn't believe the same. If I'm doing wrong and my parents say do right, that means we don't believe the same. If you smoking crack and I don't smoke crack, we don't believe the same things. That's
No,
belief. I don't
nope,
believe smoking crack is right.
no.
Got
You
you though.
believe smoking.
I'm gonna squeeze my man's
Yeah,
in because y'all can go.
yeah. Y'all
Yeah.
tap the screen, share the live. We've been here for a minute. Why we still at 7K? Come on, people, get to 10K. Come on, get
Man.
Kev to 10K. Y'all ought to be ashamed of y'allself. Tap this man's
Right.
screen and,
That's
and get to
crazy.
his live. We've been here for, I know I've been here for 2 hours. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself. Tap that man's screen and get him where he at now. Shame on y'all. Y'all know
Boy,
better than that.
bring that belt out, man. The heck? What's up, Strength? What's the deal, my brother?
When I think about what y'all talking about, we can take everything out of it and just look at right and wrong. Like, is there anything that we can see about this subject or community that's right or wrong about their actions or about their whole um, agenda? And if you look at it carefully, you'll see some things that could maybe be morally right, but you can see a lot of things that are wrong. Just right and wrong in general on what's right and wrong for a human being to do. And not talking about, like, I'm not talking about choosing a partner or loving someone. I'm speaking on like behavior or exposing certain things to the world in a manner that's that should maybe have restrictions or almost trying to force an acceptance on yourself. And the way that they go about it, a lot, in my opinion, is wrong. So I just look at right and wrong, and then I make a determination on whether I agree or disagree, on whether I accept or don't accept. I take the rest of it out. That's just what I do, and I think that's what everybody should do.
Right. Leave a little openness, but Tone made me think about that though. About we say said we know he no longer sin or something like that. Really, this how I look at it though, and what even with with the Bible, without it, right? I look at it. All of us are really we're off our nature, right? We are really we bad people that's trying to be good. That's because and the reason why I say that because like I said, I used the example earlier, like even as a baby or a child or something like that. If it was according to us to go off our emotions and feelings and stuff, um, a lot of things that get hurt in this world. I'm gonna put it that way. But it's a reason why parents tell you no, don't do this. Hey, go this way or something. Stuff like it's a reason why like that. You know what I'm saying? Because if we just go off our natural feelings and stuff, and we wouldn't feel like just like they be having people we calling crazy or something like that that just unalive people for no reason. Like in their mind, they probably think that what they're doing is right. You know what I'm saying? Because they going off of impulse and natural feelings and all that stuff, and it shows that if humans is not aware of how their emotions is or their feelings, whatever you want to call it, right? Like if we was to move off that, we wouldn't, and we'd be done for. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, we just gonna react, and we wouldn't feel like it's wrong. We only feel like a lot of things is wrong or right because of what we got taught. You know what I'm saying? Just like certain words, calling somebody a B, something like that, right? We only look at that as wrong because it got taught as wrong. That's a word we got taught. It's what the energy we put behind the words. You know what I'm saying? So like we wouldn't know really what right or wrong. Even with the beginning of time, somebody had to teach us that, or that. I'm trying not to because I know everybody don't believe and stuff, but I'm just saying a creator had to teach us that. It had to start from somewhere. Then it go from human to human to human. It would say what's right and wrong. You see what I'm saying? But
Bro, what you saying make perfect sense. I tell people that all
But
the
why
time because
does
people no, because
go
people
I'm
say,
ahead.
sorry, go
what
ahead.
should we be doing? What should we be doing? We have to have a standard. If
Gotcha.
everybody, because you're right, because guess how many people would be getting great if we didn't have a standard? Men would
Yeah.
literally just go out here great. Women are emotionally unstable at times, and like the world would be in chaos if we did not have a standard. The world is running right now because we have a standard. He's completely right. That's why when people say they don't
So
believe in the book, I'll be like, why not? It don't teach you nothing bad. It say love people, respect people, make sure you have money left over for other
And
folks.
control yourself.
Exactly. Look out for your mother. Look out
The
for your
reason why I tell
father.
is control yourself.
Kev, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Um, why do you think we shouldn't be calling people bees? That was your example, right? Because we were taught we shouldn't call somebody a bee. Why is it that you think
Because we got taught it.
why were we taught not to call people bees?
Because the energy behind it, right? Because originally the B word is a female dog, right?
Yep.
Um, but
Exactly.
what we done put behind it as we put a negative thing behind it, as in like is a
So
foolish person or something like that, a degrading type thing, and
okay,
that's what make it wrong.
all right, let's go there. So you
Yeah,
said that we were taught that it was degrading somebody. Calling
yeah,
somebody a dog isn't degrading. So if I walk up to you and I just say, "Man, you a dog,"
yeah. That's
that wouldn't
degrading.
exactly. So using that B word is the same premise. So
Exactly. Yeah.
so it's not just because of the energy behind it, and it's like walking up and calling a woman that, and you hear women calling each other that now, talking about they taking the energy from it back. I don't agree with that either because it's just like the N word. I
Hmm.
don't think we took the N word back by using the N word and saying, "Oh, well, we're gonna use the N
Right.
word as a positive way." And look, ain't nothing positive about that to me,
Hmm.
right? It's just not. But the B word, just your example, we were taught that it was wrong not because it was because of what it means.
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
and we're not walking around here calling each other that, and we shouldn't be. You know what I'm
No.
saying? Like as a kid, you never let your friends, how kids play and they be like, all right, you gonna be the doggy. No, you're not. No, you're not, because ain't no dogs in here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Here
That's
go
my
another
thing.
thing
So
too. If a person across the seas use the B word and they don't know what it is, like how would they know if it's wrong or right? You know what I'm saying? It's like that's what I mean
exactly.
about the energy and the meaning behind it, right? Because it's like
but but the
they
thing is,
wouldn't they B word don't mean the same as we saying the B word, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a whole nother meaning. They might speak another whole language. You don't know what they saying. They B word might be what they say, punto, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's the
yeah,
same
right.
thing that kind of equates to that.
Right, I
Huh?
get you, but my
But
thing, no, 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 you're right, but I think that we need to understand that just because we have word, I think that we need to understand where stuff comes from
Yeah.
before we, and I think that's the problem with a lot of people. They don't understand where these things began and
Mm-hmm.
why they are what they are and trying to change. Look, I don't believe everything needs to be changed. Some things just are what they are. Leave it alone. And that's just my opinion, but I'll
Okay.
land there.
See, when I was talking about right and wrong, that's the way I think. That's the what I go by. I go by definition because that sets the standard. When you say people right and wrong could be different to people, well,
Mm-hmm.
no. That's why words have definitions. Look up the word right and the word wrong, and you'll have your answer. So when they go against that, then they're in error. All you have to do is go by the definition. That's why there are definitions to words. People choose to make their own definitions to words or use them in the way they want to, but it doesn't take away from the standard of the what the word means.
Mm.
Yeah,
Do you
especially
believe
when
right
people
and wrong
don't.
is can be is subjective or objective?
I don't. People try to make it like that, but I don't. It is what it
Mm.
is. Right is
So
right. What's wrong? It's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
okay, because I do believe it's maybe maybe one or two objective ones. I do for the most part. I think it's subjective, and the reason why I say that, right, is because like I use this other example. Is like I could say that um tackling somebody tackling somebody in basketball is wrong, right? But tackling somebody in football is right. So that's why it's like really dependent. It's case by case in whatever area or environment or point
Mm-mm.
in life you at to make it right or wrong. So
No.
you can't say overall tackling somebody is bad because in the sport of football, it's the right thing to do. You see what I'm saying?
That's a choice and rules of a game. But if you look at tackling someone, period, it will be wrong because it could cause injury to the
Okay,
body.
I got you.
So
I didn't
it's
want to get that
wrong.
deep though. I wasn't even
But
trying
see,
to get
that's
that deep.
but see that's how I am, and that's
I
how
feel
I
you
do
though.
when
I feel you.
like when
Yeah.
I go live. That's what I do. I just go by the definitions because if not, we're gonna always keep disagreeing. We're gonna always keep arguing because we don't go by the standards of what these words and these terms mean, and they already
So
set for
overall,
us.
sports then you would say a lot of sports are
It's
wrong.
wrong.
Yeah,
Yes.
dang. That's how I was thinking about that some time ago too. I was like, dang, we ain't really supposed to be boxing or none of that stuff because it's hurting us. But that's yeah, I feel you on that. But I wasn't even. I'm just trying to do it on the level where everybody, you know. That's funny though. I do. I thought about that too. But yeah, I feel you on that. I get you. Yeah, yeah. I'll say that too. That's facts. All right. I guess we can get on it. Cause we, yeah, we on. Well, we got the subjective and objective part about that part. I guess we have to talk about that for a minute. But well, okay. You the newest one in here. I guess you can get on the first one. I think everybody's on there. What is a real
So
man
what?
and a real woman?
Um. Oh man, that's a tough question. I think that a real man and a real woman is a male and a female that knows right from wrong, that put their responsibilities first, and that works to provide for themselves.
Mhm. And is
That
it
man said,
is it subjective and who determines that? I mean, is it subjective or objective and who determines that?
I don't think it's subjective or objective. Who determines that? I think that the law determines that
Mm, okay.
because that's what the law is there for. And because when you break it, that's how you know when you're in error. If someone don't put their responsibilities first, they will be forced to beg or steal. And panhandling is illegal, and stealing is illegal. So that's when you will know that they're in error, or they're not being a man or a woman. They're in a thought process of a child, a boy or a girl that cannot provide for themselves. So I don't think it's that. I just think it's plain. I just think it's plain and simple, cut and dry, in my opinion. The law determines it.
So the law, okay, I got you on that. 'Cause I was about to ask another. Guess what the question with that? Um, do you believe everything the law is right? Everything that's law is right.
I believe that I believe that I would say yes because it's not biased. It's not biased. It's straightforward. It's not sexist. It's not gender based. None of that. Now we have humans that are judges that should not be making the decisions that they're making on how they're interpreting the law or how they bring down the consequences of the law. That's my opinion. I don't think that these judges that are humans should be up there making these decisions on someone's life that they are. I don't trust any human to make those decisions. I think it should be more like a majority or like a real jury of your peers making those decisions.
Hmm.
I think everything in the law is right because it's not biased, in my opinion.
Okay,
But the judge
for
only
sure.
sentences you. Your jury, the jury is the one who does make the decision. They find you guilty or innocent. The judge then puts a sentence based on the information.
But in some cases, the judge can overrule the jury.
That's only if you a heinous, crazy person that you deserve it.
I agree, but the only thing is the jury is not always your peers. That's the only thing. When they say a jury of peers, that's not always true. By definition, it's not. They handpick them themselves. I mean, is
But
that
the whole point isn't they're random. You know the whole random thing. Like if you give a whole bunch of random people the opportunity to do something, then the
I
chances
agree.
are you're going to get. But I know what you're saying. I agree because
Yeah, I know, but that's
Can I
why I
ask a
said
question?
I always go based
You
off
next, Simon, in a
definition.
minute.
And if I can't look it up right now. But when it comes to peers, the definition of peers, I just don't think that's what it is. So maybe they should use a different term because when they actually do the process, it's not a jury of your peers. Like you said, it's random.
nah, that's something to think about. That's facts. That's facts.
All right. So we get Simone in the building. Yes. What you got?
There you go. Look at you say my name right.
I know. I didn't. I
Um,
noticed.
I okay, I don't know who's gonna agree with me on this one, but I completely disagree with the whole jury of the peers thing. Completely. Because it should be if somebody has your life in their hands to decide if you're guilty or not, they should have some kind of credentials. They should be
I thought you was
able
talking about the
to.
topic.
Well, I was going off what Mr. Nobody said. Strength.
Yeah, but when you look at credentials, you got to look at the people that give them the credentials. They're not worthy of giving someone credentials to make decisions on someone's life. Like who is
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
so that really that's what I'm saying. Like so, I think the whole judicial system should be different. But what would that look like? I don't know. That would take time to think about and plan to where it would actually be fair.
Do you guys know how many times somebody that was innocent got accused of being guilty because the jury of the peers saw the evidence they wanted to see? They say if you are going to court, put on some glasses so you can look more intelligent because people associate intelligence with glasses. Yeah, exactly.
Well, how about this? How about this? How about we just not commit crimes and end up in court that have to go? But I mean,
Well,
Mm.
there are
hold
people that
on,
don't.
Simone. I do believe that there are people that are uh, falsely accused of crimes. So I ain't talking about them people. I ain't talking about them.
Okay,
I
okay.
ain't talking about them. I'm talking about these folks that's out here committing crimes on a daily because that's what they choose to do. Because there are some people that just choose to be thieves and all kind of other stuff. So my thing is that if you don't want to have to deal with a jury of your peers, then you probably shouldn't get in trouble. I mean, it just sounds kind of easy to me. But hey, who am I?
I agree with that because
Everyone done.
I agree with the laws, but I agree with all of them. And when they say that you supposed to have a fair trial, and you know everything is supposed to be fair down the line, I don't think that it's set up that way, and I think
It's
it should.
not.
How that would happen, I don't know. If I got paid to figure it out, I would figure it out, but I don't.
I think a lot of times when it comes to the justice system, it is very biased.
Of
And
course, I agree with that.
and when it comes to me saying bias, when it comes to two individuals that did the same exact crime, depending on their skin color, someone gets a slap on the wrist and another person gets a spanking.
That's what I want to ask you, Jay Love. Do you think that do you think that some people by circumstance could be set up to break the law? I don't want to make excuses for any criminals, but I do think by circumstance that some people are set up, maybe because of their area or you know, like their childhood. I think they're set up for to commit crimes because
Nature
sometimes
versus nurture. You correct.
it's
Nature
a
versus
last
nurture.
resort. I think I don't know what you all think.
No, strength. You made some good points today, strength.
So I think yes and no to what you asked me. Yes and no. I think some people are put in a position where they may have to commit crimes for different reasons. But I also believe that people are their own circumstance, and I think a lot of the times people won't get out of their own way. Um, and we can say that people because whenever I say this, people are like, oh, well, everybody can't just, and that is true. Everybody can't just everybody doesn't have a whole lot of money, right? But at the end of the day, why would you leave yourself in a situation where you know that this is, not a good place to be, and instead of you just getting out of that space and that place? A lot of people won't leave their own circumstances. A lot of people won't make a way for themselves not to be caught in that. But then there are people who get caught in it and they are stuck because it started out as one thing and it evolved into something else. So do I think it can happen both ways? Yes, I do. I'm not gonna say that it can't because I think anybody can get caught up in anything, but it's just how people handle things. To me, and I think a lot of people choose to not. Like in my mindset, if I was put in a position where I was being set up by the judicial, because I believe people get set up by the judicial system. Period. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I don't, but I feel like let me pack my shit and go somewhere else. And a lot of people say, well, everybody don't have the opportunity to do that. No, we all got the same 365 days and 65 days a year. We all got the same time, same 24 hours in a day. And if I got to go start somewhere else to get myself out of the predicament of always being stuck there, I'm moving. I'm moving and shaking. And I think a lot of people don't think like that. But I mean, to each his own. I don't pass judgment either way. It is what it is.
Let me ask you
The
something,
whole
Jay.
the whole thing of your facts ain't everyone else's facts. People really need to understand that phrase. Your facts is not everyone else's facts.
Let me ask you something,
Because
Jay. So you don't think they can use that as a weapon to constantly make people do what they want to do? Because you're right. That made perfect sense. If I make things difficult for you, or if I put you in an environment and the only option is to break the law or move, couldn't that be weaponized? Isn't that weaponized?
What do you mean? What do you
Like
mean?
what? Like supposedly, if you watch a documentary, the project is an environment that was made because of nature versus nurture. Meaning, if you
Hmm.
put somebody in a certain environment, they're going to act a certain way. If you put them around certain stores and things like that, that's why it's called a project.
I understand that, but I also understand that you can get out of the projects. None of us are
But
stuck.
that was my
No,
question. My question was, do you not feel like that's wrong that they're creating these environments,
oh, do I think it's
or would you keep moving? Would you
It's
keep moving? If
wrong.
they constantly,
me personally? I think that economically, it is what it is. I think money rules what people do, right? And if the projects are making people money, and people are steadily going to the projects because they don't want to do better, then what can you do? If you know that going this way, okay, if you know that going down this street right here will yield you to be in more of a car accident than going an extra 2 minutes down the road. Are you gonna continue to go the way that you know gonna get you in a car accident, or are you gonna take that extra 2 minutes and go about your business? See, I think that we try to pass off a lot of things that we do as people and make other folks be responsible for the decisions that we make as people. But the reality is that everything we do, it actually starts with self. And I know that life is harder for other people than it is, say, for me. I get that, but we still have the same 365 days in a year, and we still have the same 24 hours in a day, and we can make the choice to not get ourselves caught up in that. That's
Let
all
me
I'm
ask you.
saying.
Let me
Like,
ask you a question,
project
J
was
Love.
originally built to put as many people in one area. That's why project buildings go up so high. They were trying to put as many people in as
Yeah,
small of area as possible.
that is true. Very true. No one's debating that.
Can I ask you a question, J Love?
Uh-huh.
Because I love what you said. I want to focus. This might be off topic a little bit, but people like that come from Mexico, Cuba, South America, people that come here illegally,
Mhm.
are they should they be criminalized for trying to find better resources and leave their country, their whatever country they're at, if it's dangerous, whatever environment they're at, if it's dangerous for them, should they be criminalized for coming here and working hard just because they came here illegally?
Um, the ones that come here and do what they're supposed to do and do the right thing, no. But I think that what happens to those people is that they get caught in the loud minority. They get caught in the criminal activity. They get caught in the bad people. And I think that they get, that's where the trouble for those people lie, is that they're getting caught up in the criminal activity, and people are not taking the time to say, well, it's not everybody. You know what I'm saying? They're saying, instead of saying, well, it's not everybody, because you know what? You have this lady over here who came illegally, but you know what? She goes to work every day. She pays her bills. She pays her taxes. She makes sure that, she don't get in no trouble. They don't look at her as singular. They just go, okay, well, she's illegal, and we gonna scoop her up too. I don't think that's fair, but I mean, how do you fix that? You know what I'm saying? How do you
Okay.
fix it? I get what you're
I mean,
saying. I don't
you
necessarily
can't
think
really
that.
fix it.
Yeah, I don't think they should all be caught up in it. Um, at the
I'm
same
not talking
time,
about I'm not talking about the ones that are doing illegal activities. I'm just talking about the ones that are really trying to make a
do I
better
think
life for
that they should be sent
themselves.
back? No, I don't. But I'm saying the reason why they are is because they're caught up in the drama of the ones who are creating trouble. I'm not saying they should be, is what I'm trying to tell
So
you.
you've heard those stories where an illegal immigrant mother she gets pregnant. The child itself is a U.S. citizen based on the laws that the U.S. made recently,
Uh
them
huh.
overturning Roe v. Wade.
Uh huh.
So when that child is born, the mother's still not a citizen, but the child is automatically a citizen.
Uh huh.
So what if the mother gets deported?
I don't think she should be
Woman,
deported. I don't think she should be deported. I think that if you're gonna deport her, you got to send the child back too. I don't think
but
you
they're
should
not
take
gonna,
that
but
woman's
they're
child.
not gonna do that though,
I
because
get
the
you.
child is a citizen.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that I don't think that she should be removed from her child. So if you're going to say I'm not giving her citizenship, then you need to let her take her child and go back to her home country. That's what I believe.
Exactly.
I
I
don't
agree with
believe
you.
that you should take that woman's child from her because her child is a citizen and she is not. But I don't think you should separate them, because I believe we got too many kids in the system already right now floating around here. And I think that the government has done a trash job of a lot of things that they've done. But that's just my
Hmm.
opinion. That's just
You
my
know, I don't.
opinion.
I don't know if y'all heard a story recently. A woman, I live in Texas, and in Texas, Texas is a red state, and they are they're pro-life, and they believe that children, a fetus is alive, and the fetus deserves rights. So a woman got pulled over because she was in the what's it called, the
HOV
that
lane,
lane,
the
yeah,
HOV
HOV
lane.
lane. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. She was in the HOV lane, and she got pulled over, and they were like, you're the only person," and she said, "No, I'm pregnant. I have two people in here," and she got a ticket, and she took it to court saying, "Well, y'all made a law that said that a fetus is a person."
I don't
So,
disagree with her. I think this is what I believe, and this is just me. This is not the J Love show, but me personally, I don't think that people truly think about the things that they say and do before they say and do them. I think the shit that people do is it sounds good in theory when they initially say it, but then when you start applying the rules and the laws to it, then it's, oh well, that's different. If you're gonna call a fetus, if you're calling a fetus human or a person or a live being or whatever you calling it, then I need to be able to file this fetus on my taxes the year I'm pregnant. If you're calling a fetus a thing, then I need to be able to file this as a dependent. I should be able to get all the things that come along with this fetus being a person. And a lot of people will not do that. And that's the reason why. Um, some of these conversations, people just don't think, in my opinion. But
when
that's just
they
me.
when they turned Roe v. Wade, I was still pregnant. When they overturned Roe v. Wade, I was still pregnant, and I was like, so I should be able to file my unborn child on my taxes for the year she was born, the year before, but I couldn't do that because she was not born. So I was like,
Right.
so y'all, like, you guys want to make rules, but you guys don't want to follow your own rules.
Exactly.
So, but I don't get it. So y'all feel like just because the baby isn't born yet, or you can't file them on your taxes,
You can't.
it's, so what does that have to do
The
with the
rules
life
that the
though?
United States has made, the
If
rules that the
you're saying
government
that,
made.
if you're telling a woman, if you have an a, a, a deletion of this pregnancy, that you are now going to be charged with murder,
No,
then you should tell the women who are not deleting that, hey, you can file this on your taxes. You can't have one without the other.
Why
That's
is it
the
So I
equate to
got
point.
it.
money though? Why y'all equating it to money?
It's
no,
Yeah, I was
still
just about
the
because
to.
it
I was
goes
just
same.
about
hand
to.
it goes hand in hand.
So
It's not
basically, you saying
about the
if they.
money. I'm sorry, Kev.
Oh no, I was. I thought you was done with that.
No,
Uh,
it's not about the money. It's about what's fair. If you're good here, you're saying it here, but you're not standing it over here, then how does that make sense to anybody?
Well, equate it to something else then, besides money. Equate it to
I'm
hold
something
on,
saying
else.
real
I bet
quick,
about
Tom. I
it's
just
not
wanted to say this
about
real quick.
money.
Go ahead, Kev.
You about to ask
Go
another
ahead,
question?
Kev. Go ahead,
I was just
Kev.
about to ask. I'm about to be done because I'm just watching the game anyway. I'm listening to you. But so basically, what I'm hearing is saying if they not on taxes, that make them like kind of less of a human or something like that.
No, what I'm saying
No,
is
no, no,
that if
no.
you're
That's not what we're
going to
saying.
apply, if you're going to apply these rules over here, if you're going to tell me if I delete, I'm going to be charged with murder. But
Oh,
then
I
you
got
turn
you on that.
around and tell me I can't ride in the HOV lane because this is not a human. How does that make sense? You can't have one
Exactly.
without the other. You can't say this child isn't a human and that it's not a second person in a car, but then turn around and tell me you're gonna charge me with capital murder because I decide to delete. That makes no sense.
So just because
They
the
don't go
government
hand
is
in hand,
telling
Kev.
us, the government can tell us whatever they want to tell us, and they make their own rules. Just because my child is not outside of me, you were telling me, but by when I get my first pregnancy test, the first positive, that child's immediately considered a person because it's a life, according
Right.
to the government, quote unquote, according to the government,
I mean,
it's a
according to
life.
Yeah,
biology, it is a life.
but
No, no,
that
no.
but
No, it's
According,
not.
according
According
to
to
no,
no,
it's
it's not.
not.
It's
It's
not. It's
not, because
absolutely not.
a
Sorry.
heartbeat makes it alive. Once you get a
Okay.
Okay,
heartbeat,
RB, I got you. I
Actually,
got you.
let's just be for real. The based on terminology, because see, we apply terms and definitions where we want them
mm-hmm,
to apply. But let's just be for real.
yes,
A fetus is not a baby.
it's
A
Mm.
not a
baby,
baby, it's a
hold on.
fetus.
A baby is not a baby until it takes its first breath of life on its own. Until then, it is not a baby. So what are we talking
Exactly.
about? And that's
A
medical
possible
definition.
baby.
It's
Nah,
But
it's
but
a
Well,
my
baby.
okay,
I'm in
not.
nursing
but
school, bro. You know
y'all heard of
that's a
y'all heard
crazy
of
thing to say.
stillbirths,
my
right?
Yeah,
my
Y'all
question
heard of
is
I really need for y'all. Listen, we can't apply definitions to one thing and not apply them across the board. So I need for all of y'all to look up what a fetus is and what a baby is. A baby is not a baby until it can breathe on its own. So
Mm.
what are we talking about?
But it
but
doesn't
what
change the
so
fact that it's alive in
but
its mother's
my thing
It's
womb,
is
not
though.
a
how.
baby. So why
But
can
it's
I go to,
alive.
but if it's a fetus,
We're talking about a
you're not
living
But
listening
being.
to
even
what,
if
no, you're not listening to my point. My point isn't whether it's a baby or not. My point is that if you're going to apply laws here, you cannot say that they don't apply over here. You don't get to pick and
This shouldn't be
choose
an
where the
argument.
law
We're talking
applies.
about lives. We're talking about
Oh
living
my God.
beings.
Oh my Lord. You're not even listening to what
but
that
I
young
am
lady
my
just
listening,
said. But
my
go ahead.
question is
especially
my
as a nursing school student. Yes, I'm listening.
my question is if they do say that you can file the child on your taxes, how would you show proof that you provided anything for the child?
Because you got to buy a
by
crib,
showing
by
showing your
buying buying them
whenever,
diapers and going to the doctor and
yes.
ultrasounds and everything that is and it
Okay,
fits
J Lo,
says
let me
that
back you up real
baby.
quick. Let me
That's
back
So,
you up
what
real
you
quick.
that's what
but
you
when you
Hold on
go
a
to
second. I'm
provided.
the
gonna back up. Hold on one second. Whenever I went to child support court, I had to show evidence that I was paying all this money for my child before she was born. I had to show paper documents that I was paying all this stuff before she was born. That's how you prove that you were spending money on the child. That's how you can file the child on the tax returns. I was not able to file her on my tax returns when she was in my belly, even though I was spending a crap load of money on her before she was even in the world.
I mean,
If
that's
that
yeah,
what you're
makes
supposed to do
sense.
with your responsibilities, though.
Yeah,
but
You
my
need
exactly.
tax refund for everything you do.
So whenever you as an adult by yourself, you are spending money on stuff, you add that to your tax returns. You file your
yeah,
tax returns,
but my
you add
thing
up
is,
everything and you say, "Oh, I spent money on rent, my car payments, all this stuff." You add all this stuff to your W-2 or 1099 or whatever to show the government where your money was going.
even if they did say you could file the child, it would not be as a full dependent. You would just be able to show what you spent and be reimbursed. You won't be able to file the child as a full dependent in your
Oh,
household.
but this is my
The
thing right
child
here. I
considered a
think
person
y'all are
before it's
missing my
born.
point. My point isn't about money. It's not about depend. It's not about any of that. My point is about the fact that if you're going to tell me I'm driving in the HOV lane, minding my business, cop pulls me over and says you can't be in this lane, you have to have two people in the car. By law, the law in the state have already said this baby inside, this fetus inside of my stomach is now a living being. If I delete it by, that word, that A word, that I can be charged with murder. So now you have told me that this fetus is a living person. It is a person. By definition, if I am in the car with a belly with a person inside of it, how are you writing me a ticket?
And not
It
only does the
makes
mother get
no
charged,
sense.
not
The
Right,
only
so
does
they
the
should
mother get
overturn that. They
charged,
should
not
overturn
only
that
does the
law.
mother get
no,
charged, but also the doctor that actually operates on the mother gets charged as well.
the
Not
reason is
only does,
because it's not you're not operating 2 6.
What?
but you are. What are you
But
talking
You're
but
about? Just
not.
because,
no, you
so
are.
hold
You're
on,
not.
no,
You're
Because
only
no,
because
you're
by
operating one
law,
making.
seat.
hold on, because by law, I have to wear my seatbelt to protect me and this fetus.
But you're
Because if
still
I don't have,
operating one
but wait,
seat.
hold on. Because if I don't put my seatbelt on, I'm going to get a ticket and I'm going to be charged with neglect because I haven't protected my fetus.
Yeah, because it's inside of you. Yeah, you're right.
But the
So,
reason why is because you're not operating two seats. That's how they. If you
but
were
okay,
if
but
asking,
if
it's
hold on. If you were asking this to a judge or you were asking this to an officer, that's how they would explain it to you. You're not
but
operating
you
two seats.
listen, I want you to hear me. If I can be written a ticket for not wearing my seatbelt and I can be charged with neglect of a child because I don't have on a seatbelt, that is a separate charge for a child that's inside my stomach and not in a separate seat. So that mitigates
So
your argument.
so
It
so do
mitigates
you
it.
think
It makes your
whenever they
do
argument
made
you
null
this
and void.
law,
do
hold
you
on,
think
whenever
it
they made
has
this
any?
law, they
Do you
said,
think it's?
Shrink, hold on,
Do you
Shrink,
think
hold
it
on one
only
second.
has some? Do you think it only
Shrink,
has something to do with a seatbelt or a baby? Do
no,
you think?
You
Hold
brought
on
that
one
up, Chad.
second.
hold on,
Hold on one
whenever,
second,
okay,
please.
go ahead, Shrink.
Do you
He can
think
only
it?
talk to one person at a time, man.
You
Y'all gotta
don't
let
think
him
it
get it.
has? You don't think it has anything to do with weight or anything? I promise you, they got something to back the law up. I promise you, they have something to do with weight or occupancy of seats. I promise you, they got something else other than what y'all saying to
Okay,
back up the law.
I hear
So
what
can
you're
I
saying.
speak, J
But
Love? Can I speak for a second, J Love?
sure, go
So
ahead.
why is it okay when the government tells women, us, that it is illegal, it is a federal, not federal, but it's a crime to actually unalive the child, the fetus in our womb, but it is not a crime whenever we use the excuse of, okay, well, I'm in the HOV lane and the government told me I'm carrying a human being in my body. I'm carrying an actual person that has rights, that has the right to live. So if I unalive this child, I get charged with a felony of unaliving somebody because this child in my womb is considered a person with rights in the United States of America.
Okay, watch this. This is going. This is. I don't think nobody on here can deny this. The reason why is because a baby or a child cannot sit in the front seat. So what if the officer said that to y'all? Then what would
That's
y'all
not
say?
true. That's not true either. A child
You
cannot.
cannot have a car
Hold
seat in
on.
the front.
That is not true. That's not true. You can have a car seat in the front seat as long as the car doesn't have airbags. What are you talking about?
I
Yes, you
never.
can.
That
I,
You
sounds
can.
crazy. Now you just trying to be
I
right now,
never heard
Atlas.
of
Now
No,
you
that.
just trying
I
to
it's
be
the
right.
never heard of that.
God damn. I've only been a mother forever. You can have a child. The law doesn't state that a child can't go in the front seat. The law states that a child can't be in the front seat if it has airbags
If I
because of the whole golly,
please look
y'all
that
just
up, somebody.
I'm gonna
no,
look it
you
up right
look it
now.
up
I got you.
since y'all want to argue with me.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it okay for a woman to get charged with a crime when she unalives her unborn child, but a man does not get charged with child support or anything when she cannot the A word her child? If I cannot, I don't believe. First of all, myself, I do not believe in the A word. I don't believe in it. I would never do it. But I feel for the women that get pregnant and they cannot unalive that child because of health reasons or whatever, because it goes far beyond just a regular thing. It goes for health reasons as well. Why does the father not get charged with taking care of the baby,
He
that he,
does.
because no,
I'm,
that's not in law,
I'm
it's not
sorry,
in law,
I ain't
and
even trying to go down this route though, but I ain't got no sympathy for a person that sit there and have sex. That's one thing. Have sex and then now they want to unalive a possible child. I can't do
I
that.
don't believe
I'm
it.
not about to
I
show sympathy. If you felt that way, you should have been having sex.
agree
Thank
with you,
you,
So
bro.
Kev.
let
Don't
me
let his
so let me
rage.
I'm on
ask
your
you this,
side, Kev,
Kev.
on that one. I'm on your side, Kev,
And
on
don't
that
go to
one.
grip. I know everybody like to go to the same old thing, but we're not talking about that.
But they do send him to jail if he don't take care of his child. They send him to jail. They
If they
do.
catch him, if they catch him, if they catch him,
That's
you know,
Yeah,
an.
if they
You.
if
I
catch
they
agree
you.
catch
with
him,
you.
But they
if
have
they
a
I
law
catch
agree
him,
in
with
place.
you.
but
We
they
ain't got to
got to
be
catch
extra.
him.
They have a law in place, and they have a law in place for y'all. We're even. Whether
Okay,
that
can
man
you
right
tell
or
me the
not does
law
not change the
tone?
fact. What do you
Can you tell
mean?
me the law tone?
The law is
Child
if you don't
support and
pay
you
for your
don't pay, he
child
goes to
child support,
jail.
you get your license suspended and you get your money garnished if they
That's
catch you.
if
Yes,
that's if they're
And that
able to
only
get your
that's
Social
for
plays.
any
Security.
crime. That's
Hold
if you
on,
get
hold on.
caught.
hold
You
on.
get caught doing any
It
crime, you can
only
get away with it.
applies, child support laws are different in every state. So it
They
only
are different in
applies
every
in the
state.
state,
Yes.
it only applies in the state that they reside in. So if he does not reside in the same state as this law has been enacted, then it doesn't apply to him.
Here we go.
So,
First of all,
but
there's a law in place. The problem is we have laws to protect y'all. We have laws to protect us. Why can't we be okay with that?
so
Why do we got to go deeper in that?
Because
what about the men that getting paid under the table?
because you're sitting here saying that it's a law and that it's protecting us, and I'm telling you why the law is flawed. If he,
Everything is flawed. Nothing is perfect. But the fact
oh
is, they
my
have laws in
goodness,
place.
oh my goodness.
You can commit
Okay,
unaliving and get away with it.
you
It's
know
not
what,
perfect,
Tone? You right, bro. You right.
but there's a law in place. The
But
whole
you
point is
right.
it's a law
But
in
you
place
right.
for us, and
But
it's a
you
law in
right,
place for
sir.
y'all.
You're right. Yep, you right. You making it make a whole lot of sense.
You're right.
I'm not fixing to
So
argue the point.
let me ask you a question, Simone. Is Do you feel like that there should be any accountability? I understand we have laws, but in between the laws, we have morals also. So my thing is,
Accountability.
I'm not going to complain as a man when accountability is forced on me. Whether if I have a child, I'm not taking care of it, and I have to face these laws, or face child support, or face jail. I feel like it's the same way about the babies. Morally, you really should not. Women really can't complain if they make it a law. There's consequences to them taking care, doing the thing to the babies. They can't.
Strength. Strength. You've heard me before. You know where I stand with morals. And I think accountability is a really crazy thing for women to accept sometimes. I think if you are gonna lay down with a man, you should expect the worst if you can. I do not believe in women laying down with a man without being married. And if they do and you get pregnant, um, I don't, like I said, myself, I do not believe in abortion. I do not believe in abortions, but also I will never get pregnant without being married. And I'm not saying never say never, but strength, you know my stance on this based on my religion. I've talked to you about this before. I don't do that kind of stuff, but I also understand accountability when it comes to laying down and accepting the fact that okay, I I had two friends that had um in intercourse the first time, intercourse the first time, and they got pregnant the first time they had intercourse, the first time. And both of those friends that I have, they did not abort the mission. I believe in accountability, and women should take more accountability when they take these actions. But it's not just so men should also take accountability as well. And also myself, like I told you, I would never put myself in that kind of predicament.
So can
I
I ask
would
you a question?
never,
Why were you arguing against us about that?
because I argue other points. I do argue other points. That's a good that's what being a debater is about. You have to be able to argue the opposite side. If somebody told me, "Hey, Yasmin, argue this perspective," I will be able to argue that perspective, whether I agree with it or not. I will be able to find a way to argue that perspective.
Can I ask you a question about what you just said?
Go ahead.
The last part, when you were talking about, can you repeat that last?
What's up, Saul? Hi, nice to meet you, brother. Hey.
Oh, what's up, dog? My bad. Hello, bro.
What's up, man?
So, can you repeat that last part that you said right before you stopped?
I don't know. Can you elaborate a little bit more? I don't. I said a lot of things.
Okay. All right. Well, it would make no sense for me to rebut it if you can't remember what I was talking
No,
about.
I was talking about aborting kids whenever you are laying down with somebody.
Yeah. And remember you said men have to take accountability as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. When when were women first able to identify their child's father and find him and notify him that he was going to have a baby? When did that first begin?
I'm not sure.
Just
Actually,
take a wild guess.
when that began, when people stopped valuing marriages.
When she had sex with him, when
Now,
she laid down with him.
sex existed way before marriage.
When they stopped valuing.
Hundreds of years before marriage. Okay, so let's zoom out. I just want you to zoom
Okay.
out from your existence.
I said when they stopped
I got
valuing
you.
marriages.
I got you. This is all the proof of point. I promise. So
I know
let's just
how you work,
imagine-
Saw.
let's just imagine that we know when men and women were able to communicate even after they have separated, and they could call each other or get a hold of each other or find each other. There was an address, there was something. Because there were thousands of years where that didn't exist. So, when a man and a woman met each other in crossing and had a sexual experience with each other, and then the next morning he continued on his journey he had way before he even knew he was going to meet her. When she figured out weeks later that she was pregnant, how did she notify him?
So are we talking about modern
No
day?
such
Are we
thing as
talking
no
about?
such thing as a phone, no such thing as letters. There's no postal service. How does she notify the man that she had sex with a month ago, and she has no fucking clue where he is on earth?
She didn't.
Exactly. So that's nature. That's what's natural. You have been given tools to be able to identify and notify an individual you had sexual intercourse with. Because without technology, you would not have any of those things.
I agree.
Unless you waited to have sex with the man that you married. That's how that's not able to exist.
I agree.
Even before technology. If you wait until you're with the male that you have promised you're going to be with forever, there is never any option of confusion.
Yeah, you're
There
right.
never can be, and there never will be. Because the man she married and had sex with, she got pregnant by. And she knew where he was going to be tomorrow.
Yep,
And for the
you're
rest
right.
of their life.
Mm-hmm.
So the responsibility is on the individual who will have responsibility.
That's the woman.
If you will always be responsible for it, that's because it was your responsibility. You couldn't give it away. You couldn't get somebody to help you. You couldn't get somebody to take it because it's naturally yours. So
Right.
you can talk about the male all you want. But when this whole human thing began, every woman knew that there was a 99.999% chance that when they got pregnant, the baby or babies would be her and her responsibility alone. Because it wasn't even guaranteed that that male would live 9 months to see his children born.
Saw, you're right. You're right. But what me and J Lo were talking about was the law of aborting in the United States, like the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
You saying that both are responsible.
Well,
Okay,
actually,
no,
in my
Saul, I
conversation,
get your point, Saul. I get your point, and you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct, Saul. I
Having a
can put
father
no.
is a blessing. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not a right.
Saul, do
It's
you?
a
Okay, let
blessing.
me ask you. Let me ask you a
Nah,
question,
my
Saul.
boy,
Let me
we
ask you a
both
question.
accountable, man. This man talking crazy.
Let me ask you a question, Saul. Let me ask you a question. I heard recently. I'm not a Christian, but are you a Christian?
No.
Okay, I don't know who's a Christian on here. I want if I'm wrong, I want somebody to correct me. It says in Christianity that the man the men are supposed to raise the children. Whenever the woman gets with she's supposed to hand over the child to the father. There's a verse that I heard from another Christian on a live, and they were saying that in Christianity, like I said, I'm not a Christian, and I'm just asking this for clarification.
You gotta read it for yourself
You're
then.
right,
Well, I'm
because
not a
the
Christian,
baby
so I don't know
belongs to
why
the
you brought
man.
that
The
to me.
seed belongs to the
Christianity
man.
did
I
not
That's what
never
me and
begin
heard.
bruh
at the
talking about.
beginning of time.
I
There
never
were
heard
humans
that.
before Christianity.
No, the seed
Like
belongs
That's
to the
how
like I
man.
said,
Christianity
that's why I
began.
asked because it sounded outlandish to
Jesus,
me. It sounded
Jesus, even though
outlandish to
that
That's
me.
why
person
you
was
gotta
a
go do the
Christian,
research yourself
he
instead of
wasn't
asking a
even a
bunch of people.
Christian.
Well, no, I will, because I was thinking
Yeah,
about this. I
because
heard
you
this
don't want to go
literally
off
yesterday.
everybody else's judgment until you figure it out. That's
No,
why I don't listen to other Christians about the same book I read and stuff, because everybody got their
The
own
seed,
interpretation.
the
no, Kev,
seed
you're
Well,
does
right.
as a
The
belong
only
to
reason
the
why,
Christian
man,
woman
though.
as a Christian woman
That's
who
why the
done
seed.
raised two children, I ain't never heard of that. I ain't never
I
heard
ain't
of
never
that.
heard
so
of that
that's
either,
why,
though.
because
You know,
it sounded
so
That's why your
outlandish to me,
child
and I
gets
wanted
your
to
last
see
name.
if it sounded outlandish. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Your child gets your last name. Your child is the
your
father's
child
child.
getting your last name has nothing to do with Christianity or the
But
Bible.
no,
Your
no, but
child,
the
wait a minute,
child,
can
listen.
I? The
Okay,
child
go
gets
ahead. Go ahead.
the child gets the man's last name for legacy. Has nothing to do with your beliefs. It has to do with your legacy.
So in the
What do we?
Bible, how do they get the last names? Where did the last names come from? They came from the man, did they not?
All
Their
The
the time,
bloodline, right?
legacy.
every time.
What part am I?
The bloodline legacy. Yeah.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Is this thing
But you said
on?
it had nothing to do with the book. You just said that.
It
That's why I
doesn't.
jumped
It
in.
has to do with
The
legacy
reason why
because
I
you
asked the
said
question because I was
And
Muslims,
confused.
Buddhists, atheists, non-believers, secular folks, they all give their children their last name for
no, they
legacy.
do not. They're
Oh
going away
my
with that.
God.
Them
Uh,
atheists and all that, they're going away with that. Women these days, they're going away with. They're trying to get away from that. They're
you
trying to
didn't
get
hear
away from that.
you
I
did
just
not
came out of
just
a
hear
live with
what
that.
I said. You literally aren't listening. You are trying to reply. You're not listening for understanding. So I'm not doing this. Not today. No, not today. I'm sorry, Kev.
J
Not today.
Love, J Love,
I'm a mute up.
No,
J Love,
no,
just
today.
just calm down, J Love. I see your frustration.
Now I
The
see your
reason why I asked that
frustration, but I'm
question,
correcting the
Baby,
truth.
I'm not
That's
frustrated. It ain't nothing on this live that can make me frustrated. So
I
I'm
love
not
that, J Love. I
frustrated.
love that.
Not
I
at
believe
all.
you, girl. I believe you.
Kev,
The
tell
only
them.
reason why I asked
Take
that
my word,
question was
Kev.
because I was
I
confused,
don't care.
and I wanted to know if that was an actual fact based on what somebody said, and I did not believe that person said. That's why I asked if you were a Christian. Saw. And the only reason, I mean, if you don't ask, you don't learn. I mean, I can do the research myself, but before I did that, I really wanted to see if other Christians believe the same thing. That's the only reason why I asked that, because I'm not a Christian.
Listen, listen.
no. The only
What
reason I
I was
stepped in because
referring
he made it
to,
seem like it wasn't a
what
man's
I was referring
responsibility.
to was thousands of years before Christianity even began, baby.
I feel it.
Jesus Christ wasn't even a Christian.
Yeah,
No,
he
it
was not
wasn't.
a Christian. He was not a
It wasn't.
Christian.
He
He was
is
not
out
a
of y'all
Christian,
club. Y'all made a
and
club up about him.
that's why I get confused
But
when Christians believe in Jesus, because he was not a Christian.
but look, religion or not, real quick, I need y'all to tap and give me the 20K real quick. It's about 40 y'all now. Everybody, if y'all could share it about 5 people, man. I ain't gonna hurt y'all too bad, man. And they ain't got to be in a certain religion or not either. We trying to talk. We about to. So we gonna eventually get back to the topic. If your fact ain't everybody else's fact, you feel me? You see, I heard
Can,
somebody clapping too, and there we go. I like that. I hope
yeah,
I
you
can we
hope
do
I
the
appreciate
caught
last
that.
you up.
question?
Can,
The
hold on,
bonus
And
question. We
can
never
I say
did it.
something real quick? I love that you are always
I
speaking
wasn't clapping. I was reading my
in a
Bible.
neutral sense, because your facts not everybody's fact. I love that. I really do, because a lot of people want their facts to be everyone else's facts, and that's why I respect you, Kev. That's all.
appreciate you. But I mean, y'all can continue rocking what y'all was talking about though. But whenever y'all ready to get back to the topic, cause I'm yeah,
I feel like
half
we can do
hockey.
the bonus question if you don't mind, host. Cause
Oh, you
we
want to
did all
skip
the other
straight to that?
ones.
Go ahead. Oh, that's the intro.
So
I couldn't wait to get to
He
that one.
on there. Hey, that.
nah, cause we got women up here too. We got men and women equal little lane right here. So I mean, it's up to you.
Got some heat for that one.
I think emotionally, people are more dangerous. because when you're in your emotions, they could you could lose control of them. And when you lose control of your emotions, that's when you start making mistakes or making unconscious decisions or reacting off of some emotions that are not that could cause you to behave in a way that you really wouldn't if you were thinking logically. So I definitely think emotionally it's more dangerous.
Hmm.
I swear I'm gonna go with logical. I swear I am. 'Cause honestly, I didn't see some people do some crazy stuff because it made sense to do. And like a lot of serial killers and stuff do that because they think that.
Unalive.
I mean, unalive people do that because they logically it says that it makes sense to do. Something in their mind has changed their logic. Even with depopulation. One of the people who control the world, they say we should depopulate the world. We should cut off half of these lives because it makes sense, right? The resources, we'll have more resources, we'll have more land. We won't have to worry about animals being repopulated. That's an emotional person would be like, no, I don't do that. You know, we let just let it go. See, but like some of the most dangerous people who rule the world, they don't think off emotion. They think off of logic, and logic is letting them do a lot of crazy stuff. Even this war, it's not about emotion. It's about logic. It's about resources.
Can you give some kind of example of that when you say the
Yeah,
logic
please, please, yeah.
is
Because the
over
wars are going
survival
right
stuff?
now. What war have you been? No, it has been some wars done over emotion, over women. I ain't gonna lie about that. But the wars in the modern day wars are over resources. An emotional person would not go and unalive a whole country over some oil, over diamonds. But logically speaking, if I unalive these undeveloped people who mean nothing to me by logic, does it matter? You take all your emotion out of it, it's easy to take a life. It's easy to take a life if you think it logically.
Is it really logic though? Because if you gain those things, you realize that someone else is only going to want to take them from you. So
The drug dealers, criminals think logically. If I put the that white stuff, that powder into the community, I'm not thinking about the emotional impact on my community. I'm not thinking about the kids that's gonna go down. I'm not thinking about my mama. I'm not. If you watch any documentary, they don't care. They're not emotionally invested in their community. So that's why they put these drugs
Tone,
into the community.
um, Tone, G.I. Jane said psychopaths are emotionally driven, in a different way. Psychopaths they get excited, they get happy, they feel some kind of euphoria when they're taking a life. Is that not emotion?
Yeah, that can be emotional. It can go either way. That's why I
No,
wanted
no,
to.
not can be. It is an emotion because they're doing it because it makes them feel good. It literally makes
It's
them
more like
feel
a hormone.
happy.
It's more like somebody who addicted to drugs. That's not an emotion. If I get you addicted to drugs and I make you do all types of stuff, an addiction.
Okay,
Most that's why people
sociopaths
are
are
treated that
usually,
way. They're treated with medicine because
but
of the
the
chemical hormones
the
that make
reason why
them do
G.I.
that.
Jane brought that up, the reason she brought that up is to give another perspective on emotion, because sociopaths, psychopaths are not okay in the head, but they are happy when they're doing something. It's like giving a kid candy, taking a kid to a candy store and saying, "Get whatever you want." They will go crazy.
Man, what's the
Yeah,
difference
that's a
between
hormone
what's the
response. That's a
difference
hormonal
between
response.
happy when you're doing something and
Sociopaths,
angry
they
when you're
don't
doing
see
something?
it as bad. Like
That,
what they doing, they don't see it as a bad act.
What is the difference
exactly.
between being happy and doing something and angry and doing something?
So sociopaths don't feel any emotion at all. That's the problem.
Dang,
The
y'all did not hear his
entire
question at all.
empathic part of their brain is gone. They don't have it. It doesn't work. So they can't
Yeah,
empathize. They can't feel
hold on real
bad. They
quick. He
can't,
had to ask the question. Then
any
I'm
of
about
that.
to. We can talk about that part though. I think so. Had asked the question.
It was blue. The guy in blue drop times two.
I think it was Saw. Saw had asked the
Yeah,
question.
when
Drop had said something before the Saw though, but
I think the difference in the only difference is that it's two different emotions. To
who
answer
asked the
his question,
question? Because I heard it kind of.
What I said, what's the difference between someone doing something and being happy while they're doing it and someone doing something and being angry while they're doing it? What's the difference?
There really is no difference.
So what was the point in saying all that?
Well, she made a point about what was it, sociopath or no, psychopaths. She said psychopaths do things. So let me read her comment real quick. Psychopaths are emotionally driven just in a different way. And I chose to say happy. She just said in different. She didn't really choose any emotion. I
Yeah,
just
I
said
Yeah,
know.
because
happy.
What I'm
that's
saying
not
is,
true. It's a hormone
what I'm saying
imbalance,
is
and they do
everybody
things to get
here
off.
sat here for between 5 and 10 minutes and listened to both of you. And I have absolutely no relevance for any of the information that you've passed for this conversation at all. Like zero. I cannot apply it in any way.
What your question was, sir?
Oh, his laugh keep making me laugh.
So, what was your question?
Since y'all said that, though, I want to say, because I don't believe in what's the heck is an emotional list? I don't even think that's humanly possible.
Nah, it's people who don't feel emotion, like they don't feel it. But that's something wrong
How?
with them. That's a defect. That's a
There are
defect in the brain.
people.
That's
It's
not
it's
human
neurological
possible.
development. It's neurological development. So your emotions are all housed in one part of your brain. And if that part of your brain does not light up to stimuli like a normal person, you don't feel. And that's what
You
sociopaths
said
are. It's why they
feelings.
can do what
Oh,
they
okay.
do. So they don't feel any emotions. They feel nothing. They can stab you
But
in the face
oh,
and have no reaction whatsoever. And
but
again,
that
it's
they don't mean an
neurological disorder.
emotionalist though. You said emotionalist. I'm thinking every human has emotion.
Well, no, they don't feel, they don't have any. They don't, our emotions are based on what we feel and understand based on our neurological
No,
connections.
emotions
You
come
identify
first.
emotions based on
Hey,
what
Vector.
your
Vector, I
brain's
got a question
response
for
to
you.
stimuli.
The
Vector, my
same
question is this.
feeling.
Hold up. What is
Vector,
going
what
on?
is the test?
That's weird.
What is the test that tells me if you're feeling an emotion and you're not just acting like you're not feeling it? What's the test? How do
It's
I
brain
know
mapping.
whether or not you're
So
feeling
it's a
love
CT
or
scan.
envy or hate?
Yes.
How can I test that?
So you can,
This man
you
tripping.
saw you
What's going
personally,
on?
you can't test for it, but in a medical setting with equipment, they can
Same
test for it.
old.
So
That's
they
the
would
test
show
I'm
you
asking. What test in the hospital? What's the name of it?
it's a CT scan with brain mapping. Is what it is. So they
So they can
literally
see
watch how
envy
your
with
brain
a
lights
CT
up. Yeah.
scan.
They can tell exactly what you're feeling by watching how your
Now,
neurological
a
responses are
CT
to
scan
stimuli.
is a picture. It's a picture.
I'm trying to tell you. So when you take a picture of a sociopath's brain while you show them something that would be horrifying to a normal human being, there is no electrical activity in that part of the brain. None. That's what I'm telling you. And they do this. They do this. There's a series of pictures.
They do this in sleep studies.
Stimuli.
Sleep studies. Have y'all ever like researched sleep studies?
Okay, you know what? I concur. That's a good. That would be a good way to test. I
Have you
I
ever
I concur.
Shaw? Have you
You
ever done research like sleep studies when people put when they actually get the brain scan and the CT scan, and then they really look at the neurological side of the brain, and they actually see what parts of the brain lights up based on certain things that they're being shown in a sleep study. When they're doing dream studies, dream REM sleep, when you're in REM sleep, certain parts of your brain shut off. But the part of, okay, no, I retract that. Your brain is not shut off, but certain parts of your brain lights up more when you're sleeping because you're in REM sleep.
right.
Okay, hold on. Time out. Can y'all please don't overtalk? We can't hear y'all down below when y'all over talking each other. And it's 30 people in here, so if y'all can all tap the screen, share the live, I can get back to it. Thank you.
I mean, everybody.
It's heard from other people that you cannot like the live on the panel still.
I'm liking it.
So no, we can do it. We can do it now. They changed that though.
Okay, I
So
know.
my
You
my
said that,
point
but
is,
I'm
even
just
if
making sure.
even if you don't react to certain emotions or whatever, right? I don't think that's unhumanly. That's not human. You everybody have emotions. Just because emotions might not react a certain way or function like a regular human, that don't make them not have an emotion. That's what I'm getting to
There,
about that.
Okay,
Because
Kev. Okay,
every
okay.
if
Hold
you
on. Let
can
me give you another
I didn't even
example.
finish yet.
There
Dang,
was.
I know y'all trying to respond. I'm just trying to say real quick is that e- what I even learned is that emotions come first before even thoughts. I didn't even know that. I had to look that up. It's emotions first. I guess thoughts, but then we got the feelings and stuff. So, and actually, emotions come before feelings. And then somebody said feelings first, but it's actually emotions come feelings. All this, well, the stuff I looked up though. But yeah, I don't think that's just what I as I see as a human. I don't think there's no way they either got bored. Like you got to remember, happy and crying is not the only form of emotions. We keep only going to them too. I mean, we got so many. We got bored. We got freaking peace. We got it's so many different emotions within humans, and we only be referring to two. I never got that.
It's over 150 emotions.
Okay,
Kev.
and one of them gonna get shown.
There's so there was a story about I think it was a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old that put his baby sister or brother that was about like a year old. Again, this is a true story. Y'all can research this. I don't know the names, but everything I talk about is actually a true story. It was a 3-year-old that put their 1-year-old baby sister or brother in the I don't want to get Kev's life flagged, but in that warm space in the kitchen beneath the stove, and turn the knob on. That 3-year-old, what would you say? Do you think that 3-year-old was thinking when they were doing that, or do you think they just did that for fun, Kev?
Oh
I'm
shoot,
asking you.
that's the one was on my bad. I was trying to multitask. Go ahead, my bad.
Okay, again, I'm gonna repeat it. It's a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old. I think it was a 3-year-old. Put his baby sister or brother that was 1 years old underneath the stove. The warm place in the stove. Close the door and turn the knob on, and made you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because both parents left there was a 5-year-old, 3-year-old, and 1-year-old. They left just to go get some food, and when they came back, the 1-year-old was no longer with them because that 1-year-old was underneath the stove in that warm place. So do you think that that 3-year-old was thinking that they want to do that, or do you think that it was like some kind of disconnect in their brain?
They didn't know no better. That's what happened when you don't talk to
But do you
kids.
know how much it takes? Do you know how much effort it takes to do that task?
Not for a little kid. They stick forks and plugs. I know they didn't want to do that either.
So to put the baby in that warm space and turn a knob on, that takes effort.
Trust me, he definitely thought about that one.
Exactly.
I don't get what we was getting about that. Oh, you trying to say? You trying to refer that to the being emotionalist or something?
Be emotionless, yes.
That's why I said we keep doing that. We think because of somebody don't react, even this emotionally unavailable stuff, whatever. I don't know. We think because people don't react the way we react that they don't have emotions. That makes no sense. And I
That
said it's more than
was
one
a
emotion. It's
psychopath.
more than just happy and mad or crying.
so they just,
Right.
Just because
it's
somebody don't
not
cry,
that
they don't mean
they,
they have no
I,
emotions.
I feel
You
like
can't say that about
they
a
don't
3-year-old.
understand them is
It's
what it
not that they
is.
don't
Like,
understand them. We got to
they
stop
don't,
misconstruing things. Antisocial personality disorder, which is used to be called sociopath, they lack empathy. They have emotions. They don't have empathy.
Okay.
And a psychopath is somebody that acts
Thank you,
upon not having
GIV.
empathy, and they usually invoke pain. So people that are mass unalivers are psychopaths. It's really a thin line, but they have emotions. Being elated is an emotion. They put people on tears. They put situations on tears. And if you're close to them, they do have an emotion for you. But if it's someone they don't know, or if it's a situation that has nothing to do with them, they don't have an empathetic standpoint. So they do have emotions.
Right, they're wired. Right,
I
it comes down to how
continuously
they're.
watch.
It comes down to how they're wired, right? So when a normally functioning human brain reacts to stimuli, right, the same parts of the brain light up. With sociopaths and degrees, again, there's degrees to this, right? So the personality disorders, they don't light up the way yours or mine would, Kev. So, and that's kind of the problem. And so they don't recognize a lot of emotion. They can mimic emotion. They're real good at it. But they don't actually, quote unquote, feel it the way that somebody who is neurologically wired
Mm-hmm.
correctly would, right? And
Yeah,
that's what I
And
was trying to say.
and
yeah, I
there are a
understand that.
lot of
I
stories
understand
like
that.
this that are happening every single day with little children. So whenever we talk about emotions and psychological thinking, critical thinking, we have to actually understand that just because we know a certain thing or are used to a certain part of the world, that does not mean that there's not another part of the world that actually go through these kind of situations. This happens every single day. This is a normal behavior in a lot of countries, honestly. So we cannot negate the fact that these kids or children, I don't like saying the word kids. Um People are like Chloe said, desensitized. If you keep
Yeah,
watching videos of people getting unalived every single day, guess what? You will get desensitized to people getting unalived. Like in the United States, the GUN problem, we have gone, unfortunately, a little, some of us have gone desensitized to pew pewing in the United States because it happens so often.
I'm not
Where
desensitized.
we like
Like
say,
to
oh,
do that.
sorrow prayers, and then we move on to our regular day-to-day lives. Other countries, if that happens, guess what? They put a stop to it. Sweden, there was one mass pew pewing, and they made a whole gun law that did not allow anybody that to ever happen again. That was in the early late 90s or early 2000s. So we
Uh,
have to be aware of these kind of things and make sure that people are held accountable for what they're doing and the laws that the government is making in the United States.
but we in the United States, they've been doing crazy stuff for 400, 500 years. I
Because we
don't
have
think it's gonna
the
stop.
amendment, the right to bear arms.
And I'm sorry, Kev. I came up and ain't say hi. How you doing?
no problem.
What's the
Go ahead,
deal? What's
GI.
the deal?
Go ahead, GI.
What you say?
To finish.
To the topic. Let's get
No,
back.
I was just
Well, we
speaking to
back at the
Kev
topic.
because I
Thank
came up and
you.
ain't say
Cool. We
hey.
made it, back. We made it. Hey, I think
Yep.
that was just eating at me. I wanted to talk about that emotion thing though, because it's a word, and I be just paying attention to word, and I be telling, see how that some of this stuff don't make sense. I think the key word is the empathy. I can understand a lot of people can like empathy and stuff, but just because you like empathy, don't mean you have no emotions. I think we always just look at it like, oh, you don't react the way I want you to react, so you're emotionalist. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the?
What's a real man woman? Is it subjective or objective who determines that?
So since we got three new people, then I guess on that we can go start. So I'm starting my brother Saul. Uh, what you got for the first question?
Okay. What is a real man slash woman? Is it subjective or objective? Who determines that? Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot of questions in one question. Okay, so let me tackle the first part. What's a real man? Oh man, I don't want to be. Yeah.
Quotation.
Okay. I'd say the simplest way I can put it is man is a title. It has to be earned and it can be taken away and
Mm-hmm.
be earned again. To be a man in this society, when it comes to the dating market, when it comes to the reproduction market, man is a title that adult males have the ability to obtain or refrain from obtaining. And same goes for a woman. However, it is extremely easier for a adult female to become a woman than it is for an adult male to become a man. It's way, the requirements are not the same, not even close. All right, so there we go. Real man, real woman. You obtain those things through work. All right, it is subjective or objective. Well, it's definitely not subjective. So you can be objective if you wish, but it's definitely not subjective. This is proven off of results. Just look through your men, look through your women, look at their results, and tell me they did not earn that title. All right. And the last one, who determines that? Well, obviously, the opposite sex does. The opposite sex usually does, or even sometimes the same sex when it comes to the same sex, referring to you as a man. If you have not done what is necessary, I will not referring to you as such. And even if it has to get physical, sometimes we are allowed that to happen. I'll add.
I think it's Drop. I think you was, and then there was Baker. Yeah.
I'm gonna go last on this one.
All right, go ahead, Baker. Because I think I got you, Simone, right? Yes. I think you did it. You did. You was one of the ones up here. Right? Everybody rotated out so much, and people dropped. I have to make sure I keep up. All right, Baker, I think it's on you then. What you got? What is a real man or woman? Is it subjective or objective, and who determines that?
So, for me, I believe that a real man or a real woman is completely subjective, right? A lot of times we make these determinations based on how we feel, right? That's an emotional issue. So in a relationship, objective means there's no emotions, right? I'm just looking at facts, right? But subjective, that's when we're talking about, how you and I interact. For me, what I want in a man, what I consider a real man is going to be very different than what my grandmother considers a real man, right? And it's the same thing for a real woman. What my husband thinks is a real woman going to be very different than his grandfather. You and I probably grew up in different areas. Maybe not. Maybe we did. But you may see what a real woman is very different than my husband, even though you're probably close to the same age, right? So everybody's definition of a real man or real woman is based on what they want out of a relationship and what kind of person they want. So it's going to be different for everybody. And as an individual, you're the one that determines that. So for me, my definition of a real man is not going to be the same as maybe G.I. Jane's or Simone's.
Okay. Jane. G.I. Jane, what's up? What you got for us?
I agree with Becca. She kind of hit it on the nose. I agree with that. It is very subjective and it's based on our own ideology, how we were raised, what we see in our environment, what we want our future to look like. I mean, you can find a man and a woman can say, "Oh, he piped me down. He's a real man," and then another woman might say, "Oh, well, he pays all the bills and didn't do this, and he's a real man," or he just comes home tonight. He's a real man. And the same for women. A woman that cleans up every day and she takes care of the kids and she wants to be a stay-at-home mom. That's a real woman. So it's very subjective.
Nice. Drop, what you got?
Yeah. What is a real woman, real man? First thing I want to say is ambiguous. Like it can have multiple interpretations. Often led to stereotypes, but it's really based on gender, culture, and pretty much what what you believe as a person. Is it subjective or objective? It's actually both. Because it's subjective because really individuals can define what they want to be based on their experience and their perspective. And at the same time, like it's no universal standard either. But it's objective because of biological, psychological, and hormones, all that pretty much like the body part of it that made it objective. So it's really both to me. Yeah. Wait,
Okay.
I ain't done. Who determines that? Because I ain't really heard nobody really answer that part. Um, Really, that's not really a set answer because no single authority, and it's up to what the person want it to be. So like, Kev can't tell me what I am, but I can tell me what I am. So like, Kev has no authority over me, but I can still choose or whatever, and or whatever. So nobody really has authority except for the person who owns it and lives in it, basically.
Okay. Back to Saw. What's the difference from holding accountable and make accountable? Give an example.
We on the second one?
Yeah. I think Saw, I don't know, he be working out and stuff. I don't know what he doing. You there,
Well,
Saw?
I'll take off. Uh,
Uh-huh.
excuse me. Um, let me see. What is the difference from holding accountable and making accountable? I think that they could be used like interchangeably, and it all depends on the meaning and the implications of what you're trying to put it to. Like holding something accountable. Hold on, let me see it off. Holding somebody accountable is basically you are imposing consequences on them, like for a behavior or something, like a teacher over a student, something like that, or like the parent to the child or the boss to the employee. When you hold somebody accountable, you basically tell them like, "Hey, you did something wrong, and you're going to face the consequences for it." To make accountable, I look at it like you're giving somebody some power to do something, like power to take on a job or like a responsibility. And let me see. I think like it allows you to like create a system or a process to help people figure out a way to like realize their own mistakes and like take the steps to fix them. And like when you make somebody accountable, you can then hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
And an example, a group of students working on the team project, one student don't share their work and the project suffers as a result, right? The holding accountable would be the teacher could give the student a failing grade on the project and it would only hurt that student, but it doesn't necessarily teach them how to work as a team, you know? And to make accountable, the teacher could talk to the student about their contribution to the project and ask them like next time come up with a better plan and like give them like a incentive or whatever to like motivate them, and that'll work. But like I look at holding accountable as like the top down approach because it's focusing on punishment, but making accountable as a bottom up approach because it's like the empowerment learning type thing. Like neurotypicals will be the holding accountable, and the neurodiverse community will be the making accountable.
Okay. Becca.
So I kind of look at this from a work standpoint, right? Because I'm a call center manager. So if I give you a task, I'm now making you accountable for completing that task, right? I've just designated work to you, delegated. Oops, sorry about my dogs, they're stupid. I've delegated this. You have now made this your responsibility, right? And so now you need to do this, and you're responsible for the outcome. And then if the outcome is not what you're capable of doing, then you are going to be held accountable for your behavior. So I think when we're holding somebody accountable, it's almost always, at least to me, it's usually behavioral based, right? Either did or you didn't do something. I think sometimes we have issues with holding accountable because we will hold people accountable for behavior that's not theirs. Or we will, it's almost like blame, right? We'll blame something for behavior that they didn't actually exhibit. right? Whereas making accountable is more like delegation. It's I have given you a responsibility that I expect you to fulfill or uphold, right? In a relationship, it can be the same way. You know, I make my husband accountable for the trash. He's now responsible for taking the trash out. If he doesn't take the trash out, I'm going to hold him accountable and go to him and say, hey, you know, this garbage can's been full for 2 days. So that's how I see it.
Okay. Jane.
Oh, there you go with these sociology. I said it earlier and I'm gonna say it again. I need my college credits for these questions. Because where you get these questions from, Kev, you really been up thinking.
That's what happened when I get in some lives I shouldn't be in and get irritated and I think of them. It's like,
Stay in them labs because now you get into the college courses now. Okay. So accountable is we all know that's past tense. The problems on this app is the fact that when people say something, automatically they want them to recognize it at that very moment, and that's why we're getting accountability all mixed up on this app when it comes down to it. Because how you gonna say something and then, oh, I want you to hold yourself accountable right now. You just said it 5 minutes ago, and it's like you have to be engulfed in what you say, But you can hold yourself accountable, but first it's assigned to someone else about something that you did, right? And is pretty much saying that there's a task that you did not perform. It was something that you did not do, and someone else is saying, hey, you did not do this. Just like Becca said, if her husband's supposed to be taking out the trash, hey, you're supposed to check out that trash. That's holding somebody accountable, But as far as you holding yourself accountable, you have to attach yourself to that and then say, okay, I did not do this. I did not complete the task. I did not do the job correctly. I didn't do it. So Becca be stealing all the answers though.
okay.
See, like, some people don't like to acknowledge it though, and like that's where I think people be like, hold yourself accountable. Like, just acknowledge what you did was wrong. That's a start because you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Personal
Right.
accountability is hard, and I'm going to
So,
really, really interesting, real quick, just that I learned from managing multi-generational teams. When you ask somebody to tell you their 5 strengths and their 5 weaknesses, the different generations respond differently, especially depending on what kind of management they had and what kind of households they grew up in. Part of holding yourself accountable is being able to recognize both and being able to accept and work on your weaknesses, and not be, pompous about your strengths. So it does require a lot of self-knowledge. We're not good at that, at really looking at ourselves honestly and saying, all right, there are things about me that don't make me a good human. I need to work on those. This generation now, the way that society is, we don't want to do that. I'm perfect the way I am, and screw you if you don't like me, right? There's no self,
thanks.
Jane. We're not holding ourselves accountable for our behavior anymore. It's somebody else's fault.
Oh yeah, but they fully aware of
Facts.
what they're doing though, because if not, so many people wouldn't be getting triggered. Like whatever triggered them, that's what they need to hold themselves accountable for. Because why out of everything that was said, that one thing triggered you?
Right, but everybody, I mean, when it comes down to it and it comes down to being accountable of self, a lot of people, they may proclaim they don't know. I mean, if I have a booger on my face, I won't be accountable for the booger on my face until somebody else sees it. It will have to take a third party, a third person to be able to see it. And even if you hold somebody accountable, like I think a young man earlier brought up, the court system and things of that nature, I can tell you that you're guilty of something, but until you attach that to yourself, it's not self accountability, it's somebody else holding me accountable. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Or holding that person accountable.
Yep.
So, right, Becca, or in the mirror.
And let me add on.
Good
Uh,
thing that was great.
The mirror be holding a lot of people accountable.
oh yeah,
Right.
like holding accountable is like it use like fear and
Sergi.
shame as a motivator, and like to make accountable, like it uses trust and like responsibility as motivators. Holding accountable can lead to like resentment, bitterness, them feeling some type of way about you. But making somebody accountable is like you empower them to realize like they could do more than what they even thought they could, type ish.
All right.
Empowerment versus
So
holding accountable is consequences, making accountable is empowerment. I like that.
I got you. I got something for you on that one though, but I ain't gonna really. Okay. Sergi came just in time before I was about to say
Uh,
my angle on that one.
just one little thing. It's like when you make somebody accountable, like you giving them a chance to learn rather than just punish them, pretty much. Is it, Alan?
Bro, if you don't get it all out.
Say what? Now you done got me confused, Drop.
Whenever you are holding somebody accountable, you're hoping that they will take accountability of what you are saying to them. Just
True.
because you are saying something to somebody does not mean they believe what you're saying to them. I
True.
cannot make anybody believe what I'm telling them if they don't believe themselves. I cannot force accountability on anybody. I can just tell them, hey, you did this, you did A, B, and C. This is how A, B, and C made me feel and made other people feel. What do you think about that? Anger does not, a lot of times, anger does not resolve problems. Whenever you are telling somebody, when you tell a child, hey, you made a mess, did you do this? More than likely, the child will, depending on the age, they will say no. But you know they did it. So you say, whenever you lie, there's consequences because I know you did this because I saw you do this. I'm not assuming that you did this. I saw you do this. So next time, whenever we make a mess, we clean it up after ourselves. Again, the tone of voice matters when you're talking to a child. So they can actually understand where you're coming from, and they're not going to be afraid next time they do make a mess. They're not going to be afraid to hold themselves accountable because mommy is not going to get upset with me for making a mess because a mess can be easily cleaned up. And when it comes to adults, it's different. When it comes to adults, when you make a mess and you lie, well, why the hell are you lying for? I don't understand. You made a mess. Why didn't you just clean it up? Well, I was gonna do it later. Okay, so now it's a problem because you're not holding yourself accountable because let's say I'm living with a roommate. Me and my roommate, we have the living room is a shared space in the house. So the living room needs to be intact at all times. If I wake up in the morning and the living room is a mess, I'm going to hold my roommate accountable and I'm going to say, hey, I know I was sleeping last night. I don't know if somebody broke in or not, but if they broke in, they had a great time last night. So why didn't you clean up after yourself? Oh, I was tired. I'll get to it right now. Okay, cool. You didn't argue back with me. You didn't try to defend yourself. You just took accountability for the mess you created. So now as adults, we move past it. We don't keep talking about the same thing. Well, next time, just don't go to sleep. Well, I was tired. We're humans. People get tired. Okay, I got you. You got tired? Cool beans. Well, you took care of it right now. Next time, don't do it. If it happens again, maybe the roommate will make sure that before they go to sleep, before they get too tired, they're cleaning up before they go to sleep. Because they already know the consequences of me coming to them and saying, hey, I don't like that. But I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to scold you because you're not my child. But I will address you in what you're doing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I like that example, but what else after the first time you tell them to clean up and you leave and come back 2 hours later and it's still not clean? Then what? Do you have to make it accountable for lying to you?
Tone with adults, like the Chloe said, tone matters with adults. Yes, tone matters with children more than it matters with adults. Tone matters with children a lot because children, either they fear you or they respect you. If you tell your roommate to clean up the mess, you're not telling them, hey, clean up your mess. You're saying, hey, I know you were up late last night and you had people over here. That's cool, but next time can you clean up after yourself? Oh, I'm sorry. I got really tired and I fell asleep. I will take care of it right now. I'm not blaming the roommate for the tiredness, and they're not accusing me of saying that they're messy. They're taking accountability for them being tired, and they say, "Oh, I got you. No problems. I got you." And we can have a very good living cohabitational style. Whenever you're talking to adults, you have to make sure the adult can actually receive your message, where they can be receptive and they don't think that you're attacking them in any kind of way. Because a lot of those, I don't know how you grew up. You don't know how I grew up. You don't know what triggers me. I don't know what triggers you. So to keep things cordial, I'm gonna talk to you in the calmest tone possible.
All right. All right, Sergi. What we got? You got the first two questions just to catch up. Get
Oh,
caught up on it now.
oh, okay. What's a real man or woman? Is it subjective or objective? Who determines that? Well, times have shifted. I mean, it used to be more scientific in terms of what a man and a woman is, and then in terms of how you identify whether they align with what behaviors you, I guess, feel you should expect to see out of them. That's the part that's subjective.
Mm.
Um, but now, I mean, who we are, what we are, it's all subjective societally, I should say, as far as the shift. So we had our initial societal norms, and now it's turned into something I actually don't quite understand, but that's going into another direction. Number two, what's the difference from holding accountable or making accountable? So I feel like, I mean, it's essentially we're holding people responsible for behaviors or outcomes or situations. So I feel like we can always try to hold somebody responsible or accountable for what they've done. I think an example of that would be like, for example, if your children are acting out or doing something, a parent may be held accountable. Um, but then I also feel like in terms of making somebody responsible, that is something that I think is kind of impossible, right? So that in turn would mean that that person has to see an error and accept it as an error and then respond accordingly. And unfortunately, that's not that easy, right? That's an intuitive process. So that's not really something that we can direct. Um, so that would be like a parent seeing the error of their child's ways, and because of their own principles or morals, they see the error in it and they address it accordingly. That happens for some, for others that may not. So that's how I see that.
Oh, so you bought the trick. It took the doctor to catch it. Maybe somebody else did. I feel like somebody else did. But yeah, you got my little trick. It's a trick question though. Cause yeah, I was just about. That's what I was about to get to. Is that
Oh,
yeah, we
okay.
can hold each other accountable, right? We can hold the situation accountable. We can't. We can't make nobody be accountable. And it's a reason why. It's a reason why I said that too. Because every time somebody say, and I was like that too, so I can't be disingenuous, right? I do understand. I used to go straight to that when somebody be like, "Oh, hold you accountable." That I'm like, "But you can't make nobody be accountable." But I'm thinking about I'm using two words when somebody say hold, and then automatically say make. You know what I'm saying? Make is so that you can only make yourself be accountable. You know, that's an internal thing. And then
You
I had
have
to look up
you
like,
have to be
so what?
receptive.
Yeah, yeah, got you. But yeah. So what I'm getting to about that is that man, try to make sure I can get through basically man, wow, good one. Whatever. I'm about to go to the definition though. I'm just gonna skip straight to that. Dang, I had a
Like,
fat brain fart on that one. That was a
One
good one.
thing
Y'all gotta
about make
like
remember,
accountable,
you probably put it up.
Kev is
Like,
old,
I think.
y'all. Y'all gotta remember
Kev
that.
is not old. He's about 100 years old.
All right, but look,
We were called
I think
old. Kev is old.
like I think Taylor
When it
getting it
comes to
like you can't make nobody accountable, but
So
like making accountable, it like that's why I think like it uses trust and that they'll do what they say that they will do. You know?
yeah.
making somebody,
Oh,
you cannot force anybody to see your perspective. All you can do is hope and try to explain the best you can. But if they don't, you cannot get mad at them for not seeing perspective. But you have to maybe see if you can shift your delivery a little bit. But again, with this when we're talking about people that are maybe living with you or people that you're in a relationship with. If you're like let's use kids for example, teens for example. You cannot make a teen understand something that you want them to understand by yelling at them because they're gonna tune you out or shut down. They're not gonna be able to receive the message that you're trying to convey to them because in their minds you are barking at them, you're yelling at them. But if you come at them in a soft tone, hey, let's sit down. Let's talk about what's going on right now. Let's try to understand each other real quick. What's going on? That's the best way. I mean, any adult. We're not talking about children. We're talking about, like, adolescents and young adults and adults. The best way they can receive something is if they can connect with you. If the best way to connect with somebody is to relate to them. If I cannot relate to you, Kev, you're not gonna understand where I'm coming from. All you can do is tell me where you're coming from and how I don't understand you. That's all.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's not because I'm old. I forgot. It's just sometimes when I get cut off, I forget what I was saying. And so that's why I be trying to hurry to get my stuff out real quick so I can because I mean it's so much, especially when you trying to say so many times, whatever. But basically, what I was getting to about that though, and I do understand everything you were saying. Um, is that basically people would say that you hold somebody accountable. When I say you can hold men hold men accountable, women hold, they always say that stuff, right? And you can't make this, you can't make nobody do be that. So like I said, I had to realize that I was like that too, and then I had to look up the definition. I'm like, dang, I'm not definition. I had to look up myself and see, like, dang, can you really hold somebody accountable? Because I automatically go straight to making accountable, and then how I had to figure out in a way is like. I think I start understanding it like, hold up, it's no different when we be saying we hold somebody to their word because we can't make them be their word. You know what I'm saying? It's just basically, it's almost about the same exact thing. It's like making them aware of the situation. Like, hey, you said you was going to do this or something like that. So, yeah, but I can't make them do the job. I just got to, bring it to their awareness. Like, hey, it's no different. So that's how I look at it as holding somebody accountable. Just like even at, and I was mentioning this earlier too, like taking somebody to jail, that's not making somebody be accountable. You still holding them accountable for the things they did. But in order for them to stay out of jail, they got to be accountable from that point, right? They have to actually, because there's people that actually go to jail and then and still end up going right back because they never learned their lesson or they wasn't really aware of what really took them to get there. You know what I'm saying? You can know, right? Knowing and aware is two different things. You can know what you did and all that, but dang, are you really aware of what it took for you to get there and stuff? Or whatever, stuff like that. So that's the reason why I say what's the difference. So overall, you can't make nobody be accountable. That's something you do for yourself. And I feel like it was something else. But I was about to say like examples like this, right? So I also looked this up. What does it mean hold people accountable mean? When you hold people accountable, you make sure that they achieve the goals you have agreed to, the standards and deadlines you have set. Let me see other stuff. What does it mean to hold you for somebody to make somebody to make somebody responsible for what they do? But you can't really make nobody be. I guess I get what they mean by that. They had like examples. Oh, examples. Oh, here you go. Dang. They had examples of, let me see, examples. Holding someone accountable examples. Okay, so it said here are some ways you can improve accountability amongst your team members, I guess, whatever. It say start with yourself, team work. It was a saying. They had some, I just looked it up too. It said, what is some examples of accountability? Holding somebody accountable.
Look it up real quick while I say this. Both holding accountable and making accountable is encouraged. Is to encourage people to take responsibility for their actions and make better choices in life. However, making accountable is generally considered a more positive, productive approach as it focuses on empowerment and learning rather than the punishment.
Yeah, that's a common turn of phrase in the business world, making somebody accountable, right? It's another word for delegation. I think it depends on how you want your action looked at, right? Are you looking at it from a professional standpoint, like a business standpoint or school, or are you looking at it from a personal standpoint? So,
right, I think that's probably what they mean by making accountable if it's a professional thing.
Yeah.
Internally, you can't make nobody accountable. You just can't.
I have a question. Well,
You can
so
make them feel special with it too.
I'm often like, people get upset because I don't ascribe to shaming as an effective intervention. I believe we have practices that we do, but in terms of effectivity and intervening in certain behaviors, I feel like you fall on nothing, right? So I feel like, for example, when we think about being punitive, like that can be a form of trying to hold somebody accountable or force accountability upon someone, but we know with the recidivism rates, that's ineffective, right? So I think, again, it's that shift. If the goal is true accountability or responsibility, it's not just about the outcome. So it's not just because I punished you and you gave me an outcome I desired, that means you're now accountable. That's not a truth. There still has to be something within you that has a certain moral compass or principle or standard that you've established where you see this is incorrect, this is what needs to be done, and this is the way that it's accomplished. And that's not something that anybody can create for someone else. We can't give people morals, they have to establish
Exactly.
them.
Exactly. That's what. Back eventually people will evolve.
It's supposed
Entertainment. So the reason why I said that, the reason why I said I disagree, it might not work with the person, right? I think shaming tactic, um, personally, it might not work with them for the most part because a lot of people just feel a certain way. But I would say for shaming, right, it works for the masses. So like it's just like God do, right? We could say make an example out of somebody so other people realize that it's wrong. So if you shame a certain situation, that's no different from how women do deadbeat dads, right? They talk down on, of course, the deadbeat dad. It might not work on them, right? But it'll work for the people that to keep them from being like that deadbeat dad. Like we shame drunks. If you do or not. If you shame a drunk, you're not going to praise a drunk. You're gonna shame them and let other people know that's not what you want to do or this lifestyle. So it do work. It works for the masses, but not for that person for the most part. For the person, it's just like, they gonna be like, whatever, forget you and all that stuff or whatever. But it's no different what y'all did with R. Kelly. Well, no different. Like people, what's his name? Bill Cosby. All that stuff. Like they get shamed, but it keeps you from, you put people out in a way to keep others from following after that type of person. You know what I'm saying? So shame and tactic do work. It just don't work personally, probably for the main person. For the most part, I'm gonna say that for the most part.
I could see that. I think the way that I view it is that the way to determine or have determinants for the effectiveness of an action or intervention is, again, the outcome. So I feel like as an intervention, no, because we know, like having worked in substance use, people's families have begged, pleaded, shamed, put out, done all of these things, and it doesn't stop substance use. And as a preventative measure, it definitely doesn't stop because we've seen the spikes in fentanyl use and opioid use and all of these other things. The same with when we talk about, like, one of the popular conversations is body counts and sexuality. Hoes have been getting shamed for a long time. But I look at effectivity, I look at the outcomes and the way that people speak, it looks like there's been spikes in behaviors, not necessarily diminishing of behavior. So I feel like it can, shame works when you have already established a certain moral compass, right? So if I already have a belief system and I do something wrong, you can shame me because it's already wrong within me, right? That's my judgment. But if I live a certain lifestyle, you can say whatever you want, and if we don't share the same moral compass, it means nothing, right? People try to shame people based upon, like, their decided identities, for example. Like, you hear it on TikTok all the time. But if I'm a part of a community that established a normality for me, what you say will mean absolutely nothing. It doesn't matter how much you try to shame me. And the outcomes in terms of the general population are just going to shift depending upon where that person's or that family's moral compass lies. That's just my opinion on it.
I
But
agree.
can it stop other kids though? Because I always think about the kids. That's what I look at.
It
So
depends on
can it stop other
environment.
kids if we say that it's wrong?
I think it depends on environment. I think that's why I say, as far as interventions,
Mm.
like, that's why I tell people mentorship is important. Like, getting out in the community is important and having those conversations, because for some children, if it's taught in schools, if it's taught in my home, well, what you have to say mean to me? Because the norm has already been established for me. You can't shame me. I'm just gonna look at you like you're crazy, like you're the one that's wrong. Same thing with people who live in a household that supports like free sex, for example, because I've encountered some homes that are like that. You can preach or shame body count all day long, but if my parents tell me that free sex is okay, you know, my hippie life is cool, or if that's my environment, what does what you have to say or your shame mean to me? That's not my moral compass. But if you develop a relationship with me that I trust you, you may have some impact then.
Right? Who's delivering the shame? To build on what you said, right? It's who's shaming you. You have to
I really
care.
think I think it's case by case, and ain't
Yeah,
no absolute on both ends. I think it work
yeah,
and it
it's
don't
not.
work. It's both.
I know the
Cause I
a
seen it work
person
and I
who
seen
is
it
going
don't
to
work a
take,
lot of the time.
like a person who got high integrity within them, shame is going to yike them down the most because it's a saying. Hold on, a man without shame. Wait, a man cannot live without shame. Shame is the beginning to integrity.
Another reason why I say that, cause look at religions now. That fear type thing ain't no joke, and a lot of people are. It's actually whatever
Facts.
they in the predicament that they is not because they use shaming tactics like crazy. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people it work with it, and some of it don't. So you say other people they become like I ain't gonna be religious at all. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, it works and it don't work.
Let me say one thing, and then we can
Depending on who
move
you
on.
talking to.
No, but you brought it up, so I gotta say, I don't like the fact that God will punish you if you don't follow Him and send you to the
You about
same
to go right
person
back
who,
to this
hold on,
religious
hold on, hold
stuff.
on, hold on, hold on. I just gotta say it. Hold on, God go send you
That
to the
boy
same
always, I
person
think that's gonna be burning your
who
insides when you hear
rebelled.
the word
Listen,
religion.
who rebelled against Him, and He supposed to punish you. I think it'd be a big old party down there. I'm just saying.
You're right. Yeah, I don't know.
A
Gotta do some more reading yourself, man.
party?
But
You gotta do some
I mean,
research. A party?
if he, I
You
mean,
guys,
if He's sending
I
you to
think people
hell, hold
forget.
on.
I think
He's
whenever
sending
people
you to
think of
hell where the devil is, and the devil
when
is supposed to
people
punish you for going against the same person that he did. So basically, you
okay,
and
the
the devil
thing
are friends.
is whenever
I guess,
people think of the HE
man, we
they
not
think
about to
of
go this
one
way, man.
version. No, I just gotta address this real quick, please, Kev. Please let me.
My
When
gosh, all right.
people when people think of hell, they think of one version. There's a whole millions, trillions versions of hell. The hell that you could be living could be the most embarrassing moment of your life, literally, or the worst thing that you did keep repeating itself over and over again. The hell that people are reading about is not the reality that hell is. So let's take that whole I don't know why consciousness brought up religion in this one. Honestly, I really don't understand why he did that because he does not believe in it. So
It
it's
wasn't
very
me.
confusing to me
It
why he
wasn't me.
brought that up.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was
You literally
Kev.
just said, no, it was
It
you.
was
I just heard
Kev.
you.
No, it was Kev. That's why I said, hold on, let me finish since he brought it up. It was Kev. It
Okay.
wasn't no
Well,
me.
whenever we're talking about hell, I want people to understand that it's not just fire and hotness. No, hell could be ice cold. It's a whole lot of versions of hell that people fail to realize. That's all.
Kevin, you got me in trouble saying that I brought up religion and it was your fault.
So what? What happened?
I said you got me in trouble because, yes, that I brought up religion, but I was only bouncing off you that you had brought up religion.
No, because he cannot bring up
I
religion.
didn't bring up no. I was just using it as a point of
You used it.
shaming tactics working or not. And that's what I brung it up for.
Exactly.
That was all the way
But
off
you brought it
topic what
up.
you did.
No, because what you brought up, yeah, and I just wanted to
You
say
heard
it.
one word and went with it. It's like a person that
Oh
always
yeah,
listens to
I,
respond.
that's
You
why
took out
no,
the ending
that's why
part
I
and then
said, hold on, I gotta. That's why I said, hold on. Oh, I knew what I was doing right there. I knew exactly
he
what I
said, I
was
know what
doing.
I was doing. I had
I
to
just
get
wanted
it
to say it. Yeah, I just wanted to say it. So I said that when I first started. I just
I
wanted to say
know. You
it.
said, I got to say it. You said the word, not to click to
This
my
me you
brain.
talking to. None of these peons. This is me. The work done.
But yeah, what was it?
I think we're about to move
I
on.
wouldn't say it worked temporary either. You know what I'm saying? I think it worked. It actually kept a lot of us out of trouble because we look at other people get shamed for it. Like I said, I think everybody thinking about personally. I'm talking about generally. Like when we see somebody get shamed on certain situations, we try to stay away from it. I mean, that's just like they ain't almost human. It's almost like a fear tactic too. Like when we see how something happen, it's really like a defense. So that's why I said I can't say for the mass, for the person. Yeah, I get one person, for the person that's getting shamed, it probably don't work for them. But for the masses, we see fear work and we see that work.
So, Kev, do you think that personal experience or observation in terms of the outcomes for people is what impacts us the most? So, like, for example, there was a point in time where sex before marriage, you can say it was shamed, especially
Right.
if a child came out of it. Now, in observation, did us seeing people who were younger and maybe having children, did that stop us from having sex? Now, it may have caused you to be more active in terms of prevention, but it is shame you enough that you said, you know what, I'm not going to have sex until marriage. And I think for a large amount of the population, shame did not impact behavior. It may have altered how they did a behavior, but it didn't stop them.
Right.
Oh, okay. In
like,
America.
Right, in
In
America.
America,
Now,
right?
there's some other, I'm
don't
talking about us, but I
don't
don't
like
really
shame. Like
control.
you can shame me, right? But if I choose not to allow that shame to affect me, am I really being shamed?
Yeah, but everybody ain't got that mentality though. That's what I'm saying. Everybody don't have the same mentality as us.
Okay.
So that's what I'm
No,
saying. Like
no.
some people
I was just
really
asking
are
because,
falling
like,
for the
yeah.
scare tactic and the shame. They're falling for it.
Uh,
Everybody don't. I don't like saying a mind of their own, but a lot of people just really only follow what they see. What they see. So just like parents, if a parent's sitting there showing it and saying, "Hey, this wrong," no, 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 no. You know, for the most part, most kids going to fall for it. I mean, they gonna say, "All right, you know, Mama said this. That's how we." It's no way that somebody, a kid or whoever, you know what I'm saying, that's our first teachers. There's no way we just grow up minding our own until a certain point in our life. That's when it happened. But for the most part, we gonna look at it as wrong. Just like it took
it's like they
my
not.
own self to realize I gotta be more spiritual than religious. I ain't really start getting that way until like maybe about some years ago or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, I was
It's
following
like they
after
don't
what
let
Mama
they.
was doing and
It's like they don't let their
whatever
brain be a
because I
brain and
felt like it
just
was
think
wrong.
about something.
I think people just become more effective in hiding the bad behaviors versus not engaging them due to shame, right? So I think, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was a part of that whole generation where we had like the what was it, the something against drugs? I don't even remember because it didn't work, right? But it was like you
Are
had
you
all
talking
these programs, huh?
Program.
There, yeah, all of that. Now, because at that time they were classifying marijuana as a drug as well. So, with all the propaganda, with all of the things, you still had people who were engaging in those behaviors. Now, you had some people who were slick about sneaking and smoking, or you had some kids, even if we get into drinking, they were slick about sneaking and drinking. They did not do it. They just hid it because they had the fear of the repercussions or the fear of the punishment, but there was no shame. That's why I said with the sex before marriage, just like a lot of people know, like they know the outcomes, they know the things that can come from it, they know the societal attitudes, like for women in promiscuity. But please believe that did not stop women from having sex before marriage. That's why back then they would make jokes about the milkman and the mailman because they knew women was they were
Say it
having sex in their
louder.
marriages
Say it louder.
before marriage, they were still doing it. They just
Hmm.
hid it.
Listen, marriage didn't stop nothing. Marriage only, well, the only thing marriage did was
So
actually create families. And women back in the day, they were more ashamed to be honest about what they were doing. That's how, like you said, the milkman. This happens in all cultures. All cultures. Women.
I would have loved being a
That's how
milkman.
that's how women are very good at being sneaky. Sorry to say about us, but we are good at being sneaky. We are
Oh, we
good
know.
at well, no, you don't know actually. No, y'all think you know, but
You
you really don't know
you just told us.
the
You
root
just
of
told
it.
us.
well, I'm about to
Yeah,
say we hear it
I'm
plenty of
just giving
times.
I'm just giving you the surface. It goes deeper than the surface.
We know.
We know,
No,
right?
no, yeah, I think I know. This is what I'm
You
saying.
just said it.
I know what I just said. I'm just saying, y'all think y'all know, but you still don't know.
We know,
Even
because
if
you
I'm
just said.
even if I'm
Something I
saying
think you
it,
just.
you still
That's
even if
what-
I'm saying it, you guys still think you know. You don't know still, because it goes deeper than that. If a woman
I
tells you
mean,
something, if a woman truly loves you, I promise you, there's nothing on this earth that will take her away from you. But a lot of
shit.
times, what men fail to realize is that we also have needs. And a lot of times, back in the day, their needs were not being met. So they cheated. And
Anybody
So
telling a married man
Chloe
do
said,
who
not
couldn't
in depth.
who couldn't buck?
Chloe said, not in
before we go
depth.
too deep, because I got to get back on that shame thing, right?
Okay.
We going all the left on that part.
Thank you,
I
Chloe.
just
Chloe
want
told me
I
not to
just
go
want to
in
say,
depth.
like, if we not gonna shame something, right? Imagine if we eliminated shame, right? You think it'd be a better world if we eliminated shame? Because I look at it, if we ain't shaming it, we praising it
No,
for the
I
most
think there's
part.
a time for it, a time and
Shame
a place
could.
for it, right? So I think there are times where it's necessary, right? We shame unaliving people because it's not right. We
And then
don't,
we could say
most,
we don't stop them from unaliving
But
people, right? We could say that too, though. But we should stop shaming it
what if
because
it's
it's
not? Uh, what if it's
I don't
not to
think we
that
should stop.
extreme? No, no, but look, what if
Sorry.
it's not to that extreme and then we shame somebody, but then how they choose, like, how they think about stuff, they take that shame and in their head they multiply it times two to the point where they don't even want to do it in public no more. They don't even want to be alive no more. And they ping themselves.
okay. What's
They're
that supposed to mean? If you could say,
I'm
look,
saying
if, even if you did that,
that's
if
the
you
bad
could
thing about
save
shame.
a million people for one person unaliving themselves, why not?
I mean, do you know how many people don't even know that
I
the
take
shame
that
to
risk
actually
all
get to
day.
that level though? Yeah. No, but
I
people
take
don't
that
really
risk.
know
Just
this.
like if I
Well,
don't want to
I mean,
unalive
we
nobody,
do.
but if I had to do that because a dude is over there unaliving 15 other people, I had to take them out. I
I mean,
strongly
yeah,
dislike that I had to do that to him, right? But if I gotta save
right.
other people to make an example out of somebody else to save many different people, I'd rather go that route.
Yeah,
That's
that's
how
why
I look at it.
I went away from the pew pew example and brought it back to something more general. Like if with the sex thing, y'all can
Yes.
shame this girl so much to the point where she go pew pew herself. That's what I'm saying.
Whatever, we're gonna keep praising it so she can affect herself any other way. I
Mm-mm.
look at
I
it. If you
mean,
ain't, if you not, it's like it's either we praising or shaming it. I feel
I
like
feel
it's a
like
middle ground, but for the most part, I see things that we be praising such situations instead of shaming it because we scared to shame stuff.
I say continue
yeah,
with the
but you
practice.
got
I'm
to
not
know.
against the practice. I'm
Huh?
against
Yeah,
the effectiveness of it in terms of changing something.
Yeah. But I was saying, so you saying if it ain't effective,
Eddie
right?
Ray,
It's,
you
it's like
know.
if we
Are
take
you
it out,
speaking?
what will happen though?
I'm sorry, I was gonna say Eddie Ray. I think if you're speaking, can nobody can hear you because it was really low. But I thought sound was coming out of there.
I did hear someone say,
Right, I hear something, but I can't tell what it is.
his box lit up blue, but that was it.
I said,
Ba-da-da-da.
I think what Doctor was talking about though is like cognitive motivational theory, right? We talk about what motivates human beings in a
No, I
positive.
got you. No, I got you. Yeah, I got
Right.
you on that part.
You can go too far, right? Shaming can go too far, and I think that's what what's his name was saying. It's
yeah,
definitely
that's what
got
I was
its
saying.
place, but it can't be all you use, right? If you're raising kids, you can't shame them. If you're managing human beings, it does not work.
Yeah, but
So
remember this because I see a lot of people tie these things together, shaming and bashing. I can get it as that, but everybody be thinking that shaming is bashing at the same time too, and that's a whole nother thing.
Mm-mm.
Like
See, like,
bashing, that's just straight up just calling people out their name for no reason, with
like,
no solution at the end. Shaming usually
right.
have a solution or a conclusion at the end or something like that. Me
So,
Like,
calling
I'd rather
somebody
make
a
Kev,
somebody feel
let me ask you a
guilt. Like, I'd
question.
rather make somebody feel guilt over shame me.
feel what?
Listen, Kev, who can shame you? I'm asking you, person, who can shame you?
Who can shame?
Love shame you. Anybody who
No,
you got?
I'm asking Kev. I don't answering for Kev. I'm asking Kev.
Who can shame
You can
me?
still answer.
My mama
Yeah,
and everybody.
who can shame you?
My mama, everybody. Anybody can try to bring shame. I guess that's the goal.
No, but who can
Anybody, any
make you
human
feel
possible.
shame? Who can make you feel shame though?
To make you
I can
shame your
only
behavior.
be shamed. I can actually. This is like the accountability. I can only be shamed.
Can anybody do
But
something that
to
would change
Can
your
anybody make
behavior?
you feel shame? Like, if I say,
no, they can
"Oh, I
provoke it.
saw,"
They can provoke it just like somebody can provoke. Somebody can motivate me or something like that. But I can only be motivated if I accept it.
exactly. Like
Right.
when it comes to
But
okay, when it
shaming
comes to hold on.
and that's two different things.
So can anybody embarrass you if you don't allow them to embarrass you? Can anybody?
No.
Can I embarrass you right now?
No.
Exactly. So I take shame and embarrassment. I put them in the same category because
Shaming, that's two different things.
Yeah, you cannot
Shaming
shame me if I don't feel
and
shame.
being shamed is that's just like that. That's funny.
But
You gotta
being
listen
shamed,
to
you
what
are
you're saying though.
embarrassed
You're
though.
saying
No,
shaming
okay,
and
that's
shamed.
why I changed. That's why I changed what I said because I was hearing what I said and yes,
Yeah.
okay.
It go together
So
though.
Yeah,
yeah,
it go
that's
together, but the
then
job
they're
of
in the
shaming
same.
is to bring shame to it. You know, they can only be
Yeah.
receptive or feel shame after that, but you can't make
You cannot make me feel shame and you cannot embarrass me if I don't feel shame myself or if I don't feel embarrassed myself. You cannot do anything that I don't feel myself. You can
Exactly.
tell the whole world I did the dirtiest thing in the world. If I don't feel embarrassed by it, guess what? Your words have no value to me or to
Facts.
the world. It has no value. It is not affecting me.
And look, the bad thing about that,
Oh no, words affect people. That's one thing. We can't lie
sorry.
about that.
But
If
look, you can be
I do not
strong
Words
let
from
it
can
affect
just that
me.
one
words can make you
negative thought,
smile
and
and
it's all
words can
over.
make you cry.
No, what I was saying, Kev, is you can tell the whole world something about me, but it's not it has value to me. I don't care what anybody says. It has no value to me what you say.
I got you if you choose. Yeah, I get you if you choose.
You can cold blooded. You ain't got no like. You cold blooded if you like that for real.
If you let somebody else's words affect you, that's on you.
Yeah, for the most part, every human dang near almost
Right, but something is going to
you gotta really train yourself to not let words affect you. To this day,
right.
people let it do it. So it's always gonna be something,
It's
especially if we can get
hmm
uplifted.
If you let
I believe
everybody, if somebody says, "Oh, Yasmin is this way," if I believe what everyone said about me, that means their words have value to me. But if I know who I am, your words have no value to me because I already know who I am.
But what if everybody's saying it though?
I just said that. I literally just said that. If everyone's saying something about me and I know who I am, your words have no value to me.
Or like
Everyone's
what I'm saying
words,
is like if everybody,
the whole
like what I'm saying
world,
is like if
all 8
everybody
billion
observing the
people,
same thing.
8 billion people could be saying I'm an unaliver. If I know I did not unalive somebody, your words have no value to me because I know I didn't do it.
I mean, I
All
You
don't
can't.
think
8
people will
billion
say
To a certain
are
people
extent, you
one.
can't say
saying,
that a little bit because it's like you could say that now because you trained yourself for it. But I think if you said a
let's
billion
say,
people, right? A billion people, and you the only one saying it, though. I think it's gonna get to a
Right.
point where your
okay,
mind
let me give
is
okay,
gonna
that's why
Majority
it's the
rule.
example of unaliving. That's
the
why you use
majority
the
gonna rule, and
unaliving.
it's gonna make you think about it. 'Cause,
There was a man that had a doppelganger. He spent 41 years in prison because everyone thought that he was the one that committed the crime.
I mean,
Everybody
he looked
thought
at you
that he
like
was
him
the one
though.
that committed. I'm literally, can I speak, please? He was accused of committing a crime and he kept telling people I did not do it. 41 years in prison and he still kept his innocence. He said I did not do it. And they were like, well, everyone said you did it. He said, yeah, I know everyone's saying, but I didn't do it. So
Man,
people's words only have meaning if you allow them to have meaning. If you are innocent and everyone's saying you're guilty, does that mean that you're guilty?
man, them boy looked
for the
like brothers
most part,
though.
yeah, because you probably
Same
missed
height,
something if
same
everybody's
body
saying
type.
that.
Okay,
It's just
well,
back in the day they didn't
I'm
have
gonna rest my
fingerprints.
case
They
because you're
looked
not
at just
understanding me.
alike.
That's literally how the
No,
world works.
I
Majority
know what you're
rule.
Yeah.
talking about. Them boys looked at just alike though. Like I even looked at it like, damn.
Exactly,
It's a lot
exactly.
of people
So
that think they don't do no wrong and stuff, and
I'm
other
not
people
saying
might be
about
telling.
wrong. I'm saying people being accused of something that they never
No, but
did, and people saying, "Oh, well, 200 people said that they saw you do this," and you're like, "I wasn't even there. I didn't even
I
do
mean, but they
that."
both was criminals though, so they just got the wrong
Oh
one.
goodness. Oh goodness. Okay.
No, they
Okay.
So
was.
I wanted to kind of really back to like the shaming component. And I think Kev was talking about the unaliving piece earlier. So I think that's an interesting example because this is another component of why I feel like shaming essentially is ineffective in certain situations because it is hypocrisy in a lot of instances, right? So when we say blatantly unaliving is unacceptable, but in the same breath, we have unaliving that is excusable. We unalive people as punishment. We have people, if you talk to a person and just bring up certain scenarios, they have no problem with unaliving, right? So, like if somebody comes into my home or if I feel threatened, so it's not a blanket, well, we all consistently or in unison believe unaliving to be wrong. No, we have our own interpretations of when it's acceptable. And for a lot of people, they may not act on it because of the laws in place. It's not because intuitively they're ashamed of it, it's that they don't want to go to jail or the situation hasn't come yet where they have made the decision to do it, but they know that they would. So I feel like that is how I view a lot of the examples of shaming. Like if we talk about sexuality and shaming or whatever, a lot of times the people who intend to shame are also people who live in a way that shows they are not ashamed of the behavior, right? They have a high body count. They have a list of people that they done had kids with, but they've reached this point of clarity in life when they're old, and now they can say, "Well, you should be ashamed," and people look at them like they're crazy. So these are just some of the ways why I feel like it's not effective. And there's many different varieties of it, but people will talk about stuff, they'll spout stuff, they'll try to shame people, and they have so many a list of things that they should be ashamed of as well. So I think again,
Exactly.
it's like that's why I say to
It's
me,
not a one. It's not a one size fits all. It's not a one size fits all. You have to look at yourself before you start shaming somebody. Look at your skeletons. Look at your closet
Yeah,
before you
so I
start.
want, I
Before you
want, I
start.
want women to stop talking about deadbeat dads. I want men to stop talking about 304s. I want uh people to stop getting on R. Kelly head. Who else they got out there? Why we talking about that brick lady? Let her manipulate people.
We're not even going to talk
Uh,
about her. She
Yeah,
recently be on
let's.
I people
hold
about that.
on,
That
but
was fake.
listen, she over here embarrassing my people because that lady. Y'all know the whole story about that lady? Do you know the whole story about her?
Yeah, we
We ain't
know.
about to shift it all. Nah, I ain't even trying to shift it all over there, man. I was trying
Okay,
to be
I said
funny. I
don't
was
bring that
trying to
up.
be
Don't bring
funny,
that up.
man. I was about to get on. But I was about to say, okay, so since we say, I'm just trying to see this. What she okay? Since you said it's not ineffective, it says no. So you saying there's no, basically saying, is you saying when you say it's not ineffective, I'm not effective. It's saying we shouldn't do it.
for
It's
me,
just that there's
no.
better
I
ways to
say
do it.
people can do it because I know for some people it's a comfortable practice. So like in their homes, for example, they know what they've taught their children. They know the morality and the principles that they've created in their home. So they can evoke it from their children. So I wouldn't say, well, don't do it because it may be effective in your household for some people, but we also know that in some cases children still do what they want to do. I just feel
Right.
like when people speak on it as an absolute for an intervention of a behavior. Like the solution is we need to do this. Well, that's where I disagree because of the examples I provided. So if we're talking about a societal issue like violence, for example, well, I need to shame you, and if I shame you, you won't be violent. We know that's not true. If shame was effective for violence, we wouldn't have violence by now because it's never been deemed, I guess, in terms of morality as acceptable. And people
Mm.
shame it all the time. People still are very violent. And we see, while there's been some decreases in certain cities on that list, we still know that violence is a problem.
Dr.
Mm.
Sergi, Dr.
Let
Sergi,
me.
can I ask you a question, Dr. Sergi?
She about to ask a bunch of questions again. I'm trying to get.
I
All
just
right, go
said
ahead.
like I said a question, Dr. Sergi. Do
I
you
know.
believe that in cultures. I don't know how well you are versed in this topic when it comes to different cultures. Do you think that a lot of times when it comes to people from other countries, shaming does impact the person's mentality and the way they view the world because they try to upkeep a a certain persona, a certain um what's the word? I'm sorry, I cannot think of the word. Certain characteristic, certain you know the word I'm looking for. Do you
Image.
think image? Yes, certain image. Thank you, consciousness. Do you think in other cultures, when it comes to shaming, that it affects them more based on culture rather than based on environment?
So for me, and all I can do is speak on my engagement. I am no expert on any culture but my own. But what I've found from speaking to students who are from other countries is that there is not much difference. There is this false ideal of morality that we have for other places. But what I've learned is that there are some countries in which punishments are harsher, societal ridicule may be harsher, and the response to certain behaviors may be harsh. However, does that speak to a person's change from, like from within, like we're speaking on? No, it doesn't do that for anybody. We can make our, punishments harsher here, and I think fear may, change some behaviors for some people. But does that speak to a person having this, enlightenment on what is positive, what is moral, what is no? They can still be immoral. They're just, either going to find a way to not get caught, work harder on that. They may have a change. It doesn't mean it's impossible. Or they may just not do something in order to not, get caught and suffer that punishment. So I think if we're all talking about the outcome being an internal change, I think across the board, no matter what country you're in, nobody can really speak to that. That has to be that individual.
So I thought about something that was at home. I'm glad I almost forgot to. I was make sure I ain't forget about it. The one. What about the Black Lives Matter, right? And let's see that and things that happen when the protesters and stuff, right? Um, I think it's a lot of shame and they do in that situation too. I was so basically what I'm getting to is about that is like should they stop doing or since it's not well you did say case by case, but in that case, right? Do you see any effect in that?
You said in Ferguson, in terms of shaming who?
Like I'm talking about like Black Lives Matter things and the when stuff happened with George Floyd and all that stuff, right?
Okay.
This is my thing
Just
about that real quick. If a op
I'm
pew
trying
pew
to,
a black man, we go run through his projects. But if a cop shoot a black man, all we do is protest.
bro.
Stop that shit.
Y'all do not, y'all both be doing that. It's crazy. I'm literally just trying to.
No, no, but when it comes to the
You and
protest,
you
See,
and
in
Simone,
terms
man,
of
y'all just like y'all can't hold y'all questioning before mine can get
oh no,
answered.
I know for a
for
fact
the
that I
Black
can't.
Lives
But I just wanted
Matter
to say that about it.
movement, you're trying to determine whether we feel that shaming within the Black Lives Matter movement has been effective. I would say no.
Uh, So so okay, I got you. So otherwise, it's like okay, I get you. I feel you on that.
And you
I
can't.
wonder what. Mm, interesting. All right, y'all got questions now? But you ain't got no questions when I don't.
No, because I ain't have a question though. That was the saying. I mean, I know for a fact I can't wait. That's why it was something short. I know for a
He
fact
said,
I
I
can
know
wait,
I
and I
can't
ain't about
wait.
to wait.
Well, I'm learning
So I ain't
about
about to
her.
wait
She's like,
no.
no, I got to get this out in my mind right now. I got it out right now. I need it because I just thought about it.
Nah,
I'm
but
like,
I'm gonna just come out and say it though. She don't play around and then say it. Nah,
that's
but
that's
pretty
because
much
she
what I'm
went in
saying
your
is,
profile, man. She got in your profile. You rubbed
I,
off on her. So I'm talking to
I ain't rub. I mean, hey, look, if I rubbed dogs on her, that was her choice to allow that rubbing to happen. So, anyways,
it
but
was
look,
that profile. So,
it's like if a BLK pum pum a black man, we would go in this hood, and damn near Charles Ruckus. If a cop pum pum a black man, all we do is walk down the street and hold signs.
mm.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Oh
what us
my
walking
gosh, he
holding signs
messed
go
up.
do?
Oh my bad. Cool. But yeah, that is wild. That's freaking wild.
What game are you watching over there, Kev?
The Lions playing, man. My people's
Uh,
playing, man.
I wanted to say to Dr. Surgery, to the point you were making about
Surgery, do it. She about to
I said
operate or something.
surgery. Oh my
It's
bad.
surgery.
Surgery. That I think we understand that some people are not able to be changed, but that really doesn't matter if the goal is to deter them from doing things that will harm other people. Shaming is enough. I don't think it matters if they're truly going to change from within, as long as the shaming is enough to get them to stop their behavior that harms other people.
Right, but that's what she
I
was
can
saying.
get that.
In the behavior, they're just hiding it. So, like in the 80s, when you start going through the DARE program and they tell you that you shouldn't be drinking, so, all right, we can't let anybody see us drinking, so we're going to take a bunch of four-wheelers to go up in the mountain where nobody could see us and do it behind their back. So we're going to fill our water bottles full of vodka so it looks like water. The behavior's not changing. You're just hiding it better. If you know people are going to judge you if you do it publicly, then you hide it. That's kind of what she was talking about. It doesn't always end up in actual change of behavior.
So
Right,
what
and that's all I'm saying. It works.
do you think?
Hmm.
And if you want to deter the behavior, what do you think is better than shaming?
Well, that's why I feel like um, raising, nurturing, and teaching, right? So I feel like, as far as all of us, I feel like, and because we've communicated enough, our foundational principles that we have in life are going to be most often associated first with who raised you, right? What household you were in. Now, it doesn't speak to what behaviors you'll display through life, because if you talk to enough of us old people, a lot of us was heathens out there. I'll just put it out there. We were not doing necessarily what everything that our parents told us to do, but what it did do is create a foundation where you would feel some shame, maybe some guilt,
Right.
even if it took a little time, right? You understood what you were doing was wrong. So automatically in that, even if you made the choice to do the wrong thing, there was that internal battle, right? That internal conflict that we may have because we know we were trained and taught what was right. I think that is where it can start. So I feel like when we speak in terms of shaming adults, it's a little more ineffective because, well, they've already been raised, they've already developed or founded what their principles are going to be. And
Oh.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. My bad. I was looking at
Oh,
the score.
so I think that's just going to be, to me, it's more ineffective. And even when we get into the youth aspect of it, historically is what I was speaking, that it doesn't necessarily negate a behavior. But if that person has adopted it within, well, that's where the shame is coming from, right? And that's what can possibly impact your decision making. I just think when we speak on it as an absolute for an intervention, we can't, because it hasn't worked. If it did, we wouldn't have teen pregnancies, we wouldn't have promiscuity, and we wouldn't have violence now.
Can't really say that though. 'Cause we really don't know.
Imagine if we did praise it, then that'd be out the numbers.
I think some shame it does have sort of a place. I feel like no shame at all would have people like, well, I can do whatever, however.
Exactly. That's what I'm looking at. Like,
So
boy, we
some,
eliminated. Imagine that.
yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question?
But
So
they was
in
though.
in my culture,
Yeah.
shame actually gives people the it keeps the pregnancy rates very, very low with unplanned pregnancies. We culture wise and religion, you get married first, then you have babies. So based on the culture, not in the religion, the culture, they already know if you get pregnant out of wedlock, the whole community will be looking at you like, oh, you are HOE. Oh, you got pregnant out of wedlock. Oh, what a shame. Everybody will know you. Everyone will know you. So in my community, in the Somali community, that's a very rare thing to happen. And if it does happen, they don't talk about it because they don't. It's an embarrassing topic to talk about. So a lot of times when it comes to Muslim countries, it does happen, but they don't talk about it. It's a rare thing that does happen that does not get discussed enough.
I told my
So
daughter,
that contributes to the shame part. The
the whole
shame, the
family to be
shame
shamed.
really does affect the fact that they don't do that because they don't want to be shamed.
I told my daughter, if you have a baby before you make 18, you go bring the whole family shame. And she looked at me like, and just turned her head back. I'm like, my bad.
Yeah, shaming on that front definitely worked for me. When it came to the teen pregnancy thing, it was really drilled in my head. Do not get pregnant. And I ain't get pregnant yet. So it definitely
Or just
worked.
put your daughter on birth control, and that way you know for sure.
No, I don't know about that.
Girl, you know what birth control does to the woman's body?
Right.
Make them thick.
I
You
feel
can't
like
just
to
say
get
put
to
on birth control. Men think birth control is like the easy escape. Do you know what does to a woman's body? Birth control? Oh my goodness.
Make
Do
them
the
thick.
research.
I'd say if you know
Make them
she's
thick.
You just said make them thick.
Make them thick.
I conscious. I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna ignore that.
I mean, we talking about teenagers when they're in high school. Make them thick, because I know the girls who got birth control, them girls got
Same
thick
better.
after.
I'm gonna ignore that. I want you to just be quiet for a second because you sound ignorant right now.
I'm just saying. They did, Tev. And you
Right now, do
in
not
high school when girls got
do
on
not
birth
repeat
control,
that.
them girls got thick. And if they either they got fat or they got thick.
Consciousness,
And
please,
that's
for
the
the love
truth.
of God, for the love of life, please stop.
If you're triggered,
For the
it's
love of
probably the truth about
money.
you. Because I said a good and a bad.
No,
So if
seriously.
you're triggered, it's
I'm
already
trying to
with you.
understand what you're
I thought you were
saying.
smarter. I thought you were smarter than this. I
Yeah,
thought you were more intelligent than this. Birth
I
control does a lot of messed up things to women's bodies. I thought you were smarter than that. I really thought you were smarter than
I
that.
mean, I never said nothing about no hormones. All I said make them thick. I never said nothing else. Don't judge.
And you said,
I ain't doing into no detail. I ain't doing
please
into
be
no detail
quiet.
about
Be
the
quiet.
inner working of your body. All I said is one thing: it make them thick. I ain't never say how the female body works, so y'all don't come at me because I will bring the same energy back with y'all.
I'm just trying
And
to
something that I
understand what
already
you're
know.
And you're back
answering.
to us because you sound
All I
ignorant
said
and you should not
was,
be talking about something you have no clue about.
all I said was it make them thick. That's
Please be
it.
quiet because you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. So please be quiet.
That's all I said. If you're mad because you either got fat, all I know ain't nothing lost weight.
I never
You got
actually
thick.
took birth control. I don't know who took birth control. First of all, do the research before you start open your big mouth. Do the research and actually speak from
No, I
facts.
observed this. I observed
No,
this
you have
with
not
my
at
own
all.
eyes in high school. Them girls got
No,
thick.
you are
That's
talking
why I
out of
said
your
it.
you're talking out of your booty hole right now. So please be quiet. Please be
Not the booty
quiet.
Nah,
hole.
that's not possible. Yeah, that's not possible. Because somebody had said something about birth control, and no, she asked somebody
Please,
about birth control, and all I said was it made them
please. You
thick.
have no idea what you're talking about. Please let it go. Let it
You
go, please.
asked
Let it
what
go.
do
I didn't ask
somebody
you. I
said
did not
what do
ask you. I did not ask you. So
you
please be
asked
quiet.
what did the birth control do to female body? And I said make them thick. That's it. I don't know why you triggered over there. Don't know why. I said one simple thing. Thick.
I think it seemed like y'all arguing from two different things. So he going off his
That's what I'm saying.
observation
No,
of what
I'm
he's
not
seen from women,
arguing.
and she going
All
based
I'm
off
saying
of
it made
what
them
it
thick.
does to the body. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Y'all. Think one day y'all was going to try to, I guess try to understand each other. I think. I don't know why I take a third party
Yeah,
to see
all I
what's
said
going
was
on.
make them thick. I never tried to see how the female body work. I never said how it made
I
them
guess
thick.
I
That's all
think
I said. Made them
why she
thick.
took offense to it because she's on a serious matter and you coming from what you I guess that and you looking at that as a, even though to you I guess that's like a manly answer, I guess you saying that
Exactly.
she think, but she more on a serious matter saying don't take it because it affects the body so much
Yes, more
for
serious
women.
negative
Yeah,
Yeah,
effects.
so it's more serious
yeah.
than positive.
But the
well,
question
and
that was
there's different
stated to get to
kinds.
that was,
Like some of them actually make you lose weight. It depends on the hormonal concoction that you're getting. There's a lot of different types, and they
Be
all do different.
quiet.
control different functions. So,
Becca, that's what I was telling him, be quiet, because he was talking about thickness, and he was talking out
right.
of his booty hole.
Nah, give her that same energy. If she's saying they make them small, I'm saying they make them thick. We both saying the same thing.
It has a different effect on everybody, but I
Right.
think what Simone's trying to say is that like there are much more serious consequences for women than weight gain. We're not really that worried about that. Weight gain, weight loss, whatever. Our weight flux, because every time a girl is approaching her time of the month, she gains 5 pounds. All of us, right? That's just it happens. Our bodies fluctuate so much because of fluctuating hormones. But there's real damage that can be done. You know, they cause blood clots. They can cause thickening of the vessels. They can damage the heart. There are a lot of different things. If they're not done right or delivered properly, there are a lot of problems women could suffer. Some of them end up never being able to have kids. So when you're just talking about weight, that kind of trivializes what she's saying. I think that's how she felt. And I know you were trying to be supportive, you know, hey, yeah, it does this. I've seen it do this. But
I ain't say
for
nothing
her,
about
it's a much
weight
more
though.
serious
I
matter.
said thick. I ain't say nothing about no weight though. I ain't say they gain weight. I ain't say they
Thick
lose weight. I
mean?
said
Are
make
you
them thick.
kidding me right now? What does thick
I ain't say
mean?
nothing about no
Hey,
weight.
oh my god.
However you
Okay.
want to take it.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't say weight. Now this me you talking to. This is the conscious.
You,
I ain't say nothing about no weight. So you can say don't assume with me and say that I meant weight. I'm gonna say exactly what I mean to say. Make them thick. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got it. Y'all win. Both y'all win. Cool.
I'm not trying to win the.
It don't
What I
matter.
saying.
I'm just trying to change the
That's
subject. I don't care
her.
about winning or not for real. I'm just trying to change the subject.
I was being
Because
waiting
people
on you to
about to start
change it.
getting
'Cause
their
I'm
feelings
like,
and all that stuff, so I'm not about to.
and they ain't my fault.
Yeah.
You know how I am, Kev.
The earthquake, I guess.
Man, look, hold on. Hey, I'm glad you said hold on. Where you
Got
type
it.
it in the comment? There you go. There you go. Drop the conscious earthquake from the sky. Stop playing.
Hey, we about to see. We gonna see our boy Mirror soon, man. I'm trying to resurrect him. Give him some time, y'all. Y'all gonna see him. Y'all gonna see him soon.
Oh yeah, it
Just
don't take
making it.
long if you did what you're supposed to do. It don't take too long.
Wait, everybody about 4 people.
Hey, they hit that bonus question. We ain't never hit it.
The bonus. Let me see. Make sure I got the Oh, good looks on. Yes, my brother.
I knew we
Let
ain't
me
hit the
see.
third one
you
either.
are logically.
I'm gonna say. I think. Oh yeah, we ain't do the third one yet. We did.
Nuh-uh.
But well, I guess Eddie just got up here, so let's get him called up. And the Maya, you gonna stop unfollow me and follow me and stuff, man? I know you. I see you. Yeah, you slick. I know what. Yeah, pay attention. Some people's names actually stand out. Some
Kev,
people I
like,
be
did you know
forgetting, so
that I
it's a
could
good
see
thing.
you?
I'm like, hold up, man. No, she didn't just unfollow me for the 14th time and came back. She's like, let me show him that
Don't tell me what to do.
I'm telling him what to do.
Mirror. I told you, bro. I got the last shot already.
Eddie, is you there, man? Because I know you might be going in and out sometimes.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go. All right, so the topic is your fact ain't everyone else's fact. So, to you, what is a real man's
No pun intended.
Oh, you got the one bar. Oh my.
Hey, can we actually talk about that one real?
To 3 now.
What is when you say your fact ain't everyone else's fact? Can we talk about that? Like, I think people need to understand that a little bit deeper.
Thanks a lot, Kev.
What you got on that? How you feel about that then? What you say that then? Oh, they scored? Man, what the? I looked away. They scored. That's crazy.
Keep looking.
Oh my. But yeah, how y'all feel about that? What y'all got?
Your
topic
fact
itself.
and everyone else's fact. So who's starting it off? Dr. Sergi down? Or what do you want to do, Kev?
You can do
Yeah,
that.
when you say
Go
you
from
went to go on it,
top to down, then back to you,
pop it
then
off.
down to back.
Okay. Dr.
She said,
Siri,
"Come
go
back to
ahead, baby.
me." Okay, okay, okay. Then let's go backwards. Then let's go from back up to up, and then drop to up.
Because you want to be last? Okay. So I got triggered
All
by
right,
him
so
tonight. I'm sorry.
Remember, your triggers is your problems, man. So it's something we gotta look within ourselves while we get triggered
Sure,
by
the
other people.
F is. You sure
I
right,
know.
Kev.
Yes, yes, I know. I'll be able to tell myself that, like, dang, I gotta let this person get to me.
So what are we talking about?
I cannot let
Uh,
this get.
I don't know. That's why I think she should go first.
I think
yeah.
Eddie and Maya have to answer the first couple. The rest of us already answered the first couple of questions. We
No,
got to catch.
she just, I guess she wanted to get to the topic of how you feel about the topic. Then everybody didn't do that one then. So she just said, want to see
Yeah,
what's your
'cause
feel on the topic itself, your fact and everybody else's fact.
Welcome, Eddie. After Eddie answers, then we can go to your fact and everyone else's fact. After Eddie answers the topics.
I mean, everybody has their own words and sayings. Not everybody will agree with what you agree with, and you can't make them do that either.
Read the first topic, Eddie. The first topic. What do you think of the first topic?
What's a real man and woman?
Yes, sir.
I guess I'll have to ask a question before I answer that. Are we talking about in the sense of being a man and woman, or like sexuality?
To you, based
No, the
on
real man or
on
woman, like relationships and all that, where somebody be like, that's a real man and that's a real woman, that type of stuff, not that other one that get people bananas.
I
read
just
that with
got
the
asked
second
the
question together. Is it subjective or objective? I think they go together like that.
I just had
So
to
that's
ask
how I
more.
answered. I looked at it.
I mean, what makes a man and a woman? I mean, there's not really one thing that makes it. Everybody says one way makes a man or one way makes a woman, but going back in the old days versus the new days, there's no definitive thing that makes that happen that way, I guess is the best way to say it. Just because some people say that you need to be super masculine, where some people, girls, look as a real man likes to be more feminine. It just really depends on the person's perspective. That one person's meaning of it is more important than the other. That's the best way I can answer that.
Okay, the second question. What's the difference? What's the difference from holding accountability and making accountability? Give an example.
I mean, holding accountability is if it's something that you're supposed to do, and or your job, if we're talking about like job sense wise versus relationships, job wise it's common sense. If you're supposed to do it and you don't do it, you need to be held accountable for the fact that you didn't do your job and not blame somebody else for not doing it for you. Making accountability is, honestly, I'm not going to lie, I kind of feel stupid when I say this. I don't know really the difference because really it feels the same.
Driver is held accountable for getting all the students to the school on time.
But wouldn't that be the same as the other accountability as well?
Now, if he don't get them there on time, then yes, he will be held accountable.
But basically your meaning is it's your job, do it, versus if you don't do it, you get in trouble. That's what you mean.
Yeah, something like that. I like how you worded it. Yep.
I mean, basically the best way to say is the same concept. If you were given something like, say, a chores list from the wife on, the weekend or something, they have some chores they wanted done versus like that's if you don't do them all, sometimes they hold you accountable for the fact you didn't do them all, even though you did say 90% of them, and the other stuff you just want to relax the rest of the day.
Facts, especially like if you promise to have them all done, then yeah.
See, the thing is, if you don't say right away, yeah, I'm going to have them all done, they don't get off your back. Trust me, I've had exes like that before. Because I work roughly 15-hour days, and there's sometimes I'll have one where I'll come home from the 15 and it's like, hey, I need all this done. It's like, that's nice. I'm heading to bed. That can be
Right. And
done on
like
a
as men, I think as men, like we know our limit. We'll be like, man, look, I can't do it all, but I can do them two. I can do two. I can't do the whole rest. That'll be all right for the day. Yeah, you know.
I'll do the rest on the next day I have more freedom. Yeah. Now
Can
there's
I just
some
say
that
that that's disrespectful? Like, to you, that's disrespectful. My husband works 15 hours. I do not expect him to come home and do stuff on your day off. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you,
But, like,
Becca. I would not
that's a
ask him to
toxic
do
woman, and I'm
anything.
sorry that, yeah, I'm
I
sorry
will
that somebody
not ask
treated
you
you
to
that
do,
way.
if you're working 15 hours a day, I will not ask you to do anything at all. Take a break. Go to sleep.
When I think about that,
it's a
that's
lot
y'all
more in
though.
relationships
Some women
anymore.
still do. Some
It
women
happens
still
a
do though.
lot.
Some women just don't care.
It's one of the reasons why I like staying single is because I don't like dealing with that stuff. I'm like, look, trust me. When my days I work, I'll come home and do some small stuff. The biggest chores I do is just make sure my creatures are taken care of. Dogs, not humans. And then I'll most likely turn in, get up, do the exact same stuff. On my days off, I'll take care of everything. But there was times where I'd be working ridiculous amount of hours, come home, and then all of a sudden, hey, I need this. Like, all I heard was I need something. I'm good. Unless
If
it's
you're
This is my thing.
if you're ever in a relationship with somebody, you are working over 10 hours a day and you come home and you have to do more work, I would suggest you leave that relationship because that person's not thinking about your health at all.
My thing is, what is you doing the whole time while I'm at work? That's what I'm questioning first. If you ain't
I mean,
like,
most of
if
my
you need to do
exes work.
this,
I won't date somebody that
right?
doesn't work because I'm not gonna lie. And somebody might hate me for saying this. I don't date lazy people. Now, if you got kids, part-time job, sure, but I can't be with somebody that won't work. So they work as well, but they
Right.
only work usually 8 hours at max on most of their jobs I've
If you
ever
don't
dated.
work, you don't eat.
Yeah. So like my problem was always, I'm like, look, I'm working almost double the hours.
Eddie, I'm gonna need you to meet my friend Ben. My friend Ben. I'm gonna need you to meet him. Kev, remember Ben last night? Was it this morning? What was it? Yeah, I'm gonna need Eddie to meet Ben because y'all will have an amazing conversation.
A good one or a
'Cause
bad one?
no, because Ben thinks the complete opposite of what you think. Ben believes that his woman should not work, period, ever.
I mean, that's what he believes, you know.
Everybody's
No,
different.
no.
My point is,
Like I said, you should have a conversation with my friend Ben. You and Ben will
He's
have a
probably a
really like.
narcissist too.
No, he's not actually. He's a good guy. He's actually a really genuine guy. Kev
Yeah,
was
that's why
there.
I think that.
No,
problem
Kev was
with-
there. Ask Kev. Ask Kev. He was there.
I was there too. A narcissist will make you think that at first until you actually get close to him and you get with him, and you see the true him. Cause what man don't want the woman to work, especially if she want to work? Like, I ain't about to take away your free will.
Oh my.
And plus, why don't I want you to work? I mean,
Why do you assume? Why do you assume that Ben is a narcissist?
He's a narcissistic trait. 9 times out of 10 he is because he's in full control
That's
of his woman's
assumptions.
finances.
Okay,
She
let's move
can't
on. Okay,
leave
let's
if
move
she
on.
wanted to. She has
Eddie.
no free will.
Okay,
No.
Eddie. The
When
last
you ask me, don't
question.
have to answer your question.
I'm not trying to say that I hate people or girls that don't work. It's just my mindset is if I'm working my tail end off all day long, I'd rather not come home to somebody that's literally sat around and done nothing all day. That's
See,
how I always am.
Okay. So Eddie, you're okay with your girl? Let's
woman
say
is one
she
with a
is.
job.
Do what?
And what I'm saying is you're answering this is so here's question number one where we were saying is it subjective? It is, because Eddie's idea of a real woman is one that also gets up, goes to work, and contributes versus Simone, your friend, is one that that disagrees. His ideal woman is one that stays home, cooks, cleans, whatever. So, again, this is that subjective thing.
Well, somebody said in the comment section, your woman could be raising kids. She could be a new mother.
When it comes out to them reason kids,
Breastfeeding.
man, look, them kids is at school now. Yeah, if the baby young, that's different. But man, them kids at school, it takes 2 hours to probably to clean the house and probably another 2 hours to cook. And if you do that at the same goddamn time, you done in 4 hours. What you got 4 hours still to yourself? What is you doing?
It
So
takes longer than 2 hours to clean my house. I got a decent sized house.
why you letting the house get that dirty? Do one big old. Don't let the house get that dirty.
I'm gonna sweep, mop, and
Talk
vacuum.
about
Vacuum the whole thing at one
my
time.
goodness.
Don't kill me for saying this,
So,
because a lot of people say they want their significant other home cleaning and stuff. I do all that myself. I have done that since I was 6. I've learned how to cook, clean everything by myself. I knew how to do laundry before I was even
As you
7.
should.
But this thing, most people that say that stuff, and no offense to your friend because I don't know him, no offense to anybody how I say this, if you don't do all that stuff on your own and you expect the other one to do it for you, I look at that as being lazy.
No,
There's
it
no
is
gender role
lazy. It's
that's in
100% lazy. A lot of men think when a woman is staying at home that they should be cleaning 24/7 when they're at home. First of all, if I was not there, guess what? Guess you'll be working and cleaning by yourself. So either way, when you're building a family, it's not about who is cleaning and whatnot. It's not about that. It's about what are we doing for each other. If I want my partner, I'm a woman. If I want my husband to stay at home, I'm not gonna say, "Oh, well, what'd you do all day?" If the house is clean, I don't give a flying noodle. I do not care at all. I swear I do not care. House is clean. Children are taken care of. They're fed. I don't care if you sat on your behind all day long playing with the kid. I don't care. Guess what? We're a family, and the bills are paid, and we are happy. When you are living with your parents, then they don't come home and say, "What did you do all day?" "Well, I cleaned." "Okay, you cleaned for an hour. What did you do in the last 7 hours?" Then you don't see your parents saying that to you, because you are family. That's the family. That's how families work. If you clean, you might clean for 45 minutes to an hour maximum, depending on what you're cleaning. If the house is filthy, that means people in the house are dirty. But nobody spends 8 hours a day cleaning the house. If you're spending 4 hours, 7 hours out of the day relaxing or playing with watching TV or playing, that's just clean. Nobody's gonna be on your behind saying, What did you do all day? What did you do? You've been sitting on your behind all day." Man, I'm sorry. I got this. Whew, let me be quiet.
But in that same situation, I'm not saying that I don't want them to. At the same time, if you're home all day and I come home, like say my 15-hour days, sometimes it stretches further, but I'm just saying 15. If I come home and there's literally like nothing done at all and you've been home all day, I mean, I'm not going to lie. There is going to be a huge question. What the hell you've been doing all day? Because I've had roommates back in the day where we would split up all of the work and I would do the exact same thing to them. It's like, nah, I don't care if you enjoy your day, but at the same time, if you're off, I mean, you should at least do some of the stuff around the house. There's a
Yeah,
difference between doing it all versus being lazy and not doing any of it.
yeah.
I had
I think that's
roommates where I'm sorry. Go ahead, doctor. Go ahead, Doctor Sergi.
Oh, no. I was just gonna say I think that's where the communication piece comes into play. So before we enter into these relationships, like you can have an established plan, especially if you're living together. I think there would be a conversation had about whose responsibilities are whose and what that should look like. But I'm also one that feels like work is not an excuse to not have your responsibilities completed at the end of the day. So I work 2 full-time jobs and I have a nonprofit. So work is a lot of the hours of my day, but I still will come home, and if my duties are cleaning, I'm cleaning. I'm still going to cook. I'm still going to make sure that my responsibilities to my partner are completed, and that my duties just as a woman are done as well. So I feel like sometimes those of us who work a lot will utilize work as an excuse to not do the things that we still need to do. You still have an expectation within a relationship to do the things that you need to do, and it's about your priorities. I can't
Right.
prioritize work over my responsibilities at home.
My mother was single mother our whole life. And guess what? She worked. She would get home before she went to work. She would make lunch and dinner for us, and make sure that I knew, hey, dinner, food is already made. Just make sure y'all get to school. Make sure you get your siblings to school. That was my own responsibility. There was no dad in the house until, there was 5 years of my life. I had a stepfather, but regardless, that's me going off the point. My mother was a single mother, and she would get off work, come home, and she would help clean the house because she had no other choice. But also, we had chores to make sure that the whole house was clean before she got home. She didn't ask us to cook. All she asked was to clean the house. She would get home and she would cook food. Her, just because she went to work for 8 to 10 hours did not stop her from being a mother. So the whole thing of, well, I've been working all day, what you been doing at home? I'm not supposed to be dusting the house, polishing silverware all day long because I'm at home. Maybe I'm at home because I'm raising a child, and this toddler needs more attention than the house does. So let's stop focusing on the fact that a mother is staying in the house or a father is staying in the house taking care of the child, and you come home to a messy house. Children are messy. My daughter, I will clean the house. 15 minutes later, there are toys everywhere again. Somebody could walk in and then think I did not pick up a single piece of toy from the living room, and I could say, well, I did, but she just threw everything back up again. And they could say,
Shit.
well, it looks the same way I left it. It looks the same exact way I left when I went to work. Yeah, I know it does, but I promise you I did clean.
You gotta take accountability for that though, because you let her do that though.
What are you talking? You're talking about a child. You what are you talking about? You're
If you
saying
let your
when
child
a
pull
child
out all of the toys again, you let them do that.
you really missed my point. You missed my point. Doctor
Can I
Sergi.
say something? Oh,
Please,
Dr.
Lala. Hi, Lala. Go ahead, Lala.
Hey. I
'Cause I got
actually,
kids myself.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm actually a stay-at-home mom, so this entire I've just been kind of listening to the entire conversation, and while I do feel like there are people who stay home, and I think there's a very big difference between a stay-at-home mom and, first of all, a stay-at-home mom and a stay-at-home wife, right? Those are two different jobs, if you can't hear. A stay-at-home mom is not just sitting waiting for something to happen. I don't think as a mom, as a stay-at-home mom, I'm never off the clock. And my child is little. She's 1. You know what I mean? And I prefer to be home with my children because it's not only I'm taking care of my house so my family has a good, clean house to live in, but I'm also making sure she's learning how to speak. She's learning her numbers. She's learning her colors. She's learning how to interact socially. I have to take her out and take her to the library so she can see other kids, bring her back home, go pick up my son. So it's a full-time job, just like going out and going to work is a full-time job. When you have a task list at work, do you get everything done on your task list every day? No, you don't. You don't get everything done. So sometimes when you
It
come home,
depends on the job.
sometimes when you come
No, we're
home,
talking
you're
about
not gonna.
stay-at-home moms. We're talking about moms, not about job. We're just talking about moms right now.
But
So
even
let's
in a
focus.
job, I don't believe that you will have 100% done every single day. That makes no sense.
Exactly.
So the
So
reality
whenever
is you're not gonna hit everything. Sorry, let me pause.
Yeah,
when I was
for real.
Can't get it all.
saying, if you come home to a house full of toys, guess what? The kids were active. They were playing. They were active. You cannot. Oh, well, Junior put a toy down. Let me put it back in the spot again. No, you're gonna let the children play with the toys. I don't care how much you clean. Kids are messy. That's because they
Okay.
are
Yeah,
children.
I
So
think
I
there's a
don't
but to
difference
understand
that we're
state
why.
argue for
missing
a bit.
understanding by clean and dirty. What I mean by clean is like cleaning. Of course, kids are going to have toys all over the place. Trust me, my kids do the same thing. Nieces and nephews, when they came over and I had 6 kids at once, they all did that. But at the same time, we're also talking about actual dirtiness. Like, did you clean the house? Now, is there
Right.
toys going to be laying everywhere?
Shit.
Sure, that's understandable.
And with
I mean,
toys,
I
you can pull
literally
them out,
have
put
I
shit to bed.
kids right now.
I think people that I say has to be cool on time, they are the people that actually do not have their children 24/7. I have my child 24/7, and guess what? I could clean the entire house, and guess what? It will be back to be messy again within an hour. Within an hour, I've actually timed
Even to the
this.
point of it being messy, like
But
it's just an ongoing, like you're just never off the clock. You know what I
You're
mean?
never off the clock.
You're never off the
but
clock.
if
I
you
know this. My kids are crazy.
but this
But at the
this is
same
my
time,
perspective. If you
my
constantly
house is
letting your
clean.
child pull out toy, and you allowing that to happen, you must like cleaning up after it because you letting it
No,
happen.
I
See,
actually don't mind cleaning up after my kiddos if they're playing with toys or if they're playing
No
with learning things
parent,
because that's how I know they're growing. You know what I'm
no
saying? So it's
parent
nothing
But
minds,
wrong with
then
that.
if they could
no
pull it out, they could
parent
put it back.
minds clean up. No parent minds clean up after. I do not mind clean up after my child, but I will let my child have fun.
I
I
think
will
that this
let my
conversation has
child.
started because it started with Eddie, right? Eddie saying that
yep.
like he didn't want he labeled staying at home as lazy. That was the first thing he
Say
said.
See,
that
that's
was
the
the
thing.
first time he
Y'all
said
took that in a
lazy.
misconception of what I said.
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. He meant like women that don't have kids who just want to sit at home,
Yeah,
and
no,
that's what he was talking.
That's
I
exactly
understand what
what
he
I said.
said. That's why
Yeah,
I give
Nothing
another
about bad
option.
moms. Never said anything about moms. But at the same
yeah.
time,
No, Eddie.
I
I
have
understood
2
what you said,
kids.
Eddie.
I
All I
have 2
was
kids
But
with
saying
raise
me.
two
was,
I
young.
know. They destroy my house all the time. The babysitter and stuff will still help clean and everything. But what I'm talking about is when I had a girlfriend or something, there was one time I did give a chance to somebody that didn't want to work. And no offense to the girls on this panel, but it's got to be said, she was lazy as hell. She would sit there all day long. She would play with the kids and stuff, sure, but nothing was done. Like literally, I would come home, get about 3 hours of sleep, get up. Sometimes I have
sorry,
to go
Eddie.
right back to
I'm
work
so
again.
sorry, Eddie. I'm sorry, Eddie.
But that does happen a lot. I'm not saying anything about bad moms, but at the same time, I'm not saying anything about moms in general, like stay at home or anything. But what I'm stating is the fact is there are times where there's too many where they'll stay home and not do anything, and then she will like, hey, this that needs to be done. I'm like, okay, and what were you doing? Doesn't matter if you have kids or not.
Shit,
My days off
No,
when I
I
have
get
my
that.
kids,
just
I
make your
get that for
space.
I
sure.
have them. I play with them and I clean. I've never had issues with that. I mean, I don't know if it's because I learned way before most people do that they deal with stuff later on in life. Like, I've known how to do all that kind of stuff when I was younger, but the fact is when I come home and I work all day and there's literally nothing been done at the house, and then you have the nerve to sit here and say, I need all this done before you do anything, please. That's
Eddie,
You better
happened
than
way
me.
too many
the
times.
woman that you were with, I do apologize. She was using you, in my opinion. But
Yeah, you was a slave.
a lot of grown women. When I say grown, I mean mentally grown, mature women will not have done that to you. And a lot of times when it comes to kids and being a stepmom, I was a stepmom at one point, and I would never do that ever. A lot of times when it comes to being a parent, you can keep the house, like, when I say the house, meaning bed is made, kitchen is clean, but the only thing that you come home to is toys on the floor. That is the child being a healthy child, the child having fun. I love
It's
coming
okay.
home to toys being all over the place. I love
Man,
it.
look,
I actually get, it's like euphoria for me. my heart
right.
feels happy whenever I come home and there are toys everywhere because I know that my child had fun that day.
And 10, 12 years later, you hollering at the same child, come pick this up in there. I bet you gotta pick this up. Man, teach him early, you ain't gotta teach him later, man. Hey, you pull it
Well,
out, you go
Simone,
back.
how you're
Teach him
saying what
early.
you're saying there, I agree with you on the toys. I never
Teach
cared
him
about
early.
that. The only time I ever cared about it is when I would come home and there'd be Legos out. I was dumb enough to take my shoes off. That was my fault.
Right,
I
right,
don't care
right,
if the
right,
toys
right.
are all
Do your
Yeah.
over the
kids live
place.
with
Thank you for
you?
saying it was
That's
your
okay.
fault.
I have a
As of right
question.
now,
I don't
no.
care
When they
how
was
many
younger,
toys.
as of right now,
The whole
no.
toy
But
box. Hey, drop, stop, please. The
He's
whole
answering.
toy box
she
should
asked me a
be all over the
question.
floor.
Simone, I asked him a question. I asked him,
She
do
asked
his
me a
Oh,
children
question.
I'm
live with
sorry.
him?
I couldn't even hear you
As of
because
right
it's a lot of
now,
background
no. They
noise.
are in Phoenix with their mama. But my last child, him and his older sister, they are full
You
blooded.
actually
So
spend every
from
day with them.
hold on. From birth all the way until Bug was 6. Yes, 24 hours. I worked, she worked. So yes, I know what I'm talking about whenever I say this. I ain't just talking out the side of my neck.
No, I'm just asking if they live with you now. That's all.
No. They in
So,
Phoenix because
so,
she moved.
His
so
question
did
is
you
that
follow
too.
your kids around like all day and just continually pick the same thing? Like I was a stay-at-home mom when my kids were little, right? Because they
Hell
were really
no.
close in age and daycare is expensive. So my kids played, and at the
Hell
end of the
no.
night, before bath and bedtime, then we cleaned up our mess. We cleaned up our toys. If we moved to a new room, we had to clean the room we were in. But I'm not going to chase after them and pick the same toy up all day. They're just going to pull out. That's the
No, we
definition
have
of
a timer
insanity.
I
every
mean,
2 hours.
I am
that's
not
different.
gonna keep
That's
repeating the
different.
same thing over. No, that's a little I just said. I just said that. I said I will clean and the toast will be all over the floor again. I'm not gonna keep repeating myself and clean up after my
Stop
child. Oh,
personalizing it, everything. She
it's not
she was
personalized.
talking in
What are you
general.
talking about? This
All
is
right.
in general.
Do
All the
y'all
women
know
on the
each other
So
panel.
like
with
in real
my
life?
kiddos, we have a timer every 2 hours. I'm like, all right, clean it up every 2 hours because I already know that they've done the tornado through my house. I don't know. It's about being a stay-at-home mom is a job because it is about systems. It is about processes. Like it's all those things are involved to have a successful household. That's all I'm
What's wrong with
saying.
that?
But I have one child. I have one child, and she can. I don't care what mess she makes. I do not care. I also teach her how to clean. If she makes a mess, I say, "Uh oh, you made a mess," and she will clean it up. If I say, "Hey, it's time to pick up the toys," she will pick up the toys. But I am not gonna keep doing that all day with her because I want her to enjoy having fun with her toys. That's the reason why I bought them for her, so she can enjoy them. Not so they can be in a freaking box.
I just wanted to add a little element to this, Kev, concerning the stay-at-home wife. I was a stay-at-home wife for 3 months, and I was on bed rest, and even I ignored the doctor's orders because when I was a stay-at-home wife, I had to take care of the kids, do all that, cook, clean, something that was normal because even when I was at work and not on bed rest, I still had to cook and clean and stuff like that because my husband couldn't cook. But I also had to be available for that mouth game and giving them, what I'm saying, like at any time I couldn't be tired. It was like, what are you tired from? So I went back to work because my mouth and my jaws I was getting lockjaw. And I just, at times those jobs they are difficult because you have to be 100% available. You know what I'm saying? And you have to be at home. And then at times I was getting bored. I was cleaning baseboards with toothbrushes at one point. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we negate that a whole lot. The fact that when you are a stay-at-home wife or you are a stay-at-home mom, you know, it's a hard job, especially on the jaws. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
People don't understand. It's a very hard job, and one thing that people don't understand is whenever you are dealing with children. By the way, did you just slurp on the phone?
Yes, I did. Yes, because I had to give an example. It was a lot.
Listen, that was something else. That was something else. But Eddie was the one that we were talking about right now, and when it comes to being a stay-at-home mom, and if you're a working mom, Your kids will make messes. That's part of being a child.
Yeah, no, I can understand though people being at if a woman's at home and she hasn't done anything and this is like a consistent thing. I can understand being frustrated as the man for sure. Especially if you're working hard. You know what I mean? So, I don't know.
Eddie, Eddie, based on what you've been hearing from the ladies.
Oh, I did want to say to Eddie too. Did you take accountability for not vetting those women properly concerning them not being clean?
I don't know if he's still there anymore.
I don't know either.
Conscious, it's a back. I don't know why it dropped left. Eddie, if you can hear us. But based on the ladies speaking right now, we all agree that kids are gonna be kids. Children are gonna be children, and they're gonna make messes. We are not gonna be walking behind them every step of the way and picking up after them because that's insanity. I would never do this to any child. I'm not gonna be picking it. That means I'm gonna be literally, my eyes are gonna get tired, my feet are gonna get tired, because they are so fast. They make mess everywhere. When you're feeding, like one thing I do with my child is when I'm feeding her, I do wash her because I don't like her getting dirty when she's eating. So if I did that with toys, oh my goodness, I will not get a wink of sleep ever.
It gets better, Lala. I ain't mean to change the dynamic, Kev. I was just saying how hard it was, because you have to take all that in accountability and not just the gaunt, but also the fact that, you know what I'm saying? Like if your spouse is the main one leaving out of the house and they are the one that's working, you know what I'm saying? Like the responsibility of ironing uniforms if they have a uniform, making sure that everything is organized, making sure that their day runs smoother because you technically have all the household duties. So I feel like if a woman does want to sign up with being a stay-at-home wife, at the end of the day, you're carrying everything else that comes along with the household, including
Everything in the
organizing
house. That's
finances.
like you are the daytime babysitter and teacher. Kids go to bed. You're the nighttime lover. Like it's not. There's no off. Right. It's. I feel like it's. I'm just a person who finds it more fulfilling to do. Because I'm sorry, my daughter is singing a solo. Clearly.
She sounds good.
Thank you. Honestly, calling American Idol
She
a
should
meme.
be on the talent show.
But I just feel like, first of all, rudeness. I just feel like, it's something that I enjoy doing. I enjoyed it much more than being at work, like out there, you know what I mean, in the world. Because it was just like, I was working myself to the bone for somebody else's dream. And I didn't like that.
Chloe is right down there. This is my only real adult conversations. Because everybody else is busy. They're too busy. But I don't want to be no stay-at-home wife no more. Can't do that. I refuse.
I will say it can get a little lonely being at home, being with kids 24/7. Like you're like, okay, no one's rational in this house. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I started having like, mom groups and stuff like that. Because going out helped because it was like, oh, okay, well, let's go find other people who are at home only talking to children, you know. I just feel like if you had your kids, you should have a bigger hand in raising them than the world does. I don't feel like the world should raise your kiddos.
That's a fact. And then also teaching your children, because I refuse. I mean, I have 4 of them, 3 of them with me, and I refuse to allow them to believe that just because I had you means that you're going to take over the world that I find myself at peace and comfortable with. So now that they're a little bit older, no, you clean up after you, you know.
You do your laundry. You clean up your toys. Your baby is, your little one is little, but after they got to a certain point, it was like my sons were doing laundry 3 years old, 4 years old. Put it in there. You may not be able to turn on the machine, but you can go gather up your stuff. You got toy boxes, let's organize things. But they have Asperger's, so they organize pretty well. But still they could be messy, and even down to the dishes. No, you have to be substantial enough in this world and be able to be productive to take care of your own dishes. And if you don't like it, the oldest has allowance and she can buy paper plates. The oldest has her
Listen,
chores and things that she has to do, even with her
I,
allowance. You can't just spend it
I
the way
didn't
you
even
want to.
get
You got to
no
save.
allowance. I just
My
got, I
9-year-old
got, listen, I
has
didn't even get
very
no allowance. I got forced to do everything. I was like, either you do it or you do it. That's what I got told. And I did it
has
because if I
very
didn't,
responsibilities, obviously, than my 1-year-old. My 9-year-old will
Yeah.
take the laundry out of the dryer, come bring it. I fold it because I just hate the way they fold. So I hate it. So I'm like, just bring me the clothes. You know what I mean? And I'll have him do more. He's doing more. It's slow. It's slow coming because I just feel it's a me thing though. That's just a mom thing. Me being like, it's okay. I'll do it for my baby. And my
well,
mom's like, no, give him chores now.
well, ladies, we have a new man on the panel. We got different on here. Hi, different.
Hi, different.
Hi, different.
Oh, now leave me out of this. Let me stay in my corner. I'm right in the corner in the dark. Let me stay here, okay?
So it's Eddie. You're the only man here besides Kev. Obviously, Kev's the host. But you're the only man, so let's hear you different.
I hate spotlights. Get the light out my face, officer. Get this light out my face, officer. No, I just feel like we all know what the situations is before we get into them. So, before we try to fix the situation, prevent it from happening is the best cure. Because we're all adults, we know. I can tell if you're a lazy person. So there's things that I'm not going to do with you because I don't want to commit to you or have a situation now that I have to commit to you. That's one thing I love about me. I don't feel like I have to have sex with everybody. So I'll look at your characteristics. I don't care how good you look. If those characteristics don't fit someone that, if I have a oops, slip, mess up, or the situation, let's just say this instead of the oops, the situation just happens to get serious. For some reason now me and you have to take things serious, and you're not that type of person that I could get serious with. I'm not going to be doing serious things with you like sex.
Oh no, keep talking, Dev. Keep talking, please keep talking. Talk about the kids.
But that ain't robots.
I was hoping that Eddie would. Eddie, are you still there? Because I did have a question concerning like accountability, because that's part of one of the questions, accountability. And we all, at some point have to take it. We can't just blame, our process of elimination and vetting, getting all the way to dating and courting, and then now we have this dirty person. It takes some time. I want to see the back of your toilet. Instead of sending me a selfie, send me a picture of the back of your toilet. Like and I want it in like a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Don't wait for it. Let me see it now.
Send me a bathtub. Show me how your bathtub looks like.
Right.
Send me how your sink, the under your sink looks like.
You know what I'm saying? Do you clean every day or do you clean once in a while?
Listen, you should never get to the point where things start having residue.
Unless you're going through a depression, and if you are, then your
That's
main focus should just be on you.
That's different. No, we're just talking about healthy
She
people.
has to repeat that. She has to repeat that. Please repeat that line. Please.
Yeah, unless you're going through a depression, and at that point, you should just be focused on you.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
things can get very messy when you're depressed.
But people
Nothing should
look at
get so
depression
dirty that resin builds up. That line was
residue.
everything. That line was
No, okay, I was saying
everything.
residue, but what she said is very factual. But nothing should be so dirty that residue builds up. You should not be able to see residue. But when she said depression, yes, depression. People that have depression, they can also not take care of themselves. They don't brush their teeth. They don't wash their body, they don't comb their hair. But that's extreme. But we're talking about just regular people. If you are a single person, your home should not be so filthy where residue builds up in your toilet, your tub, your sink, the back of your toilet. That should not be. I'm sorry. If that's the case, that means you do not care about how you're living. And everybody should judge you if you're a healthy person, like without any mental problems.
No.
I said without any mental problems
Right.
because
But I mean but
Just
with mental
nasty.
problems though you can't, yeah, just nasty, because I mean with mental issues and depression and anxiety and
that's why I
stuff like
said
that,
that's what I said
you know,
without that. I said
most of the
without that.
time they
I'm
have a
excluding that.
right. They have a good appearance. You know, when going to work, I mean, they're still going to keep up their hygiene, but when they get home, I mean, they eat and their plate might just end up on the nightstand because they got a lot going on.
Listen, I eat on the bed, but my bed, listen, my bed is clean every single day. I make my bed. I don't make my bed like that, but I do not let food crumbs and everything on my bed. I eat on my bed because I like to be in my room. But if you look at my toilet, you're not gonna see a ring in my toilet.
Right. Right.
You're not gonna see a ring in my bathtub because there is
You drink
no
some more water.
reason for a ring to be in your bathtub. If there's a ring in your freaking bathtub,
Yeah,
you
that's
are a
nasty.
dirty person. You are dirty, dirty,
Well,
Gotta
dirty.
I
look on
mean,
the
I feel
toilet
like
briefly.
anybody that doesn't clean up after themselves after they take their own bath, I mean, because why would you want to stand in your own or soak in your own,
I have.
bacteria?
Oh, Eddie's back. Eddie's back. Eddie's back. Eddie's back.
Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't trying to ignore anybody. I had to get my
It's okay,
last pickup
Eddie.
for the night.
It's okay, Eddie.
What did I miss? Sorry.
I was just asking, concerning like, did you learn accountability when meeting these women? How long did you not know that they weren't clean people before dating them?
That's the thing. They were until they moved in, and then they decided that it was my job to take care of it all. Which I have no issues cleaning or cooking or anything. I'd rather be the one to cook, because no offense to anyone in here when I say this, but most of my exes definitely could not cook, and I never trusted their cooking, so I'd rather cook myself. But like cleaning wise and stuff, I've always been, if I'm by myself, I do it. But if I'm with somebody, it's a split chore, 100%.
Okay, so you knew they were clean, or did they present a
They
clean
were clean
house when
before.
you came over?
With that being said, I really think that people should start practicing living with each other. Like you should have made her sleep over 2 weeks or sleep over for a month, sleep over for 2 months before you actually move them in. And people don't practice that.
I've learned that, because that's why I stay single until I find somebody worth my time.
Well,
I learned
I've
that
taught my
before.
kids that.
different. Some are also very religious and they don't believe in living with somebody until marriage.
I feel
Yeah, I
like in
just don't.
today's climate in 2024, cohabitation is a must
Yeah,
of
and
some
learning
sort.
what they're
That's
like.
some, and some of the lady had that they'll come over, clean up your house 1, 2 times. Then you just have it. You invite them over. Then you find out who they really is behind closed doors.
Okay. When we're speaking on cohabitation, we're speaking in the Western world. There are a lot of cultures that are not believing cohabitation without marriage. You have to be married to somebody to live with somebody, and a lot of cultures and religions. So let's not focus on the Western ideology.
Well, I mean, primarily we can only because we're in the U.S. and that's what we're adapted to. And you know, other people with other
I'm not adapted
cultures,
to
religious
that.
backgrounds, and beliefs, they may have a more keen and subtle way of doing things, or they may do things
The
a
you
certain way. But us over here, I mean, we have a lot of different issues, and I really feel
G,
like some sort of cohabitation does
I'm from the
matter
West.
when getting to
Jane,
know someone
Jane,
before you
Jane. Let me
marry.
ask you a question, Jane. Let me ask you a question. Is the U.S. not a melting pot of everything?
I don't believe it's a melting pot
It's a
So you
melting
don't
pot of
believe
the
that the
U.S.
U.S.
because when
Hold
you
on, I'm
melt
asking.
when
I'm talking to
okay.
Jane. So you
When you
don't believe
melt
the
something,
U.S.
it's of the same substance. We're not all the same. I wouldn't feel
Oh
like
no,
we
well
melt,
yes, I'm
but
not being literal.
Right.
When I say
Your
melting
man
pot,
is a
you know what
bag
I
of
mean.
marbles.
People
Eminem.
come all over the world to the United States because they get a chance to actually work for their money and get a little bit of freedom, even though it's a fantasy. But do you not believe that people come all over the world? There's a lot of cultures, religions, beliefs, ideologies, standards from different cultures everywhere that comes every country in the world, unless it's unheard of, come to the US to escape their quote unquote reality from what they grew up in. Is that not correct,
I mean,
Jane?
I understand what you're saying, but we also have twerking on commercials just for GP, and
But
that's what's over here
so,
in the
so
Western
do you know where twerking
society.
came from?
But
Do you
but
know where
wait
twerking
though,
came
I'm not
from?
going to go that deep because I know where it came from. However,
Amen.
this is the culture that we live in, and we have a great deal of things that are
What
being
is the
ignored.
culture?
Let me go
Where
ahead
does the
and
culture
answer
come
one
from?
question. Let me go ahead
I'm
and answer
sorry,
one
Ain't
go
from here.
ahead.
question. The thing is that over here in the United States, or what people would like to call Western civilization, you have so many different issues concerning divorce because people don't know each other. Then when they get to know each other, they find out I don't even like you. And a lot of those issues are because we vet and then we go straight into courting, or we don't vet at all and we just start dating because we like the way someone looks. Then we find out that they're nasty at home, or we find out that they just cleaned up a little bit, or that they really didn't have the intention of really getting to know you, but just getting to know you for a certain type of motive. So in today's climate where we live right now in the United States, I do believe that unfortunately in 2024, to really get to know someone means all elements, and that does include some cohabitation. I didn't say move in, but some cohabitation, maybe a weekend visit, maybe overnight visit. But if somebody's religious preference is based on their dating, then they should be dating somebody within their religion.
And look,
But
Jane, like I just
also,
said
but
it, a lot of
also,
people will also
hold on,
overlook the
please,
red
hold on.
flags whenever they
I
go to
can.
somebody's house. Like they will see that something dirty, but like they just so in love with that new person, they will look over it. But we see the red flags, and I'm gonna hold all y'all accountable. Y'all saw them red flags. Y'all just chose to ignore it.
That is not true at all because a lot of times people give you the representative. When you see someone, it's because they want you to like a certain side of them, not because they want you to believe who they are. It's because they want you to like them. So you get the representative. So when I was talking about this based on culture, a lot of times in Islam, because I'm Muslim, we don't believe in dating. We believe in getting to know somebody, but dating for more than like a year, it's like why are not married yet? Well, what's going on? What's the holdup? So whenever it comes to somebody meeting their representative, a lot of times in my culture, in my religion, we think of dating as a little like a space, like a buffer, if that makes sense, to where a lot of times we don't want kids out of wedlock. That's the reason why they don't believe in dating, because they don't want kids out of wedlock, if that makes sense. So we rush marriages because we know that the human mind, men and women, they go through heat moments like animals do, where they get enticed by somebody and they're like, oh, I really like this person. So we push marriage just because if they want to then get intimate with each other physically, they can do it and under the eyes of God in a moral way, if that makes sense. So we don't believe in the whole dating for too long because we know that humans will get sexual at some point. So if you get married, at least you guys are married. If y'all want to get into have intercourse, at least you guys are married. If that makes sense to anybody on the panel right now.
Yep. And that is why I will always push be celibate. Ain't nothing wrong with being celibate. I've been celibate for almost 2 years now. I've been 20 months. So when I say the way I look at women is different, I mean, if I don't want to have sex with her, I really won't get turned on. I don't matter what you do. Why? Because I really don't want to have sex with you. Now, if I want to have sex with you, which I don't even think like that because it'll break my celibacy, I'm trying to get to like 3 years with it just to do it. But celibacy, if you don't want to have sex, don't have sex. If you want to have sex, just do it. You go do it anyway, but don't well, not talking about your religion, yes, but don't force yourself to be with somebody who you don't want to be with. 'Cause think about it this:
So
do you want your baby?
that would
Huh?
make you abstinent, not celibate.
What's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference? Real quick.
Abstinence means you're restraining.
And what's that about?
Go look it up.
No,
Because
I
you
mean
because you
I know
used
what
the
it is.
word. I want you to go look
It's
it
not on
up.
my mind right
I
now.
was
I
just
mean,
gonna
if you
say,
know it, you just tell me to. So I'm not.
No,
I ain't looking
I
for
gave you the
argument.
term for what you just explained, and it's nothing
Okay,
wrong.
but
Because a lot of people on here use celibacy versus being abstinent, and
what's
most
the
of us, when we're
definition for
refraining from having
celibacy?
sex,
If you don't mind.
we're
Celibacy
abstinent
means
when we're
not.
refraining.
priests are celibate, nuns are celibate, so they don't ever, and it's like a
What
vow, right?
happened
Abstinence is just
ever? Mhm.
abstaining until you are married, or you can abstain for 10 years, maybe you just don't want to have sex, but celibacy means you haven't and you won't. At least that was my understanding of it.
Right. I just want to, and I
Exactly.
wasn't trying to be smart
Exactly what
with
Becca
them. I
said.
wasn't trying to be smart drop.
And
I
no,
was just
no,
because
hey
when
Jane,
most
be
people
strong with
use
him.
that
Be strong with
word,
him. No,
I just
Jane, be
want them
strong
No,
with
to.
him
I just
because
look it
he.
up.
No,
Okay.
be strong
I'm
with
not
him.
married. I'm not married, so I'm not abstinent. I'm celibate. I'm not
No, but
married. I'm
you're
not.
saying what we're saying, Drop, is that if you're celibate, you're saying you're not ever going to participate in intercourse. And if you're abstinent, that means you're abstaining, which means you're trying not to have sex until you're married.
Are you
No,
So
potentially confusing it with
abstaining from it.
monogamy?
Abstinent is abstaining from it.
would
Do
you
you mean
say, Sergi?
monogamous? Is that what you're trying to say?
Me?
No, I'm asking Drop. Is he trying to
He's
say that
saying that
he's
he's not
monogamous?
having sex, Sergi. He's saying he's not having intercourse until he's
Person
married.
is somebody who abstains from marriage and sexual relations. That's
Drop has
celibate.
children. He's
So
not. He's
abstaining
not
from
saying
Yes,
that.
I
Drop
have
has
kids.
children.
As of right now, it's choice to not get married or have sex.
oh
Oh,
I'm
no.
okay.
celibate
Maybe he is
because I'm
abstinent
not
from sex.
married.
Yeah, okay. I
Okay.
thought he
By
said he
by
was. That's why I was
definition,
confused.
Miss, do you know the difference? Do you know what it means? Yeah, it just I ain't feel like knowing do that because it's not on my mind. I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't know what it means. Stop
Well, I
playing.
was just saying that because a lot of people use that term. Please don't get in your feelings. A lot of people use
No,
that term and
no,
they
I'm not in my
confuse
feelings.
celibacy with abstinent. And most of
Oh,
them have
I
already
understand
had
it.
sex and they're just refraining. You could be abstinent from alcohol. I mean, there's many different ways you can be abstinent in life. It's just refraining yourself from
Abstaining from
participating.
it.
Right.
Exactly. So I just get so
Celibacy is
tired of seeing
different
the
than
word
abstinent.
celibacy because most people, I mean,
I
they've already
understand.
participated in
They
the
don't
act
know the they don't
already.
know the difference between celibate and abstinence. They don't know celibacy between abstinence,
To be
and
celibate is
it's
to
a
be abstinent.
huge difference.
I just said definition of yes. So
No,
yeah.
she asked
I,
you, and you said, "What does it mean?" You said you didn't know.
And I
no,
told you to look it
I
up,
know,
just
I
like
know. No, I never said I
if I
didn't
was to
know.
use a term and I was to use it and then try to define
But
it and my definition was wrong and somebody tells me, well, go look it up. It's
but
because I'm using the term wrong, so I want to
but
educate myself right. I never
did
want to
I
give
use
anybody
it wrong though?
information. I never want to give anybody information that they can look up for themselves if they're using the word or they're talking about a term. So
Well, see,
that's
I
why I
only
said
didn't
that I
Drop,
get
the
it,
wasn't
only
trying to be
reason.
and I'm
smart.
using it in the right term.
Well, Drop, when you
Okay.
first used it, you said you were not going. You said you were
It
waiting
wasn't.
until.
Hey, baby, I'm
Wait a minute.
ADHD, so if I'm not actually thinking about the definition, I don't
Yeah.
think about the definition. That's why I could have asked you to just remind me. You
Well,
couldn't do
that's
that, so I
fine.
went and looked it up
When you first
because you
used
tried to come
it,
prove a point. You tried to prove a point, so I went and looked it up
Oh
and I
no,
came
it
back
wasn't me
and
proving a point. Most are
what it was.
religious and they use it for religious preferences when they say celibacy. That's why I
But you
said, are
don't
you
have to be religious
abstinent,
to be
meaning
celibate, though. It could
just
be a
not
personal
having
choice.
sex, or are you
No, it's a.
celibate? But we can definitely
But
move
I'm not
on
doing it for religious
but we can
reasons,
definitely
though.
move on, Drop.
can I speak to something? I just wanted to say, like, I don't think people should live. Look, I think people should wait until they're engaged to live together because I don't particularly believe in long engagements. So I think that you shouldn't live with your partner until you're engaged, and then you can move in together. I don't think you should live with like your boyfriend and girlfriend or something like that.
So how
You ain't getting to the. You're not getting a ring on that until I live with you. That's a waste of my time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you could be waiting a real long time too. And by then, now you're committed. You're financially obligated to each other. You know, again, everybody's going to see this differently. I was raised in a Christian household where you
Me
also didn't
too.
live with them, but I did it anyway because I wanted to make sure I really wanted to be with the person I was going to marry and have children with. So, You know, we all make personal choices. Whatever you decide, there's no right or wrong here. Everybody makes their own choice for their own life.
Like
Um,
opinion on it, and that's okay. I know I waited until I was engaged. Not saying I never, ever, ever went to his house, or he never came to my house, and we never stayed the night. Like, not that that never happened, but I'm just saying, as a permanent move-in situation, I waited until I was engaged because then I felt that we were betrothed, we were on that path, and it does have to do a lot with my Christian background as well. So it was tough for me to justify moving in, you know, before even having that type of commitment. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and Jane was talking about like go stay like a week at a time, right? So maybe I stay with you for a week, then I come home, or maybe I stay for 2 weeks and then I come home. When you get financially obligated to someone, that's where you start having that's where you really see what your relationship is made of, honestly, is when you start hitting the finances and stuff together. So, you know, however you decide you want to do that, because that's a big reason for divorce right now, right? Is money. And you don't really understand how any of that is going to work until you are living together and sharing bills and where you are beholden to each other to live. So I think that's what G was trying to say, is that there are certain experiences you cannot have if you don't live together before you get married. And there's, you know what I mean? So, and they'll act one way when you're not living together, and because I went through that, totally different person when you lived with them. They put on a good image, right? That last question, what's the difference between character and image, right? You put on a good image, then you move in with him, you learn what his character is. Same thing for the men, right? Women will put on a good front, then you move in, now you learn what their character is.
So maybe
You gotta wait till you see somebody in all 4 seasons of their life. When they up, when they down, when they coming down, and when they going back up. Once you see all of that, you know exactly how they is and who they is.
That's a good point. Maybe we should go back to the prompt then. And Sergi, I don't know if you're busy, but can you maybe start with the third question, and then we'll just go down and back over and down with the third question and trying to get us
Well,
back.
I think that we were trying to expand on your fact ain't everyone else's fact.
Oh, is that what we were? Oh,
Yes.
I mean,
travel the
that's a
way.
true statement because what I know might be different from what you know, but at the end of the day, it's still a fact. It's just we know different information. We know different knowledge.
Yeah, I have an issue with the statement only because I don't think facts are negotiable. A fact is a fact, and an opinion is an opinion, and so I think people are confused as to what a fact is and what an opinion is a lot of the time, and that's why I was like, I think facts are facts across the board. I think your opinion might not be everyone else's opinion, though, for sure.
What is it, Lala, like you might know something that's fact, but I'm not even aware of it, but I know something else. That's where I can only like say that. I mean, like you know this as a fact, but I ain't never heard of it. I know that as a fact, but I ain't never heard of it. Like you ain't never heard of that. So it's like my fact ain't your fact, but if we put our knowledge together, we'll probably see that we're talking about 2 different things. That makes sense.
Well, culturally, you can have different facts too, right? What's true in the United States? I mean, let's just take legal matters, right? There are certain things in the United States that are true that are not true in other countries, right? So we also have to, when you're looking at facts, there's a lot of things that go into that. We have scientific facts, which are constantly changing, right? 'Cause science is evolving. The more we learn, we have medical facts, but medicine is also the practice.
Is it really
So the more we have the ability to understand things and see, like when we were talking about brain scans, right? You can now clearly see physical evidence of the difference between, like for me, an ADHD brain and a neuronormative brain, a PTSD brain and an ADHD brain. They're all different and they react differently to stimuli. Like we can see that now. We can see addiction in the human brain and the changes that it makes. We couldn't before. So facts can change when information and knowledge changes. And I think that's what you were trying to say, Drop. But it can also be different culturally and geographically. So what may be a fact in the United States to me isn't to somebody else, right? Somebody who lives in South Africa, it may be totally different there. So my fact is only relevant to me and where I live and the culture I live in and geographically where I am. Scientific facts are only valid based on what we know right now. Look, we thought the earth was flat forever. Now we know it's not, but we thought it was. Some people still think it is. But,